Oops. 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 Okay. Hey, there we go. That works. Bam. Bam. What up, Cody? Damn, 30 seconds. That was fast. How you doing? I'm barely even got my stuff together. There we go. Bam. 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 What up, Colonel Courtois? Bam. 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 That's weird. Okay, where am I at? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, all right. Let's see if everything works here. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Okay. Oops, did it again. Did it again. How do I keep doing that wrong? Okay. Colonel Courtois, you could buy it too, right? It's free dollars. I got the notification, got in the stream. That's fast. Scrub Jay chases small insect before sunrise. Because they always do. Fast. I was so fast. The ranking didn't even appear. That was fast. That was fast. You guys slid it together. I think it was like 29 and 30 seconds. There's a California scrub, Jay. All right, let's see what's going on the internet. Pregnant plane, the fattest cargo plane. The video is not for the faint of heart. Climbing ancient trees. Wow, that looks freaking big. What up, Chance, brother? Let's see. My grandpa has a Wikipedia page. Hello, bro. Can you give me 3 tips on how I can improve my English speaking because it's not my first language? So most people that I meet from around the world that speak English real well have learned it from YouTube. I don't think English education is a very great way for people to learn English. What I would do, like what I do to try to learn as many other languages as I can, is I watch YouTube videos that I like. Turn on the captions, the closed caption in the language you want to learn, and then keep a tab open with Google Translate. And then any word that you don't understand, which will be a lot in the beginning, but you'll be able to kind of reference it along with the language you know, like because you're hearing the language you know from the video. And then whenever you have a word that you don't understand, you can bring it in here and ask, "What does this word mean?" And I could help you. And then, but yeah, use Google Translate a lot. And another interesting way, if you're using Google Chrome or Opera as web browsers, you can turn on Page Translate. So then when you're looking up stuff in your own language, you can translate the page to English to then see how the words work together in the sentence and whatnot. But if you've got the money, of course, you can buy one of those like Duolingo type courses. But I mean, I don't know, most people that I meet that are multilingual, like my cousin Kat here. What's up, Kat? Immersion, yep. As is, yeah. That's what I would recommend. Is absolutely some of like your favorite cartoons or shows. Most definitely, you'll find a translate or like a Google Auto Translate for the closed captions, and then just start having that stuff pound your brains, So then you're just as you're watching things, always turn on the closed caption with the other language, and it'll just start to come. And then what's also really good now, I mean, with a lot of the auto translate, like even like some of my videos on the videos tab, they're smaller ones, but you can listen to it in English and you can listen to it in multiple, like I think like 16 other languages. It sounds like me speaking another language, so it helps you get. But that's what I would do. That's what I do. And make sure to subscribe. Thanks, Siraj, brother. We also have to get. We have everything, yet we also have nothing. What are we? We are everything. And we're here. We're here in a field of knowledge, and we want to learn it all. Shiraz Gudis is subscribe. That's right. Smash that subscribe button to Shiraz. Right. Help that brother out. My grandpa has a Wikipedia page, but someone might vandalize it. Yeah. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Hello, neighbor. Unless you remember his name from that one time I said it. I do not remember his name. You're talking about the military guy? I can't remember his name. Attila the Hun? Attila. What up, Labrado? I'm curious to see what Googling has to say about that exact statement. Which one? Unless you remember from the name I saw. Oh, hold on, let me switch it over to all. Oh, try not to eat chicken today. Let's see. Can't remember the name. It's always Bob. Bob. What's up, Bob? If you're going to call me out. Call me out. Your hand's still in pain? Yeah, you got to get you some of that Curamed, brother. That's what I would do. Works for me. I mean, I didn't break my hand. Broke my nose a bunch of times. All right, let's see what's going on now. So we have everything, yet we also have nothing. What are we? This is my statement. Oh, you want to see what Google Translate has about that? Let's see. What languages we want to go? Well, it says it's starting as Chinese for some reason. And is that a good? Is that like a known Chinese? That's a known Chinese saying? Wow, hold on. You can't convert. Okay, I see what it sounds like in Afrikaans.
Ons het alles, maar tog het ons ook niks. Wat is ons?
What is ons? I just closed it. Anyway. It's a universal question. I wonder why Google Translate thinks, or at least even though I pasted it in English, it said translating from Chinese. What's up, Raid? Hello, Colonel Courtois. All right, let's see what we're looking into here. Oops, I broke it. Bam, there we go. All right, let's see. We were watching that yesterday. Inside the island where the dead return to dance. Jeez. Dangerous playground toys. 48 hours with the Rasta people of Jamaica. Could the dodo still be alive? Pain meds workish, but sleeping is rough. Try to do. Yeah, pain meds can mess up sleep. I'm doing well, brother. I'm doing well. Here's a scrub J for Colonel Courtois. What's up, Rad? The dodo? That's the one you want to watch? Let's see if I can still find it here. Where was it? Oops. I probably lost it now. Let's see. Noah Samson has raised $119,000. $192. What happened? Oh, for Ethan Klein. Wow. Oh no. Okay. Oh, he got sued for $119,000. Wow. Jeez. There's days of being able to say whatever you want to say on the internet's over. People lie. They're getting sued now. People are suing. For those who haven't been in the past streams, I broke my hand. Cody broke their hand, and now it's healing. 5 more weeks. 1,000 Flies versus Venus Flytrap. All right, that looks pretty cool. A bull. Jeez. My homemade jet boat? Oh, come on. All right, let's check this out. All right,
How you going?
You got something
This
right.
is the
Hold on.
loudest thing my neighbors.
Let's see. Hold on. We'll do yours first and look back at this. Song Caravel is upset with New York. Bam. Damn. Can't always win. I was about to say H3 has a bunch of money, even though they don't have any good streams. So do you remember when? So YouTube pays about $7 per 1,000 views, but they used to pay like $20 per 1,000 views. So before PewDiePie made his big mistake and caused a bunch of advertisers to leave YouTube, they used to pay like $20 or more per 1,000 views. So back when H3H3 was really big, like before they were doing the podcast, they made millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars because they made millions and millions and millions of views, lots of merch, lots of stuff way before the H3H3 podcast. So they got that money. They've got it. They got it. But like back when you used to make a lot of money on YouTube, a lot of money. All right, let's see. Let's see what you got here. Let's see what you got here, Raid. And sometimes it's less than $7. Like if you're doing like gaming and stuff, I think it's like $1. The Adpocalypse, yeah. Yeah, I remember watching. I've only ever watched maybe 2 PewDiePie streams, like or videos, like the full thing. And I remember watching that. I can't remember if it was I don't think it was a live stream, but I was watching the video and I saw him do it. I was like, damn, that's dumb, dude. And then it was like the next day, he was like, I want to apologize. I'm so sorry. And then YouTube was like Walmart pulled out, but now they're all back and even more. So theoretically, they could be paying a lot more. But because that happened and Walmart and a bunch of other large companies pulled out of YouTube, they dropped the amount they paid people per 1,000. And then like a year later, the advertisers came back because it's like the best place with the highest turnover for advertisers. I used to be a big fan of H3H3 Ethan, but show is way too liberal for me. I don't watch it. For me, liberal now started pissing me off. I don't believe they're as liberal as I don't know. My friend would show me their live streams, but never really liked H3H3. Just East and Neela weren't personalities I like. Yeah, I mean, they were just viral. But like, you know, there wasn't that many people on YouTube back then. And the people that went viral, you watched them for like a week. You know, now people go now. This was way before short form content. This was before TikTok and stuff. Are you talking about when PewDiePie called that guy? No. No. Do you remember? I mean, Fiverr is still a thing. So PewDiePie would do this thing where you would pay these guys in like India or like Vietnam. They were in the jungle somewhere. And he would pay them, these guys, you could pay them $5 and they would write whatever short phrase you wanted on a piece of cardboard and they would dance wearing like grass, like skirts, like they were, you know, they didn't wear t-shirts and stuff. They were like jungle people. So they didn't know what they were saying. And he had kill the Jeus, kill the G. The people from Israel as a joke to like because he was buying it for somebody else, but he just thought it was funny. But apparently he wasn't old enough to understand World War II, and so he had to apologize. Like say, I didn't realize. I just thought it was funny because people say that. I thought it was like a meme. So when he sent off the payment and then because it wasn't a live stream, right? It was a video because he did the part where he sent the payment and then he got the video a couple days later, and that was all in the one video. And I remember watching. I think it's got to be offline now. They probably removed it right after he got in crap for it. But yeah, so he had these two guys in like a stream in a jungle, like wearing like grass shorts, you know. Yeah, and yeah. So, yeah, it was bad. Democrats, nope. So, what up, Diddy? Ethan's early videos were hilarious. So, yeah, that's still a freaking classic. And back in the day when he was, like, partnering up with what was his name? Disgusting Don? No, what was the guy's name? Oh, what's the guy? His name's JoJo. Oh, what was his name? Not Disgusting Don. Trashy Ted. Oh, what was the guy's name? Yeah, but he was with iDubbbz also, but the other guy. What's up, Lord Alcatraz? And he was people holding up signs that some pocket message on it, and they were dancing. Yeah. And he put kill the Israelis on it. And so, so they said anti-Semitism. And now, if he would have done it now, it would be like no big deal because there's a lot of freaking people in the government that are preaching that. I did a bunch of those with different messages. Hey, Johnny, what up, Dr. Sultan? Yeah, and then, right, so, and iDubbbz. What's the guy? Filthy Frank, yes. So, like iDubbbz and Filthy Frank and Ethan and I mean, I guess Hila would do the filming and stuff, but whatever. But but that was like a big, like, you could always watch one of their like huge videos, and these were when they were like an hour long, way before short form content, and that was like what you would go to watch on YouTube, and they were really well made, like they're not just like 3-second clip like the crap I make. And not enough movement. It was so funny trying to get randoms to floss dance move to embarrassing to watch. I forgot about Filthy Frank. Yeah, Filthy Frank. Thank you, Dr. Sultan. What up, rock guy? Yep, new camera. We're shooting 4K. I still got the old one so I can go bam. Yeah, so I got the old one still. I got me into 4K. What is this? Hold on. What? Is this your link?
Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong
No, we're
is
not
home
watching
to
a half
quite
hour
a
of
few
this.
world records.
One of the world's craziest videos on the internet. Yeah,
Filthy
Frank,
it's one of the tallest luxury hotels on
yeah.
the planet, and definitely the tallest building here in Hong Kong. It has a total of 3 Michelin stars inside, a Forbes 5-star spa, and some places that you just have to see to believe. So, of course,
yeah, I want to watch something. We can watch that later on. I want to watch something exciting. Yeah, we can watch it later. Yeah, I just want to watch something with a little more oomph to it rather than watching 5-star dining and stuff. We can wind down with that. I just want you to see some cool architecture. All right, well, let's see if we can jump through it.
To do a full review
and I want to check
and
this out
another
too.
tower climb.
Okay, cool. Somebody taught me about this yesterday. I didn't know you could go through frame by frame on YouTube videos. So for freaking 20 years or however long it's been, I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know you could go through forward 1 frame and back 1 frame. So I've always just grabbed the little slider and try to get where I wanted. I prefer that you quiet. I prefer you to be quiet during the Tombo 2 speedrun. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what that is. It's all good. Save it for later. Yeah. We'll look through it.
I travel around.
I just
the
don't
world.
want to see like the restaurant stuff and like
And
the freaking creme anglaise is so delicious.
Luxury
Stuff like that.
hotels out of 50 points in 5
they got 3 of them.
categories. The categories, like always, are
Oh, it's a recent thing. Okay, well then good. Then it's not been forever.
the updated or time.
I want to see the architecture.
So this time, at the very top of the tower, from floors 102 to 118. So this time, let's start at the top floor.
The Ritz-Carlton.
This elevator ride is 60 seconds all the way to the top,
That's
and
pretty
your
fast.
ears will definitely be popping. I also forgot to mention everything underneath 102 is just a mall and a movie theater. It's
Really?
not part of the hotel. All right, let's keep moving.
102 floors at a mall, and the hotel's on the top. No way.
Let's start our tower climb here on the 118th floor, all the way at the top.
That's a lot of
this
water.
is the
I
world's
wonder
tallest indoor swimming pool.
I wonder if they're using that as the not counterweight. What's it called? The mass damper. I wonder if that's why they put such a large pool up there. You know what a mass tune damper is? They have like a big, really huge weight at the top of towers so that when the wind wants it to go one way or the earth goes one way, the weight will go the other way and it dampens out. So How many stories could you fit? Right. 102 stories. Step back 10 seconds. Jay, step back 10 seconds. I step forward 10. Pause. Okay. Yeah, I knew about the 10-second jump forward and backwards. To stop the wind from pushing it. Yeah. It dampens out the vibrations from the wind, or if there's like an earthquake, right? So I wonder if that's why I did it. Listen to Sears Tower, like 103, 107. How many stories it is? Why are you talking about Francis of the Filth? We were talking about back in the days of the internet when like iDubbbz was still freaking the man, and like H3 was way different, and they used to do like long form videos that were like well thought out, and you know, and it just kind of everything went wackadoo political, and the pool probably contributes to architecture. Yeah. I mean, I can't see why they would have. I mean, well, maybe I'll say something.
Here at the Ritz-Carlton, they also have an indoor jacuzzi, outdoor jacuzzi, and a cold plunge, which unfortunately is currently under maintenance. But look at this incredible space. You can overlook the entire city of Hong Kong here. This is the tallest building in the city, and it does literally feel like you are swimming in the...
I just want to say something right now. I bit my lip so hard. And freaking, like, I got... dude. So hard. And now it's freaking, like, swollen in that area. And then, so I bit it yesterday. And then today, after I was eating dinner, I was wiping my mouth off, finished up dinner, already done chewed everything. And then once I wiped my mouth off, when I closed my mouth, I bit my freaking lip again. So I got through my meal without doing it. Fat Bong, brother. Filthy Frank had to stop. Pink Eye Productions as it was killing his voice. He rebranded as Joji. Yeah, I remember the video he put out when he was like, my mental health's gone. He was all going he was declining his health, mental health also. iDubbbz gained empathy, was like a monkey with a machine gun to his career. Yeah. G4 TV. That's all right, cat. Something about his health, I think, was more than just his voice. No, yeah, it was that he had like I want to say like a seizure or blood issue. Let me see. Filthy Frank retirement health issues. Let's see. George Miller, Filthy Frank. He retired his YouTube channel December 2017. He cited severe health issues alongside desire to step away from shock comedy to pursue music. Miller suffered from undisclosed neurological stress-induced seizures. He explained that the immense pressure, physical strain, and constant stress of producing, editing, and portraying all his various characters. Also, the exaggerated high-pitched voices he used, Filthy Frank, gave him throat tissue damage. Acting under medical advice. Yeah, wow. Yeah. He done that before. Yeah, he definitely still sings, but I guess he ain't doing like that. I can't even remember the Filthy Frank voice. I can't remember. Dude, I'm so glad he did work. I'm so glad he did his work. Right. Absolutely. Great comedian. Yeah, a great YouTuber. I'm glad he produced that. Most people do nothing in their lives. They don't produce anything for an audience. And you see now, like what's going on with like Supergirl and stuff like that, and what happened with Snow White. You have actresses that are telling you what audience they're for. But they're not even saying that. They're saying, screw the audience. I'm this person. I'm Snow White. I'm Supergirl. Rather than saying, I really tried my best and hope you all enjoy it. No one says that anymore. They're letting you know I'm better than you and I'm Supergirl, so screw you. I'm freaking Snow White, so screw you. And instead of saying, hey, I make entertainment and I want to make as many people happy as possible, rather than just like, it's like, so that whole thing skewed. And I think that's done. I think that's done and over with. I think Supergirl, like whatever is still in production, that's been in production for like the past 5 years, that stuff will probably still come out. A lot of stuff will be canceled, but I think that's over. You have to realize that she was given a mental. Yeah. I get it. Absolutely. Yeah. There was that whole stupid phrase where the idiots were releasing diss tracks with each other. The best one, there's iDubbbz, Ethan, one Asian guy. Right. Yeah. Rice Gum. Yeah, brother literally baked rat. Yep, he definitely did. They say mine are called by stress too. You know, stress will do it again. Euthanasia. Dan, 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 dan. Euthanasia. I got his albums on my playlist, man. Progressed well over the years. I only saw like one video where he was like walking towards a spaceship with a like his helmet in his hand or something like that. That's the only one I remember seeing. They believe in stealing. They believe in stealing your wet. So this Snow White situation is horrible. They have Rachel Ziegler and that new chick too. Like, listen, I understand if you're not religious, but America is a freaking Christian country, whether you like it or not. You know, whether you're Christian or not. And she said, we're not making this for Christian dads of 4. Who else is taking their daughters to go see you as Supergirl? Like how? Like, why would you pick any group to say don't come see my movie? You didn't pay for it. You got paid for it. Yeah. Rice gum. You think you're the champion. You might win some, but you just lost one. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Vomit Cake was a good video too. Yep. Man, maybe we should do... I bit it again. Maybe we should do a Filthy Frank. Maybe I wonder. I hope he didn't sell that stuff to venture capital, because I'd be like, I've been noticing as I'm streaming stuff, like even like documentaries and stuff that are YouTube documentaries, if they're like 10 years old, they now have like contact this firm for permission, and I'm just like, okay. And then so sometimes I'll play one and it'll end my stream. It'll pause my stream and say, you violated this. Do you have permission to use this? I'm like, it's a freaking another YouTube video made from a YouTuber, but apparently they sold their YouTube video to venture capitalists that want money for every replay, even if it's a live rebroadcast. Rich, I despise Amazon. Paid $60 for roller weights, waited a week, paid $12 for express shipping, and it was 2 days late, and it delivered the wrong part. That's that Honda oil decompression. Jeez. All right, Kat, have a good night. Don't cry, cutie pie. It's such a shock of pain. It goes away quick, though. Some of the extra religious people won't see it anyway. They don't like superheroes in the first place. Right, but my point is, you don't say those things to turn off a huge swath of a possible audience. You know, it's just unbelievable. They used to make movies for the audience. And they used to say, like, if they were going to put something like political in there, it would be hidden with metaphor or whatever. But now they're like promoting it before the movie even comes out. People are like, I don't want another political film. I could be beat to death with right wing and left wing politics on the internet, on the news. I want to go to a movie to escape and see something fantastical. Yeah. Good night. Before I do, I can read Rachel Zegler is annoying. You got that right. I love to jerry rig some heavier weights, but if they're unbalanced, yeah, listen, I don't even trust myself to screw around with that with CVTs. They're pretty got some pretty tight tolerances. Weird. Okay, I'm out. Weird. Yeah, I got the reference. Weird. Hollywood has fallen. I don't think I've ever been to the theaters 2013 when the last Batman movie came out. Yeah, last movie I even seen was on a plane, like 2 or 3 years ago. Coming back from the Virgin Islands, I watched one of the newer Batmans, like the really new ones, the ones that can't even remember the guy's name that was in it. Yeah, I see in a lot of TV shows and movies I don't watch anymore. Right? Hey, dude, I'm not gonna bite the needle and wait for a replacement part. Weird. Lives in my head. All right, let's see this jet boat. Oh, there you go. There you go. He's not even on water. He's already pushing him back. He's scared himself.
It's so loud I need to take off my ears every time I run it.
Ears.
And today, I'm going to see the top speed of this baby.
I love people that got good freaking
my safest
comedy.
video yet, where I don't get arrested.
You ever built one? I built one.
I destroyed the generator.
Very small one, using it's an alcohol jar, and you use the lid of a glass jar, and you put the valve. It's called, what's it called? It's the flapper valve. Valve? Yeah, valve. Yeah, well, it's a piece of sheet metal over the hole, and then when you light it, the alcohol, the pressure rises, and it pushes the valve closed, and then when the pressure rises, it opens the valve, shoots it out, and then it closes it back down. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Who do you think you are? I am. There's $100 in gas right there. Yeah, I thought about the crazy Aussie. Yeah, what happened to that guy? What happened to Aussie 50? I think he left the planet. Do you guys remember Aussie 50? He did lots of like really old school, like 15 years ago YouTube, like the guy that the very first guy to like throw a cinder block in an overspun dryer, like he overclocked the dryer so it was spinning faster, and then he threw like a cinder block in it, and like he was the first guy to do that, and I think he ended up leaving the planet. Don't tempt me, I'll build one to strap those. I need a friggin' Finnegan drum. So yeah, you definitely need. That's been Aussie 50. I want to say it was his name, Aussie 50. Yeah, Aussie 50 had 123,000 subscribers. Sad news, 2019. I just heard from Big Yellow Ed Jones. Aussie 50 took his own. Yeah. Yeah, so this is 13 years ago. Yeah. So
it's about to rain, but
so he got 12 million views on this.
All the party. Something a little heavier this time.
And like he would do stuff like this, not just that. He did lots and lots of like homebrew backyard stuff. I'm talking about you watching. Talking about the video watching. Sorry. Discussions on the issue and live. It's random. Yeah, it's definitely random. Yeah. And then he cranks up the speed, and then he throws something in it. Oh yeah, I guess you all seen this before. Mario, when you cooked an egg in a pan and close it will burn right when you actually didn't crack the egg. What if you actually didn't actually crack the egg or never had any eggs? How would you get the eggs? I have chickens. Aussie 50 didn't leave the planet. Katy Perry did. Or when does it... The blend guide's a different guy. Yeah. Why would we discuss one single issue? We have a whole bunch of conversations at once. That's right. Yeah, so this was before the adpocalypse. So he made a lot of money off this. Anyway, may Diddy kidnap you? Diddy, you still here? Tell him the answer. Chris Corden Bolio.
Alright, so I already have one pulse jet which sat on a swing and was too scary for me to be on. So my safer idea is to put it on this tiny
basic.
boat.
Right. That was some funny stuff too. Because that was that was funny.
I need to
stuff.
make the pulse jet self-starting, as at the moment it takes an annoying amount of time to start with a leaf blower, which is funny when it burns my mate.
Are in the hole.
Can I win internet viewers are easily entertained?
Underwater. I want to just press a button and have it turn on. And I think I can do it by just fiddling around with the fuel line and making it so it pulls in air and not just gas. So its first explosion has enough force to
he's not
pull
here.
more
He was
air
here
in
earlier.
and get
Where
it
did he go?
started. So I cut out my fuel line and put it in a better spot. And by better, I mean trying completely random locations until it felt right. And then used a tissue to check how much airflow there is.
How to basic has eggs. All right, I got eggs.
And I think that's a good sign. So I welded it up and gave it a go.
You know how loud it would be in that closed freaking, he didn't start it up, but in this closed environment right here, how loud that freaking thing would be. Mario Baroy. I remember when Count Dankula did his video, it got him in trouble. At this point, I should just steal Pratt and Whitney. Yeah, go get you one, a J57. Strap it onto the back.
It's definitely less funny when that happens to me and not my mate. So I better not look down the exhaust anymore. And it ain't working, so I chatted to this guy, Build and Pulse Jets, who's one of the kings of making pulse jets on YouTube. And after talking, he sent me an email with some very small changes I could make.
They messed up his whole life for it.
including just opening
Yes, sir.
the gas quicker and threatening to harm the Pulse Jet's children. So I tried that.
Like what I did to your brother? Huh? Do ya?
Jeez. Thing weighs 600 pounds. The
And that
plane
was
weighs
awesome.
140.
So I
Yeah,
did it
definitely.
again.
Yeah, you definitely have suspension problems.
And again. And it's amazing how much better these
Imagine what
engines
your
run.
neighbors would be thinking. I mean, maybe he doesn't have any neighbors close or something, but that's got to be he's got an open garage door over here. So this is going to be like the inside of a guitar, of an acoustic guitar body. So it would be loud as hell for his neighbors
with
too.
some small changes. And if you want to learn out how to do it, go check out his channel. And I'm really curious how this Pulse Jet sounds from far away, as when I put a decibel reader near it, I got 150 decibels,
That's
which is
freaking
louder than a passenger plane and loud enough to cause physical damage, which explains why
holding
my
his
head
heart.
hurts.
Well,
So
my
if I
neighbor's
want
here
to
at
turn
3
it
a.m.
on
when I go
remotely,
start my
all I
bike.
need is a solenoid, an Arduino, and a laptop. And then using the sponsor of today's video, AnyDesk,
AnyDesk.
I could turn on the Pulse Jet without being anywhere near
That's
it.
a good idea.
Or use it to access my computer without being there, which is actually very useful. Let's say cops are coming over for something dodgy I've done. I can get remote access to my computer and then delete anything I want. AnyDesk allows you to manage and
Right, yeah,
access your
yeah.
devices from anywhere in the world with low latency and low bandwidth.
Yeah,
Meaning,
AnyDesk's pretty
if your
good, I
parents
have to
are old
admit.
and don't know how to use
But
the
if you know what you're
TikTok,
doing,
you
you
can
don't
log
need it.
on to their computer and
If
help
your
them
name
with
is Harley
any
and you
technical
don't drive a
support
Harley.
remotely.
Oh, your name is
Or
Harley and
you can
you drive a
access your
Harley.
own computer remotely and do editing or anything else you want. AnyDesk is free for personal use and allow custom plans for businesses, and it's so easy to use. AnyDesk is also a pretty sick company, and they told me they will pay for whatever crazy
If
and
I remember
dangerous video
correctly, the
ideas you come
F84
up
Thunder
with.
is
So
just
if you
crazy.
have any ridiculous video ideas that you want me
Let's see. Loudest aircraft decibels. The F-84 had 200 decibels. Human pain threshold for human pain is around 110, and standard jet takeoff at 100 meters is 140. Yeah, so that was a Loudon. Jeez, I could be one more one number off the destination. Yeah, you were right. People used to think this guy was out of basic. Really? Maybe. It's a different voice. Harley reminds me of the guy from Epic Mealtime. At least, yeah, like what happened to that? They got to still be doing something. Stan, we're going all over the internet today. Man, boy, did these guys get freaking stupid rich. Like they have a podcast too, so they probably. But they made these back when YouTube paid around $20 per 1,000 views. So that's a lot of money. So like that's $200,000 per million views, and they'd had hundreds of millions. I'm not even subscribed. I don't even remember what it. So 2 years ago they had 184. Okay, so yeah, looks like they definitely fell off. Where's the popular ones? Popular. Oh, they don't have an option for popular. They used to have that. Yeah, their shorts ain't even doing. I mean, mine aren't either, but I'm not Epic Mealtime. Here you go. Play all 2010, 19,667,610, 34 million. Yeah, dude, they did, and they're going on. There's 3 years later, they're still doing multiple millions. Then 2014 starts to fall off, and then 2018 to 2022. That's the one. I guess they ain't done any since then. Eating at McDonald's at 3 a.m. Yeah, wackadoo. That thing. According to the standard model of physics, the Big Bang should have produced equal amounts of matter and antimatter when antimatter. Right. So, and I've talked about this before. That if you don't take into account the other things with creation events and the other possibilities, because it's a theory. The Big Bang is not the Big Bang law. It's the Big Bang theory. We don't know what happened. And yes, it should have created equal amounts of so there's also a theory saying that there would have been some dark matter produced too that could have added a buffer between the matter and the antimatter, or else it would have just happened and it would have happened and went away instantly, you know? And then it would have to happen, then all the energy would be gone. It would just be a big so it doesn't but people don't even think about this until like decades after college. When they're learning it, they're like, oh, the teachers know what they're talking about and they're teaching us the truth about stuff. But no, it's all wackadoodle. Yet here we are, right? Rock concerts 110. Mario, that means they haven't yet met the boss man. That's right. Propellers and aircraft should endeavor to avoid Mach 0.8 and Mach 1.2 for fluid dynamics. The air switch is supersonic, and you don't want a situation where constantly going back and forth. You have to. You still need air for combustion, and if you can't get the air, like the difference between a ramjet and a scramjet. Ramjet, you're ramming air down down a funnel, which the speed of the air is compressing itself, and then you're just adding fuel. And a scramjet, you need a scramjet for supersonic, because a ramjet, the air goes around it when you hit supersonic. It's not going in to be able to produce thrust. It goes around it. It can't go in there fast enough. So a scramjet has like a point on it to help break it's like, if you think about it, like the surface tension that allows it to enter the jet. But yeah. So if you don't have air, you can't have combustion. Do you know when you'll be ending the stream? Probably like midnight. So like 3 hours. Yeah, probably like 3 hours. Bro said 6, 7, 12. Who remembers Crazy Russian Hacker? Yeah, I think he's still up there. I think he's still a thing too. Crazy Russian Hacker, 12 million. Oh, yeah, 1 day ago. Yeah, 81,000 views 1 day ago. It's up. Just like that dude landed for years in prison. Oh, jeez, fast food lasagna, most vile, 34 million. Shaggy went to prison. The ATF raided his property and found a bunch of course, right? A small amount of cannabis. Oh, that Russian hacker. Is that somebody different? Well, I don't know. Crazy Russian hacker. I don't think any about that stuff until several years after college and Betty Mushroom. That's the other guy, Kyle from PayKA. I forgot his gun channel, but put on a different accent. All right, brother. FPS, right? Yeah. Did he die or did he go to jail? I thought this channel got sold. Was he fake? He wasn't really Russian, right? He was putting on his last video was 10 years ago. I forgot Kyle's channel, but he pretended to be Russian in his YouTube personality. Right, so this guy, he wasn't really a Russian, right? This guy so this guy did, or the Crazy Russian Hacker did? You're talking about Crazy Russian Hacker. Okay, I think Putin put him in jail. No idea if it was fake or not. Man, he made a lot of money too, man. And you know what? I probably 10 years ago when they probably started saying, like, you know, you remember when you couldn't show guns and stuff on like YouTube and TikTok? I think it was FPS Russia, yeah. Yeah, the professional Russian. Yeah, this guy wasn't Russian. I think the Crazy Russian Hacker might be, but I can't remember. If FPS Russia was fake Russian, he ran into trouble with the ATF, right? Right.
Me to try, like turning the Pulse jets into a missile and then bombing New Zealand, submit them to anydesk.com/science. And if your idea gets picked, you'll win some prizes. Big thank you to AnyDesk for sponsoring this video. So now I'm going to try it on the boat.
If you make an intolerant city, who will survive first? The intolerant, who will survive overall? A tolerant city. The problem is with tolerance is it has to be forced. It's not natural. You cannot take things away out of nature and sell it back to people. You can't do that. FPS Russia was a guy from Georgia. He had a gun show. Crazy Russian Hacker was really Russian. Okay. Don't tempt me.
Test one. Here we go.
Jeez. And this is at night. He's got to have a field or something.
That
He's
looks
gotta be
alright,
in, like,
but I reckon it
I mean,
needs
it's
more
gotta be.
thrust, as I wanted it to go through the garage
There's no
wall.
lights on
So I'm
outside,
gonna
so he's gotta
revisit
be, like,
this
out in the
top
middle
hat
somewhere.
and
I
augmenter,
hope we
which
can
just
see.
increases the mass
He can't be
flow
in a
by pulling in
neighborhood.
more air for the pole shed to move. But I still don't believe they work. And I carefully made a hole in the boat.
Yeah, what the fuck did I do with that load? Put a hole in the boat for no fucking reason.
Then put some pins in the old weld holes and pushed it back in place. And at least if it doesn't work, the pulse jet now has a bigger hat than every other pulse jet out there.
Jeez. You see him turning it upside down. So propane tanks don't have what's called a dip tube in them. Propane tanks, like hairspray cans and whatnot, there's a dip tube that goes down because the gas is at the top and the liquid's at the bottom, and you want to spray liquid. But propane tanks, it's LPG, liquid propane gas, even though it's liquid. So it's liquid at the bottom and gas at the top, and you only want the gas to come out. But when you turn it upside down, the liquid comes out. That's why you heard it rev up a lot when he turned it upside down. Geez, yeah, that boat went flying. What up, John? I'd be afraid to use it. Hopefully he's going to use it on the water. I've got some adulting to do. Let me finish my vodka margarita. All right, brother. Fat ball, brother. All right, see, watch this. Watch it when he turns it upside down.
And I don't think I
He
learned
just
anything from
splashed
that,
it in.
as I've got no way of comparing it to the old pulse jet. So I pulled out the scale. And then I did a comparison test between augmenter on and augmenter off. But I forgot
You've
to turn
gotta
on
be
the
able to
scale
read
when
it.
using the augmentor, which counts as a reading of 0 thrust, which means no augmenter wins. But before I cut it off, I want to try one more thing. Using the augmenter like an afterburner and injecting more gas into the exhaust, which will
Jeez.
hopefully double the thrust for some reason.
Yeah, I can't see any
And
houses.
you can tell
next
I
one. This
wasn't
has
very
gotta
good
be
at
out in the
birthday
middle of
cakes as
nowhere.
a kid, as obviously the pulse jet just blows out the flame. So I made a thing to try and protect the flame
Yeah,
on the
you
gas
got- you
pipe
need
and
to
gave that a go.
Protect the flame by using a
I don't think anything was happening. Now in this clip, you'll see I'm getting
can't remember
real
what it's called.
desperate. And I just chucked a random cone piece of metal in.
Yes, there you go. An M. When air comes in and you want to move the air or spin the air, it's called, oh, damn it. Yeah, no health and safety there. No.
And that worked really well if my intention was to put
Magneto,
Ahmet, my local
magma.
Turkish waxer, out of business.
The effect when a gas swirls with a device. Swirl combustor cyclone separator, but what's it called? Vortex breakdown starts with an M. Damn it. Fuel air mixer. Damn, it starts with an M. Oh, it'll pop into my brain. It's called the one that makes the big what? The big effing nose. That's me. Bam, 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 bam. Damn, what's it called? I'll figure it out one of these days.
Which I really don't want to do. In fact, he's probably going to cry just seeing this footage. And the burn made me real thirsty, and after having some milk, I realised this milk jug is kind of exactly the shape of a valved pulse jet, which I could make as well and put on the boat to get more thrust.
Yeah,
All
there
I
you
need is
go.
some
Fat
volvers.
bong,
Sorry, I mean
valve, pulse jet.
valvers.
So you
And
just used a little piece of sheet metal as a flower valve or flutter
they
valve.
allow air in this
You
way,
read
but don't let
valve.
it out the other way, just like a Volvo. So now I just need to make some kind of plate for them to attach to, which is the perfect job for my new tool, the Wazer, which is an awesome small water jet cutter that makes light work with metal
Small
like
water
this.
jet.
And this is really much better than doing water cutting like I used to. Which did work, but was quite messy. But now I just draw a picture and it cuts whatever I tell it to. Alright, it doesn't fit, so I try it again and again. And eventually I got them to fit. And this isn't the Wazer's fault, I've just been using MS Paint to make 2D files. Then I just put it in the
Basement
milk jug with
engineer,
a
what
gas
up,
line and gave it a
Santos?
go. And if you were shouting at the computer
more
right
you
now saying
knows.
this won't work,
Dun, dun, dun,
that's
dun.
kind of weird. And you should probably see a psychiatrist for that aggressive
more you
behavior.
noses.
But yes, I don't know why I was expecting this to work. This milk jug looks nothing like a valved pulse jet besides the fact it has some valves. But after gassing myself with whatever lead-laced arsenic paint was on the bottle, I was feeling quite high, so I just gave up. So I've decided I'm just going to go back to doing what I know best, rolling some cones. And I'm just going to make another pulse jet and put it on the boat. And to save me the hassle of rolling the sheet metal by hand, I snuck into this blind guy's shed and used his roller. And even though I've made a lot of cones now, I've never really got the hang of it, but at least my welds are getting better and better. But the more I put it together, the more it was beginning to feel really wrong. So I just drank an entire box of wine before seeing if the pulse jet works. And it wouldn't start, and it did this weird thing where it broke my camera. So I'm going to blame my welds, and I'm going to attempt to fix them with TIG welding, something I've never done before.
Complaining
and
about
just try
burning
to smooth
paint while
out
he
my
sells
welds.
it.
If you don't know much about TIG
yeah.
welding, this weld right here is what you are looking for. It's got lots of little relief holes
Yeah.
which allow excess
Nice.
gas to escape the metal so no cracks will form. Also, the lumpier your welds look, the stronger they usually are. You also want to touch the tungsten stick to the metal so it melts as much as possible, as that way you'll have to sharpen the end, meaning you get lots of work breaks and have a nice work-life balance. And then after comparing it to the other one I made, I've realized I made the pulse jets completely different sizes. Which is very weird, as I did follow my plans exactly.
Yeah.
And that means I need to cut it apart and build it again without any of my proper tools or workbench. But that also means I
Yeah, so
finally
he's
get
gotta
to
be
live
out in
out
the
my
middle of
dream
nowhere
of
for
looking like
testing.
a Cambodian bicycle repairman.
ฉันรักเธอมากกว่าใครไม่รักใครไปกว่าเธอด้วยใจหวังยังได้เจอ
What up, Georgie? Georgie at the park?
รักเพียงเธอมากกว่าใครตัดสินใจไปกับเธอด้วยความหวัง
And I stuffed up. This song
You're
playing right
sunbathing?
now is Thai.
Good,
not
brother. Get that
Cambodian.
vitamin
But
D.
I
What
should
up,
have told
William?
you, as you're a racist and wouldn't have known the difference. But at least the pulse jets look the same, which I hope means they work. But I'm going to have to use another boat, as this one is a little too small, and also some idiot made a hole in it. So I thought I should replace it with a boat with even bigger and better holes in it. Big nut. But I'm going to fill up the holes, as I don't want any fish getting a free upskirt on me while I'm on the water. So I filled them up with some privacy goo, which I hope keeps the fish away. I'm looking at you, Blue Groper. And in my previous pulse jet swing, I just shoved a normal barbecue gas hose in the pipe, which leaked a lot. And that was actually very useful, as it meant I could smell if the gas was on or not.
Stop.
Yeah, cool.
No, it was spraying liquid propane onto you. Get away.
But since I want both of these to run on liquid propane, which is much more powerful, a leak would be very bad. So I made these threaded inserts on the lathe, which I'm going to try shrink fitting and pushing inside this pipe.
Heat 'em up.
And I don't have a freezer up here, so I had the genius
Cool 'em
idea of
down.
just using the propane to both shrink and expand the part.
Heat it on one side, cool it on the other. Didn't work.
And it's looking pretty cold, so hopefully it goes in. And it did go in, about as much as your dad, but it should be enough. And now I need to use liquid hoses, which are rated to not explode, unlike this one. But the only difference I can see is that these ones are covered in a fine layer of pubic hair. I also need a tank specifically rated for liquid LPG, as the pressure and forces are much, much higher. These blue ones, which are very expensive. And the reason these bottles are so expensive is because they have a special valve straw thing
this one's got a
inside
dip
that sucks
tube.
up the liquid propane and
So,
not
so
the
that's
gas. So I
the
just made my
difference.
own.
That's the difference. The liquid ones have a dip tube, and the regular gas ones don't, because you want the gas to come off the top of the tank.
By painting the top
liquid
of
is
a
at the
normal
bottom.
LPG bottle blue. Now I reckon the pulse jets are going to look the coolest if they are kind of in a formation like this. And we didn't do any measurements, we just welded it up, which somehow fit on the boat, and then couldn't resist seeing if it starts up.
Jeez. It's a lot of fire.
And that sounded more like a fart escaping my butt
Fart.
cheeks than a pulse jet.
Butt
So
cheeks.
something is wrong. So I tried starting it on gas, not liquid, as I know it started like that before. And they seemed like they wanted to start, but were almost interfering with each other. And I think I know
Sucking
who to
air away
blame.
from each
The
other.
wogs. There are 2,000 of them inside this ball valve, which means there might not be enough room for the gas to flow. It could also be the exhausts messing with each other, which actually makes sense. Here's the problem with having two. It's a bit like trying to breathe, but you have another man trying to breathe right in front of your face. And when I breathe, he breathes out. So I'm breathing in, but I'm getting his used CO2 and not clean oxygen. And it's exactly the same with these pulse jets. If they pulse out of sync, they can't breathe. But if I put something in between the men, that means they can't breathe each other's breath. So I tried doing that with the pulse jets.
Didn't work. There you go. How about how
Also
the heck do they
combines the
keep liquid
combustion
propane?
chambers with a bit of
Now,
pipes.
all propane tanks are LPG, liquid propane gas, LPG. But the gravity keeps the liquid at the bottom, and the valve at the top doesn't have a dip tube in it. So when you open it, standing up straight, it's just spraying the gas out at the top. And then as the pressure releases, the liquid turns into a gas. But if you have a liquid propane tank, then there's a dip tube that sucks the liquid straight out of the bottom. So you could do the same thing with a gas of just a regular propane, just turn it upside down, or pull the valve off and add a dip tube. Is that those? Yeah, the pressurized tank. Yeah. That's how you get they're all filled with liquid.
So they pulse and sync.
And the only difference between the ones that say liquid on them, they have a dip tube so that it dispenses liquid, but they all have liquid in them, and there's gas at the top. The ones that are gas, there's no liquid at the top because liquid falls to the bottom. The propane expands, normal liquid won't. Right, like water, unless you heat it up.
And sealed up the gaps with what I hope was clay.
Take a lot of vacuum, put it under a vacuum.
Is it poo?
Which still didn't work, so I'm going to try and isolate them more. I'm going to cut the frame in half and put these rubber stoppers underneath so they aren't vibrating each other as much. Then also tilt them away from each other so they aren't sucking each other off. Which still didn't work, which makes me think it must be this T-junction or WOG valve. As maybe when one starts to run, it's pulsing up the gas line, or one of them just starts to take all the fuel. So I'm going to try separate bottles.
You know
one
what he
gas and
probably
one
needs?
liquid,
He
but because it's
probably
too
needs
hot
a
to
check valve so it doesn't suck. The one doesn't suck the fuel out of the other one, or use 2 tanks of fuel. 1, 2. Prince Neil before. Yeah, if you had 2 fuel tanks, it probably wouldn't be a problem. That's probably what it's doing. Is one of them's taking all the fuel, especially once it starts running.
pain and it also won't self-start. I shoved some pipe into a leaf blower and gave that a go.
Jeez. Man, that's unbelievable. Yeah. Just as, they're the same, yeah. I see you pee.
And that works really well, except that I smell smoke. My first thought was that it was my Lebanese neighbor doing a wedding again. But then I realized it was on my property.
Oh, there's fires!
That's the fire.
And that's when I got scared. Not for my life, but for my chairs. As I had left my 2 favorite sitting chairs up the back of the property. And they really, really hate fire.
This was our sitting chair.
This is us. Wait, but look, that was yours.
No, that was yours, man.
No, this is
Hey,
yours.
Get out of there. That was your one. Just don't give me the burn
Yeah,
one.
what's up, Shayna?
Get out of here.
Man, look up there.
Oh, but it's on fire. That was your chair.
I did not fall back
These
to
guys
the
are
ash.
Such a destructive element.
Alright, now I just need to paint another bottle blue if I want them both to be running on liquid LPG.
Right. So he needed 2 fuel sources. The legend is live. What up, EnviroPro?
And they are still acting a bit weird and not working as consistently as when one is gas and one liquid. And I thought spark plugs might help, and previously I just welded them in, but this time I'm being smart and I made this bung here, which will allow me to change the spark plug when it gets dirty. And I was feeling great about myself until I realized the spark plug I want to use isn't the same size as the bung. So I ended up just welding it in, then wired up some tasers to this gyrocopter control panel and gave it a test.
Hey, that'll work.
And it's working like half the time. They're mostly still fighting each other. Like in this clip, they both started well until one of them flamed out. And then look how the other one sucks in the flames. So I put the divider back in between them. Which worked, and then put the final touches on, before realizing I have no way to move the boat, which now weighs over 200 kilos. So I just got this old hitch and decided to weld an engine hoist to it, so I can steal this jet ski's trailer.
Jeez.
Keep showing my license plate.
Let me put the same number on it.
I have no idea if this is smart to do. I might just be bending my car's frame, but it did work. And now Big Nut is on its trailer, ready for a test on the water. It's a little bit of overhang, right?
It's more on than not.
It is more on than not. But it turns out this pulse jet isn't as quiet as I thought. And a cop pulled me over in the driveway about the noise.
I'm a dumb guy.
And then, back in Sydney, some cops showed up. And yes, I may have also turned it on in Sydney. And at first it was quite awkward, as I explained to them that I definitely only ordered male strippers, and they were also 2 hours early. But the cops were very nice and fair, and just told me I shouldn't be running the jet engine next to a preschool, which is also fair. But how else are kids going to learn about science?
Right.
They also referenced my other videos and told me to stop making things that resemble guns, which I have never done. And then the constable asked if her colleague could lean on my house as he was feeling quite tired, and I said yes. And they finished by telling me if I turn it on again, they're going to get a warrant and come back and shoot me, which is also fair. So I promised them I would never ever turn it on again, on land.
Jeez, that's only one of them. How's he going to steer himself?
And the boat was already filling up with water. And I also haven't figured out steering, I just went in circles. So we thought what might help is putting 80 kilos of rocks in the back, as the boat is sitting nose down in the water, so that might lift the front up.
Right, because you're getting torqued because the thrust is pushing your nose down. Like one dude was complaining that he doesn't have money for his internet bill and was mad that people weren't donating and that today was going to be his last day because people would see him for a while. Really? Like, look, guys, if you don't donate for my internet, you're not going to see me for a while. Really? People do that? Jeez. Wow. I mean, jeez, when I need money for internet, I just go mow some lawns or freaking build a doghouse or put up some solar panels or find something. It has to plane it out. Problem is with the engine, if that engine, you'll be going 400 miles per hour before it planes, right? Yeah, you're not picking up speed very gradually with jets like that. Frogan would do that every month. I've never seen Frogan. I mean, I've seen the people, like clips of people talking about her, like the worst stuff, but I've never seen her stream. And yeah, he was mad that I was asking him questions and then called me an idiot. Oh, for her, Ray. There's this guy who lives in this car and doesn't want to work. And that's what he does is just asks, and that's what he says. He says, look, guys, I'll have to go back to work if you don't donate. It was something about the island he lived on. Jeez. He should go freaking talk to, Yeah. I've seen clips of her, like, because of the lawsuit from what happened with H3 and the three orbiters. But I've never seen her stream. Like I've never, sued by Ethan. She's a big white lady that wears a hijab. Yeah, I know who she is. I've just never seen her stream. Like a lot of people, like as I'm going through, I'll see their streams and whatnot, but I've just never, like, it's never come. I guess you have to go look for, but even when scrolling through, Twitch, she never popped up or anything. What's up, Loretta? What up, He wants him to donate for food. I always tell him, no, I don't want to enable that type of behavior. Don't you know what they're putting in our food? It'll kill you. I think she's from the Middle East. Yeah. I got no idea. Let's look her up. Frogan. Morgan Kamal Made is a 29-year-old Twitch streamer and public health expert. She was a public health expert? Known for progressive commentary and gaming streams, and closely affiliated with the Hassan Piker orbit and streams. Oh, so she really is considered an orbiter. Like, it's freaking saying she's his orbit. You don't want to see her stream, though. It would be a policy on YouTube. Any content was showing Frogan. It would be a trigger warning. No, he tried to turn me to Islam. She just sits on her stream repeating Hassan's talking points while eating. She earned a master's degree in public health and was a public health specialist for doing full-time online content creation. She primarily streams gaming content, variety shows, and political social discussions. Advocacy for Palestine, Creators for Palestine initiatives, raising significant funds for Gaza. Streaming struggles. In late 2025, she drew attention and mixed reactions online after breaking down on stream discussing the heavy financial and mental strains of being an independent content creator. Legal. 2026, she became named a defendant in a copyright infringement suit related to a content nuke video from fellow streamer Hassan Piker. What? Are they saying that wrong? Related to a content nuke video from... No, the content nuke wasn't from Hassan. A content nuke was from Ethan. So they're saying that wrong, right? She became named a defendant in a copyright infringement lawsuit related to content nuke video from fellow streamer. So that's weird that that's up there. She wasn't... I had no idea she wasn't... I suppose Frogan's dad is glad to see her allegiance woken rather than turning herself into a dude. The video she played on stream wasn't about Hassan, but Ethan made it. Right. Ethan made it, right. I guess maybe I just don't know the lingo right. The wording is a little off, though. Yeah, I mean, I understand the video that Ethan made, and then he registered it with the Library of Congress so that people, I mean, it was a setup. Damn, and she probably owes a lot of money with that, too. Is in love with, dude. Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I watch Asmongold pretty regularly. Like I mean, it's like just going through. I've never seen an Asmongold live stream. Whenever I have time to like watch a live stream, I just live stream. So like when I'm going through things I'm doing, like if I'm waiting for paint to dry or a delivery or whatever, I get on my phone and like there's a lot. Asmongold's all over YouTube, so I'll watch like little 10-minute clips here or there. Ethan literally snared them. Yeah. Well, you gotta be careful. Yeah, that seemed to be very like they said things like watch it here rather than Ethan's page. Like this is so Ethan doesn't get any money from this. Like they said what got him in trouble. All right, Siraj, brother. Have a good night. She talked about when someone exposed her, all that information scrubbed the internet, at least most places. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, but where is she born? Wikitubia? I've never even heard of that before either. I've never heard of Wikitubia. Warning, you're not logged in. Of course I'm not logged in. I don't even know what the hell this is. Commentary, scheduled, unscheduled, status, semi-active. She said she was born in the United States, Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah, and her girl, I fell right into it. Yeah, there was 3 girls. Yeah, it was 3 girls. It was Frogan, Denims, and one other one that smoked a lot of weed on stream all the time. I can't remember her name. Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron.
differential thrust and throttling them up and down was going to be really hard. I'm kind of working in reverse. So I tried again, but this time using a paddle to steer. Which just immediately filled the boat full of water.
That's got some serious thrust, though. Yeah, it's definitely...
You'll notice I don't have a heat shield protecting me or the gas bottles from the pulse jets. My logic was that the wind pushing past me would cool me down. I was wrong, and after running it for only 10 seconds, I was getting real hot, and my skin was starting to burn up.
He's rubbing
and I
water
almost
all
considered
over
jumping in
himself,
the water.
too, as the teacher to smoke me out. With
So
all
we
the
put some
powerful
more rocks
Democrats
in,
probably
and
have
then made a heat
dartboards
shield and
with all
did it
pictures. Yeah. Between Asmongold and Joe Rogan, like those are two major forces of the culture that a lot of people follow. And yeah, what up, crying fish? 6 rods that motor. This is 2 pulse jets. The size of that motor, 6 rod. Yeah, he's got 2 pulse jets on it. Yeah, so he's cooking himself. He can't run it for a long time without cooking himself up. Yeah, they're jets. Yeah. Oh, flamed out.
And the noise was starting to attract a lot of attention.
Yeah, that's the goal. It sounds really loud and powerful, like it should go fast.
Did you hear that Liver King got arrested? Yes, I saw the video of him in his padded cell, like going crazy. Listen. If you've ever met people that bodybuild a lot, they go through every chemical that they can get their hands on. Like they set their sleeping schedule up to wake up like every 4 hours to make sure they eat 1,000 calories every 4 hours or more. And then like they get into like the freaking Adderall type stuff. And that's what I think he did, dude. I think because he's definitely on the juice, the steroids and whatnot. He posted online that he was going to Joe Rogan, that he was going to fight Joe Rogan to he said kill him. He didn't say kick his ass. He said kill him. Yeah, so he got arrested. Yeah. This guy definitely has some balls. Okay, all right, Liver King, Paul. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah. Jeez. We're not gonna watch the whole 7 minutes of it, but he works out. He does jibble jabbles. He brought 2 guns to Joe Rogan. Oh man, Liver King has division. It's definitely not. Yeah, V1 Buzz Bob. That's what he's got. Yeah, that's what it was. Buzz Bob was what it was. Yep.
I'll take that for $1.
Yeah, dude, he's hammered.
According to police records, Brian posted another video in which he was seen carrying a medieval axe, as well as a black box with a Joe Rogan Experience sticker on the top. Though he was secretive about the box's contents, investigators would later find out what was inside.
A terrorist? Wow.
Damn.
I didn't know terroristic. They don't have to tell you that you're in the state of Texas. And they don't have to tell you.
Dude, and I think he posted this too. Like, he asks sometimes during or when the cops come back in, is this going to be on social media and can I get a copy and stuff like that? Like, steroids drive some people back to it. It's like, yeah, well, listen, when people are willing to use steroids, a lot of times they're willing to use anything to get an edge. Like, if I could just stay up for 3 days lifting and working out, then all these other guys have to sleep. That's the linchpin. That's where I'm going to get my edge. I just won't sleep and I'll work out for 3 days straight. And then that turns into like a month and then this happens. I really hate the fact that he has the same first name Yeah, that suck. Yeah, that's wackadoodle.
Arrest you.
They can
I
just
don't know how
arrest you.
you get out of this box. How long do you spend in the box? Do they tell you how long you spend in the box?
Yeah, that's what I think, brother. I think it's psychosis. Exactly what you
Can
said.
this a video of me being in this container?
Can I get this video?
Can it go on social media?
Can it go on
The
social
detective
media?
finally arrives.
Okay, I
but
thought
his
it was.
attempt
I
at
thought
an
he said that
introduction is
after the guy walked in. He said it right
quickly
before.
shut down.
I don't know if you have any involvement with law enforcement. I just kind of want to tell you about myself.
All right, we're not gonna watch all that. Yeah. They tell you how long
pretty
you're gonna spend.
disappointing so far.
I want to say it was December or something. Let's see. Liver King arrest. The incident. $20,000 bonds not allowed in. But when was it? It doesn't have the date. No, it says 11 months ago, so it was 2025. Yeah. 2025. FPS Russia. Yeah, what's happened to him? Well, we can see. We look it up here. I'm afraid to have X on the screen because some wackadoodle stuff can pop up. Like they got some wackadoodle stuff. Yeah, it's still interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Now I forgot I was gonna look up because I started laughing. Damn it. What was I just talking about? Oh, FPS Russia. No, now it's all kinds of Russia stuff, but not FPS Russia. Let me just check this here. Boom. What about Israel building the third temple thingy? Brother, listen, there's some interesting stuff going on. Like I heard now Slovenia? I can't remember. Oh, dang it. They're moving their quarters from Tel Aviv to Bethlehem. So you've got like nation states moving their headquarters to historic biblical Bethlehem. And and apparently it was, I wish I would have read more about it. I just saw it in passing and then fact checked it, and I can't remember. Oh, damn it. I'll look it up later. I'm shocked that they keep letting him bandolier thing. Yeah, dude, I was surprised too. I was surprised he had the whole like freaking chest, like whatever the hell it was, plate holder or whatever. Crazy Russian drivers. He wouldn't give up his phone. PS Russia's a guy on the podcast. Can't do gun content because he got arrested for weed in Georgia. If they build that thing, what will happen? Another building? Yep. Yeah. Well, FPS got messed over. I was like victim of the cops investigating a person in search of a crime. End stage renal failure with Donald J. Trump health scare. No. He just got his health report came out today. His MRI and body and bone scan and vasculature scan. Jamie. Yeah, that is the health of the union thing that just happened today. Yeah, today or yesterday. I think it was today or yesterday. Yeah. They said that none of his organs are mal-shaped or wrong sized. All of his vasculature is soft, stretchy, and clear. Like his veins and arteries aren't hardened. And yeah, and that was from the. All right, let's do this first, then we'll go into that. Okay, here you go. Kyle Myers was arrested on August 7th, 2017, after authorities intercepted a package of butane honey oil, a concentrated form of marijuana shipped to Carnesville, Georgia. Following his arrest, firearms possessors executed a warrant because federal anyone in possession of illegal drugs. Wow! So if he would have just not got caught for a couple more years, that would have been a lot, because they just just the other day, like this last week, didn't the Supreme Court just say that gun owners are allowed to have guns? That just happened in the Supreme Court like this week. No, it was the actual. You're talking about Donald Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump's health assessment came out today. Yeah, so like 3 days ago, they were trying to say, did he cancel a House bill signing because of a terminal illness? And then, no, that's a different one. Or was it? Yeah, so there's a lot of people saying that he had, like, that's the reason he canceled that trip. And then I want to say I saw it earlier today. Probe. Well, they're bringing all this same stuff back up. Yeah, they're circulating terminally ill, yada yada yada. But yeah, they said today that he had a full body scan done. It was the chicken in the what's the name of the woman that does his talking for him? Like the staff, not chief of staff. I can't remember the name of these people. Caterpillar's moving out of their headquarters out in Illinois. JB Pricks. Yeah, dude, everybody is. Dude, they are so cooked. They're losing a lot of companies. I forgot only about me blading the... and yes, he went whack a doodle too. You feel bad for RFK? I used to make that honey oil. I have machines. Oh, you've got... Wow. What's up, little native mama? Doing good. The Wokes ran a cat round in Illinois. Yeah. Well, they can't keep raising taxes and paying for their experiment, you know? And so it's like they're like, we've spent all of our money plus more from COVID, and now we want to tax the rich. But the problem is that's not federal. So if you're rich in that state, you're going to move to another state. They're like, no, but they won't want to do it. They started here 100 years ago. Great. They don't care. They're talking about like taking 5% extra on top. That doesn't make any sense. There's states without corporate taxes like that. And there's now Rahm Emanuel. Did you see that? Were you guys hear yesterday when those 7 countries that went from left to right wing just this past election, like in the past month, because there was no USAID to push for the left wing candidates, countries who went left, right. Okay, so now, so blue is right wing, not red in South America. So what it was this is what it was. Everything in red was left wing. And now, so that was in June of last year. Now, June of this year, only Venezuela, Brazil, and like some minor countries. All the other major countries in the South America are now right wing, including now Venezuela and now Cuba, and yeah. So a lot of stuff is changing around the world. We really need our asylums back. You know, I agree. Absolutely, John. I'm a Democrat. Yeah, I was a Democrat too until the Democrats completely sold us out. My mom was a Democrat. My dad was a Republican for like 50 years. And until this last cycle, I was in the movie industry. And everybody in the movie industry is a Democrat. Was a Democrat until a lot of people supported RFK. A lot of people supported Bernie Sanders. And once Biden once they didn't allow there to be a primary and they just appointed Kamala, they all left. They still say they're Democrats on the internet because they'll get so much hate from lefties that aren't happy about that. But yeah, they're all like, no, we couldn't even vote. Our vote doesn't matter. And like we were like, we do collective voting with whoever's in the union. We're all going to vote. And now they're like, no, we're done. We're done. So whatever's happening, there's an outside force that's allowing the Democrats to do whatever they want to do and people are really, really, really they're really upset that either Bernie didn't get a chance twice. Because when it was supposed to be Bernie Sanders against Trump, I believe, and then they said, no, it's going to be Hillary Clinton. They were upset about that. And then when it was Bernie RFK and that was running to try to beat Kamala, they said, no, we're not even going to have a primary. It's just going to be Kamala versus Trump. Yeah, so they really, really threw a lot of people away. I'll tell you who's really cooked. John Bolton. Listen, if you've ever read Revelations, if you've ever seen these people, what they said Trump did, they're going to jail for doing. It's like they were like speaking it into existence. Like if they said it, like I'm doing it, so Trump's obviously doing it. So I'll just say something that I'm doing. And it's like it's unbelievable. And the way he talked on media saying like it's like a rifle shot, his career is over, and then it's like, so then you find out, no, this guy, dude, and like yeah, it's bad. Yeah, he has lost Donald Trump has lost the hearts and minds of the needy people. So you know what I think is going to happen? I think the amount of money that was going to unknown places, let's say, now that that's clearing up, I think people that can actually guarantee their citizenship and their visa status are going to end up in better places financially. So if what they're saying is true and what's been coming out the past couple days is true, Ohio is about to lose 20% of their population. 20% of I believe it's the whole state. Maybe it was just, let me see if I can find this one. Percentage of Haitian Ohioans. Haitian Ohioans make up a very small fraction of the state, 8,000 residents. However, the demographic is held in certain cities. Okay, so maybe it was one of these cities. They said that 20%. Okay, Springfield, Ohio, of 60,000 people. Sorry, I can't speak right. So Springfield, Ohio has around 20,000 Haitians in it that are all going home now. So if you think that's just one group of people in one town, how many other groups of people in other towns? 20,000 people that had housing, that had welfare and all this. So once that's cleared out, there's going to be 20,000 more houses in one town in Ohio. And when that same thing gets done in other states and cities, all of that housing is now going to become available. So now we have housing that's now open, and then people that need housing that are either American citizens or migrants, legal migrants, let's say, they will now have housing and stuff to go to too. So the people that were poor in America for the past 15 years that couldn't get housing, or more than that, 40 years, because so many millions of houses in America have gone to these people that looks like they're going to be going home. So there's going to be a lot more help for the people that need it. But the problem is we've been, the term that's been thrown around is suicidally empathetic, where we were willing to hurt ourselves in order to try to help other people. But then it got taken to such an extreme that dude, it's, yeah. So I think by the end of his term, he's going to win it back. Colossal prayer. What up, John? I agree. The Book of Esther. So what I read a lot of numbers today. They said 350,000, and what I read was 20% of Ohio. And now I don't know if that was just is completely 20% of Ohio is migrants that they're, but they were talking about Haitians and going back and forth. But it says here, like Springfield has 60,000 people. The local estimate is anywhere from 12 to 15,000 Haitian immigrants. So 25% of Springfield, Ohio, is Haitians on temporary protective status. So now there's going to just that town is going to have 10,000 free, houses that were taken up that now work. So if you think about how overpressed, and why do you think house prices went up so much in the past couple years? I think it's because if I owned a bunch of houses and didn't care about anybody, I knew that I could put these families in, or these individuals in, and get the paycheck from the government. If I could say, no, it's a $400,000 house instead of a $200,000 house, I'm going to make all this money off the government. And this is why I think BlackRock and stuff bought up all of these houses and new homes and made them all rentals, thinking they were going to get a paycheck from the government, and that's what I think's happened. Yeah, they need to go. What up, AJ? Yeah, listen. I did not think he was going to do this stuff, and he is. So and I'm not going to act like it's the end of his term. So and the problem I have with people that think he's still got more than 2 years left. Like, people are talking like his term is over and he didn't do something he said he was going to do. But he seems to be doing that, and he seems to be doing it pretty expeditiously. And then I get arguments about, well, he said he would, but then you start looking into the data, and you start looking into the lawsuits that are like, he said, make this happen. And then all these people started suing, said no. And then now it's have to go through all the court systems to the Supreme Court. And now they're like, no, it's actually been against the law forever. It was unconstitutional 30 years ago. We just never did anything about it. So now that that's being cleared up, it will be that way because it's been through the Supreme Court. So now they can't say, let's do it again. I think the price of houses is going to go down. It has to. It absolutely has to. Business leaves when you tax them to death. Absolutely. 10 books of the Bible, or 10 books total. Name 10 books. Wise guy, knowing steel. The Democrats will get back into power and allow another 100 million migrants in and keep housing prices high. Yeah, it's possible. But listen, So knowing what I know from being been in the movie industry, there's no support for the current Democratic Party. The way that people are talking is, we've got to vote Republican in order to get the Democrat Party back. That's the way actual Americans in real life are talking, that are Democrats and want there to be another party. They realize that things have gone way too far. And there's so much money being spent, and obviously so much fraud that's now being brought to light. What up, Loki? Portugal's out of the World Cup. What up, Monk? What up, Maine Infidel? So if everything keeps going the way it's going, then I'll apologize for what I said about Trump. Great, cool, guys, keep going in this way. Because I listen to the news for years and years and years, and then once I started to stream full time, I started to have a lot more time to look into everything. Sounds like Bobby Kennedy Jr., this guy here. The Dem Party much collapsed last week. Yeah. 10 books, read Coding Roblox Games Made Easy. That's one. And the Democrats, real Democrats don't like the Progressive Party. Well, right. So listen, when you realize how much they're worth, and it's obvious that they've been doing insider trading, which is not illegal for Congress, but they didn't want to let go of power, and they wanted to be able to do the NGO game for financing. And then, as that falls apart, when you see what happened to rap music, gangster rap music, once USAID ended, rap music tanked. So look at what happened with what's that woman's name? The rapper that she was fat. Now she's skinny. Lizzo. She's sold under 3,000 albums now. She sold 1.2 million. And then now she put out her next album. She's only sold like less than 3,000. That's crazy. That's crazy. So who bought all those records and streams? So a lot of people were having their streams botted, and apparently when hundreds of thousands of people had access to free money all over the place, they were amping up people like this to try to get complete funding through. So, and now, like the movie industry, we're not making nearly as many movies now either. So where did all that funding go? If it wasn't coming from places like that to make stuff, so that's all becoming obvious to the layperson now. Seeing what happened, like until USAID gets cut off, and then there hasn't been a rap song in the top 40. And then things like you see Lizzo, like, I don't know what's going on. I've only sold 2,600 records. Odyssey, Catcher in the Rye, Irish Race, Machiavelli, Pelican Brief, Home Remedies. It's a brave new world. The Democrats hated John Bolton as much as they hated Trump, and he hated to be against Trump, and had to be an instant hero to woke him. Yeah, right. Well, it's been a rough ride. A lot of people got hurt, and a lot of people appear to be going to jail, and that like. Now that the rest of the Epstein stuff is coming out, now whoever was blanked out apparently is going to be not blanked out unless any of the victims do not want their names released. But all of the perpetrators all their names are going to now be released. Imagine the corruption was so bad God flooded them all. Bye. Right. All right, what do you got here, Monk? I kind of wonder how well McDonald's is doing the whole. So think about this. Do you know why McDonald's is so expensive? Because so many millions of people were getting food stamps that were allowing McDonald's purchases and getting assistance that were allowing McDonald's purchases. So they raised their prices because they knew even if the average American, the average poor American couldn't afford it, there was way more even poorer Americans that now could. So now the government's footing the bill, and they charge even more. This is why the prices went up so high. Gas is now below $3 in Texas, and it's still like $9 in California. So a lot of the refineries are in California. So California, it should have one of the lowest gas prices in the nation. So now people are being like, well, hey, why is it still expensive in California? And then now what are they saying? Well, we've got this very generous welfare package we need to pay for. So it's like, oh, so it wasn't Trump making gas expensive in California, and it's all people are figuring it all out. Just took us a while. I bet you the vast majority of the perpetrators in the unredacted Epstein files are Democrats. Listen, I think if it wasn't Democrats, it would have come out already. It would have come out during the during the Biden Harris administration. You can't do that with regular EBT. You have to get EBT cash and get. But a lot of them were selling it. And I don't know, dude. I think some places had it. Let's see, EBT McDonald's. Let's see. McDonald's accepts EBT through the restaurant meals program. Yeah, what up, Tech? I ain't seen you in a while, brother. State taxes on the fuel at the pump. Yeah, right. So now people like slowly but surely, and notice that we I used to have people come in the stream at least 10 times a stream yelling some sort of anti-Trump, pro, whatever. And now it just barely happens. Like it very rarely happens. And some people come in like not really knowing what they're talking about, and then I just catch them up to speed. How like I got caught up to speed. Have you been seeing the golden orbs at night? I have not, Stealth. I probably need to go outside more often at night. Look at the difference between EBT and cash. On the menu. I thought you couldn't use EBT. No, yeah, you weren't supposed to be able to. And then during the Biden administration, they were like, these people need access to food. And like they're buying soda, Coca-Cola, and Twinkies, and all this stuff is allowed with EBT because so many millions more people were put on EBT. So they had guaranteed people that would be paying with a card that the government was paying the bill with. So they raised the prices. They were lying about why the inflation was happening. So like the shrinkflation and stuff, they still shrunk the product and raised the price because they wanted more packages available for more people to get their hands on. EBT is already for cooked items. They're separate things. So I remember having a friend that was on it, and they would go get lobster and stuff from the grocery store, and then pay like $10 cash to have it steamed, because you couldn't buy steamed lobster, steamed crabs, but you could buy them raw and then pay cash to have it steamed. How does EBT work like on discounted food? It's like a credit card. It's like a credit. It's a debit card. So it's just like your debit card, but instead of it coming out of your account, it comes out of an account the government sets up for you that the government pays. They say, here, you get X number of $100 per month. So like whatever, you got a family of 3, they'll give you $500, $800 a month so you can buy food and whatnot. And when they started adding snacks to it and stuff, that's when things really got out of hand. California makes way more money off a barrel of oil than Texas than all the companies do. Yeah, absolutely. All right, what was I looking up? The price? Okay, eligibility to SNAP EBT, you have to be 60 years or older, to permanent disability, or experiencing homelessness. State participation, it's not available nationwide, determined by the states. Right. Cash benefits, regular EBT balances can be used to purchase food at any McDonald's, just like standard debit card, regardless. So if you have cash benefits on the card, then you can use it as cash also. You got soft hands. It's both the same card, though, basically 2 separate accounts. Yeah, both food and stamps and EBT cash. Yeah, like you could go to the ATM machine and get cash out with it. And like I remember in Atlanta, there was this is Aldi's. Right outside of like where you would leave through security from the movie studio, and then there was an Aldi right there, and people would go in like to get like whatever. But when you would go in there, sometimes there would be like 4 people at registers, and they would be passing around the same card. And I remember the woman saying 1969. That was the PIN number, because 4 separate people were using the same card. And then whatever they paid, like if it was $100, they would give her $50 in cash. So like people she would just stand there and just be like, hey, can I put it on my card? Yeah. So you would get $100 worth of groceries for $50 in cash or whatever. So whatever you rang up on someone else's card, they paid you in cash. So they would sell a lot of it. You almost shat yourself. All right, what was I looking up? Okay, somebody posted something. Was that Raid or Monk? Let's see. I mean, so yeah, Tekka, it's discount on food, 100%, 100% discount. What up, Loretta? No, she's talking to me. Oops.
This is what's going on with our government. This is what's
Can
wrong.
you watch something less
than
Einstein-like?
Should be like.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. So you're narrowing your focus to this little tiny little rail, something that you heard from somebody else. It's not even your own stupid idea. You've absorbed it on the internet, whatever, and you're going down on this kind of monorail path. Meanwhile, the world is all around you, and you're just going like zoom like that because you're so certain you have the answer. So people who are certain of things are very stupid, and when they have power, they're very, very dangerous. More harm is caused in this world by stupid, incompetent people.
Agreed.
Than by evil people.
Right, but the stupid, incompetent people are often easily manipulated by the evil people. The idea is that families can overcome their financial difficulties and get to be contributing more towards society. Right. It's supposed to be a safety net. You lose your job, something happens, and you need to make sure your family gets fed for a couple weeks, a couple months until you get things back together. Or if you're disabled, then you get it because you can't work. But what's happened is it was allowed to be connected to our migrant program. So if you came over and you said, there's a problem, I need to get away from my country because of drugs, gangs, wars, whatever, then you can't speak the language or anything like that. Obviously, you have to eat. So you were given, a lot of people were given a lot of money. Like $4,000, $2,000 in food, $2,000 in cash just to show up. and then it started as it went. You had to have a cell phone, or you were given a cell phone. To use the CBP One app, that's what you could do before you got to the border. You could have money waiting for you by the time you got here. So I was asking, how did people get here? How did the people from Afghanistan and Africa and France and Germany and whatever, all the countries that got here, how did they get to Mexico to cross the border? How did they pay for that? Well, they went on the app, they set up and they said, I'm in danger. You got that money, and then you had access to it to buy plane tickets, or you could get a loan through the programs so they could get to South America and then get across the border. It was crazy. I'm back. Had to annoy Harry Potter for a little bit. Fauci, brother, he seems to be having a bad day too. I'm not Andy Dick. There are free phone stands still here for people with food stamps and stuff. A lot of states will put those migrants up in long-term hotels. So one of the big issues with that was ICE has beds for people, and it's $127 a night to put people up in an ICE hotel. But the Biden administration put them up in $500 a night hotels, because they knew that if you went to an ICE hotel in 32 days, you would have your hearing, and then either be let in or sent out. But in one of these hotels, they don't know your address. You can go from hotel to hotel, and it would take anyway from, they said 7 to 9 years was the average. So when they let all these people in, they planned on them being here for a couple of decades, because they then filled up the backlogs. That freaking wackadoo space gal. Pat fell into a soup. Go boy. No, that's not the truth. That's not the truth anymore. And almost any of the extended stay hotels have bed bugs. Yeah, dude. Yeah, and like I tried to tell people for a long time, get you some anti-parasitic. Everybody should. You know, like people do not realize like how many people were let into the country. How many people were let into the country that were not given medical exams, were not given anything, and they weren't even given COVID shots when everybody else in the world had to even work. They weren't giving everybody COVID shots. They gave 0 of them as they came across the border. I guess they wanted to make sure we stayed healthy first. Squeeze me for once. Squeeze once for me? Okay, all right. All right, let's see what happened here.
And the confusion of people trying to work it out was definitely the most entertaining thing about building this.
What, you just thought he was bringing in bigger and bigger tools?
No, I didn't think it was my neighbour anymore.
Some people thought it was a tsunami, military planes, mining equipment, our Prime Minister. The closest guess was definitely a brothel. And I'm not sure what kind of leader is visiting, but everyone I've been to usually just sound like beautiful women pointing and laughing at me. And I tried again.
Jet boat. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you guys something.
And that time worked out steering a bit better, and I can turn it in the direction I want by throttling them with the ball valve. But I'm not getting the boat up on plane, and I'm just pushing the nose down into the water. So we chucked even more rocks into the boat and some Hindi gods I found in the water for good luck.
There we go. Yep, I got my stockpile, brother. Nothing natural at McDonald's. No, dude, no. It's freaking absolutely horrible for you. You know that there's studies being done about the ingredients that are in fast food and processed food and depression. Your one meal increases your likelihood of anxiety or depression twice. So you're one meal in 6 months, you're twice as likely if you have food like that, more likely to experience. So there's something that connects our gut bacteria to our feelings of well-being. And so the things that they use to like keep the patty together to make the cheese that stay like the plastic like cheese, the stuff that makes it so the burger doesn't rot, destroys some of your gut bacteria, and then your body can't absorb the proper vitamins and minerals through your food. So then when you don't have that, you go into a vitamin deficiency or a mineral deficiency. And then one of the first psychological results from that is depression or anxiety, because your body's basically saying, you're not feeding me. Even though you're putting food in your mouth, it's not, the nutrients from the food aren't getting into your body because they can't be absorbed through your gut. That's what they called it. Yeah, that's what they called it. So yeah, that's what they called it. But it's been a human medicine also. They just, for some reason, they went on about it, calling it horse dewormer, so people, I guess, wouldn't take it. All right, let me see if I can find this real quick. Brown. Okay, let me see if I can find this right quick. Boom. Where's the list premium and where's history? Where's history? Jeez. All right. Let's see if I can find out what it's called.
Is for all the idiots out there who are screaming about the temporary.
But fast food tastes good, but it ain't healthy. Remember, high school started eating fast food a lot. Yeah, right. Tired and depressed. Right. Yeah, and also antibiotics do the same thing. Antibiotics. Remember, antibiotics don't know any difference between good bacteria and bad bacteria. So antibiotics can destroy your gut bacteria also, and then you have you're much more likely. And then 2 doses of that may increase that even more. Yeah, for like up to a year for it to rebuild. Somebody put McDonald's hamburger on the ground for like a month and didn't decay. There's a woman that's had one for over 20 years. She used to keep it in her pocket and show people. She still got it. We'll find it. Who's trying to poison us? Well, they're not doing a good job of protecting us from poison. Did a time lapse of it. Stop eating fast food for a month. You can't stand the smell. No, it's disgusting. You just get so used to it because you start eating it as a child, and then it reminds you of your childhood eating a McNugget, and yeah, it's so gross though. All right, let me see. What was I showing you? Let me see. I'll just search it here. Woman with a 20-year-old McDonald's cheeseburger. Women who have kept McDonald's burgers for over 2 decades, grandmother in Utah, and other experiments have showcased the meals that they barely decompose. While shocking, McDonald's confirms that this happens not from the preservatives, but because the food cooked or dried out entirely. That's such bullcrap. It's such bullcrap. What's up with the Supreme Court and right to carry? So they did this thing. I was saying there was an issue with people that smoke marijuana. They weren't allowed, like that one dude we looked at earlier, FPS Russia. But now they said no, just because people randomly smoke doesn't mean that they can't protect themselves. Need to warn the Europeans it's crap like the American diet. Brother, they don't accept it over there. What's up, brother? You got insane aura. I look like you're packing a massive hog. What's up, panda? That's not true for me. I haven't eaten fast food in over a year and stuff smells good. They decided what we could carry. They decided we can carry anywhere. There you go. Loretta, you can. What up, Husafil? Why is there a law written so you cannot sell food that's toxic to your health? Because over the decades, the food companies had enough money that they would pay the government to say, we did our own experiments and everybody seems fine. So it's called GRAS, generally recognized as safe. So the way we do it here is until something bad happens, it's then the chemical that's in whatever is generally recognized as safe. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. Check this out. Here she is. Oh, let me find it on YouTube. There you go.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This person bought a meal from McDonald's and then left it in her closet for 24 years. After 24 years, the food never broke down or decomposed.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Listen,
French fries.
Yeah.
Pretty much look like fries that just, like fell on the floor of your car and you didn't find them for a month.
Like they weren't professionally dried
The
out.
bread has never molded. As a matter of fact, it's not even cracked. It's pretty dry and brittle.
FDA, so and the FDA say it's good, it's good,
But there's
right?
no
Yeah,
mold
and
on
if
it.
they get enough
No
money,
mold.
because a lot of times these leaders of the FDA, when they get out of the FDA, they go work for these companies, or they'll go and they'll have talks and meetings, or they'll write a book. And the thing is with books these days, if you write a book after you're done with your time in the government, digital books aren't physical copies. So then these companies can buy $1 million worth of your book, make it go viral, you get the money for it, and the books don't go anywhere because they're not solid books, they're digital. So they'll bot them so that you can get big chunks of money. This is why everybody that's sketchy writes a book. Well, everybody does, but everybody that's sketchy writes a book when they leave Congress or area in the government. I adore you. I'm sorry, but I can't stand a daily dose of internet guy's voice. You only have an illusion of choice. Everything is tainted. I agree. Good question, Robert.
And it never
brother.
rotted at all.
That's crazy.
For some reason, this hamster has a knife.
That's crazy. All right, I guess that one's over with. What up, Chosen? All right, let's see. So this is
that illegally entered our country.
So this is how it works. This is how it works. Why it appears there's so many Haitians.
Joe Biden.
This was just 3 hours ago. FDA is bad as the CDC. Tits on a board. Yep, I agree. Useless. They're also involved with the WES, World Economic Forum.
Years of Joe Biden's border invasion, and really not Joe Biden, but the string pullers that were running Joe Biden's office. Bag after bag after bag, passports from all over the
Brazil.
world, from every country that I know of, and some countries I'd never heard of before. I'd never heard of Eritrea before. I mean, I probably should have. But how many of you had heard of Eritrea before that? Passports all over the world.
Russia. You sweet
India,
tornado.
Pakistan, China, Ukraine. Got the carpet shoes. These were actually purchased, but I have a whole bag of additional carpet shoes and everything else.
These carpet shoes are used so when they're walking through the desert, they don't look like human footprints. And then you'll hear how the cartels get people through. Can you get multiple passports at the same time? Only if you've got multiple citizenships.
Because
But these people threw them all away before they crossed the border, because if you had an ID, well, he'll say it. He'll say
down
it.
there for illegal aliens.
Mouse
an
and a crazy
entire
looking
town dedicated to selling.
Biden wasn't even running the country. He was, yeah. Yeah, definitely he wasn't.
This is what you put over your shoes if you're out in the desert and you don't want Border Patrol to be able to track you through the desert when you're coming in illegally. And that's the difference.
Hello,
to
domination.
all of the Democrats and the people that are screaming out there how unjust this is. Our government's primary responsibility when they swear their oath is to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and protect the citizens of the United States. That's their job. When you allow this, I collected thousands of IDs during this time. I've turned in hundreds of them to the federal government to try to track some of these people down. In particular, the ones claiming that they were coming for political asylum. Yet they dumped their IDs, many of them from countries where they'd already been given protection. And
so other countries already gave a lot of these people protective status. They already got them. So they already had protective status in other countries, and then they left to come here.
This is the lie that the Democrats don't want you to know. The vast majority of the so-called Haitians that came into our country illegally came from Chile and Brazil. Out of all the years I was in Colombia and Panama and Guatemala and Mexico, I did not meet a single Haitian that was coming from Haiti. All of them had been living for the last 5 to 10 years.
I heard some crazy
in Chile
stuff
and
with the illegal
Brazil.
citizens
they
I
had
work
left
with.
Haiti. They had moved to Chile and Brazil. They had been given protective status. The only reason they were coming to America under Joe Biden was because the open borders Democrats invited them. They said, hey, come on up. We'll let you in.
There was people
NGOs
given $1,500 per day per person to get across the border. So they had nonprofits over there saying, hey, you want to go to America? And if they said yes, they're like, okay, we'll set it up. And our NGOs, through our government funding, paid these people $1,500 per day per person to get them into America.
Catholic Charities and Lutheran Social Services and Jewish Family Services and the rest of them had a pipeline that was working with our federal government, training illegals how to game the system. We interviewed them and
telling them what to say in a bunch of different languages for people that have different languages.
They said they were told they had an easier time coming into our country if we didn't know they had already been given protective status. And that's true. If you've already been given protective status, then you don't qualify for it.
Right, because you've already got it. So they come across the border and they say, I'm from Haiti, and it's tornado, it's war zone, it's hurricane, earthquake, whatever. And then they say, okay, you need protection from that. Well, but all these other countries already did this for these people. So they already had protection from Haiti. They were living in other countries. And then they when the border opened, they were like, well, why don't you just come here instead? Yeah.
Came in illegally into our country. The NGOs that were training them how to game our system, including the United Nations, by the way, these so-called humanitarians, this is a rape kit from Nacocli,
This is
Colombia,
crazy.
that was given out by the United Nations.
This is crazy.
Care because they care so much. These were filled with birth control, morning after pills, and condoms. Oh, yeah. And
Because-
a whistle. And a whistle.
These women were about guaranteed that they were going to be raped and raped multiple times during the trip. So they were given birth control so they could just be on birth control for all the encounters that they had. And then and then condoms if they could convince the guy to put a condom on. And then if they couldn't, then they had morning after pills.
Just in case you were being raped, because they knew you were going to be raped when they sent you from Colombia through the Darien Gap. They knew you were going to be raped, but instead of saying, don't go in there, this is what the United Nations, OIM, they cared so much that they just handed out rape kits and said, go ahead, go get raped.
Yep.
Blow the whistle. Try to get the condom on. That doesn't work. Blow the whistle. See what happens. That's the level of humanitarianism. They didn't care about the people. They didn't
So
care about
evil
any of these people.
exists.
They
You
cared
got to
about the
understand
money that it was putting in their pockets and the redistribution of wealth from our country and from Europe. The same thing's happening in Europe. Mass illegal migration from Muslim countries into Europe that is murdering Europe as we speak. The exact same people, all of the millions of Haitians that have been living in Chile and Brazil. If you want to be mad at anyone when you're getting deported, by the way, the last place they want to go back to is Haiti.
Right.
They're upset because
Right,
they're
but
gonna get sent
now
back to
because they've
Haiti.
thrown away their IDs and everything, there's no way to actually know who they really are and if they had protected status. So they probably were told to lie when they came in to use a different name than what's on their ID. So then they won't say, well, hey, you just had protective status there. So now they're going to have to go back to Haiti because they don't have ID to say who they were.
When they've been
People that
living in Chile
donated
and
that
Brazil.
got
Here is a
$10,000 for each
recommendation
one.
to
Jeez,
all of
stoners
the
don't you
so-called
let's take their
Haitians that
chips.
came here
I
illegally.
can't stand these MAGA
Leave before
retards.
you get deported. But the problem now is they dumped their IDs. So they
Do you
can't
care
go
about all the
back.
people that are being
So now
raped?
they're in this position.
A guy?
where they're going to go back to Haiti. They're going to get deported to Haiti when they could have stayed in Chile and Brazil. But they came, they listened to the NGOs.
Maybe if
they
the
listened to
Democrats
open
wouldn't have
borders.
lied
They
to
said,
them,
"Dump your
they
IDs,
would have
come
still
on in.
had protective
We'll take
status
care
in
of you."
Chile and Brazil.
Knowing that they didn't care, all they cared about was the $1,500 a day per person that was going to be put
Per
in their
day,
pockets.
per
That's all
person.
they
Imagine
cared
as I'm trying to
So
forcefully
now those
convert the
Haitians
hood.
are going to be sent back to Haiti.
80 million
The last place they
strong
want to
and
go. By the way,
growing.
Haiti sucks, not because of America. Haiti sucks because the government.
Yeah,
of
he makes a
Haiti.
good point
All
right
you
here.
have to look at that island is not all Haiti.
Right. It's the Dominican Republic and then Haiti. So if it was the island's problem, it would be the whole thing would be trash. But the Dominican Republic isn't. So
Half of it's the Dominican Republic, which is a much better country, and the only difference
people
is
go
the
there
government.
for vacation.
Haiti sucks because the Haitian government and the Haitian people who keep electing the Haitian government. Haiti sucks because of corruption and voodoo. They've replaced God.
This is not
with
a
the
camel
devil
country.
and
Camel country.
politicians
This is
with
how.
corruption.
Promise.
That's why
Yep.
Haiti sucks. And sadly,
Espanol.
organizations like the Clinton Foundation that got billions of dollars to go help fix Haiti and pocketed the money simply see it as a place they can take advantage of. Now, the Syrians, that's another story. The Syrians came over, same thing, illegally into our country. We had no way of vetting them. That's the problem. All of these people, getting back to the oath that all of these politicians swore, all of these people that are saying, oh, it's so sad that these people came here. We had no way of vetting them. We had no diplomatic relations.
Yeah, they threw their
with Syria.
Qurans.
Even if we had, there was no government. So all of the Syrians that were coming into our country, and I saw many of them, the same place where I
MAGA's a joke.
in Sonaita, right across the border. And
What would you rather prefer, Jeremy?
Story of the illegals moving from Yuma, massive numbers. Cartel had moved massive numbers. They left Yuma, they moved out. We found out it was going to Lukeville. Well, while the illegals were coming across, turning themselves in, you had the other illegals that were running out in the desert. They used the fake asylum seekers as cover so that the runners could run into our country. And what that did...
So the fake
was allow
asylum seekers
millions
were
of-
set up to a group of them were set up so that Border Patrol would be dealing with them and then wouldn't grant them access. But while Border Patrol was dealing with a big group of them, a whole bunch of people crossed the border. Jeremy, so is everything, right? Everything is. Yeah, Jeremy sucking a piece of cloves after a meal helps reduce the acidity. Basically, Democrats basically screwed themselves. TDS 13 jump shit. Yeah. Just today, there 13 more Democrats just switched over to either independent or the Republican Party. 13 more Democrats.
And millions of totally unvetted illegals.
I'm not 100% mega. No more Superman thing.
Nobody.
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. I don't. No, neither am I. Neither am I. But this rape freaking party has got to stop. It's got to stop. Absolutely. Like they give all these women rape kits that have birth control pills, Plan B pills, and condoms and rape whistles because they know they're going to be raped multiple times across the trip, and they know it. They planned it. They funded for it. You know, and that's got to stop. And they don't want to stop it. They just want it all open. Not to be racist, but all the Assyrians I've met hate people and talk crap about anyone who isn't Assyrian. I've only met a couple of Assyrians. They were working in the movie industry with me. So they were American Assyrians.
Have got paroled release. Nobody should be allowed into our country without fully being vetted. That's what's happening now. That's what ICE is doing now. They're going in, picking up the illegals that were invited in by the Open Borders Democrats, and they're sending them home where they belong. You want to blame anybody for what we're seeing? Why Chilean Haitians and Brazilian Haitians are going to be getting sent back to Haiti? Blame the Open Borders Democrats who invited them in the first place.
You were up to
Your
9%.
job.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Right. Absolutely. I'm not on board with no man. Absolutely not. But the problem is the Democrat Party was kick ass until like 2008. Like it was a great, not kick ass, but it was a great thing. It was a good thing. It was a good thing to have to balance out the Republicans. But now they've lost so many people that the pendulum swinging the other way is MAGA. So now we've got to take what it is. So how do you win in this environment, which seems to be going on? And now that the Democrats are grasping for straws, they're grasping for communists and socialists. And then so now a bunch of anti-socialist Democrats are now have to be Republicans because you can't tie your name to that because eventually that's going to end up in something horrible. There's laws against that, and they're just breaking them. What do you do? A company that does background checks tries to run your name, bro. What do I do? Well, most of them lie. They don't run background checks because if but if they are, yeah, I just do it. We need both 6 and 7.
Protect our Constitution and the citizens of the United States. That's it. Anyone who does otherwise needs to be removed from office and prosecuted. All of the organizations that profited off the invasion of America need to be prosecuted. That is why
they knew that if it didn't work, if everything that Obama set up, if it didn't work, they were going to lose the American people. And when they saw that happening, they dropped the border. Yeah, I'm all right. I got a DUI arrest.
the midterms are some of the most
And
important
are driving
in our lifetime,
without insurance.
because we have to make sure
But, you know, wasn't going to
that
arrest.
the policies
Just
of President Trump and this
big ticket.
administration are made permanent. We've got a bunch of rhinos in the House and the Senate that can't even pass the SAVE Act to make sure that you have ID when you go to vote. You think all these people that dumped their IDs and made up new identities when they came into the United States, you think they're honest? They're all honest people? They're not going to cheat in our elections? All of the organizations, all of the activist organizations, all that is designed to do.
It's not even that. It's not even that. What if they cheat? They're not going to vote any other way but the way that's going to keep them here and keep them funded. And it's not going to lead them towards citizenship, because if they get citizenship, now they don't have the migrant welfare. So then they're going to be homeless, and then they're going to be another California, bunch of more Californians with a whole bunch of homeless people that will be forced to vote Democrat to continue the welfare. So it'll be like, too many people think about the now and not about the future. And I did that for a long time. And then once I realized that I lived longer than I expected to live, I realized I have to start planning for my future. And I see what's going on, and I see how many people are getting hurt, and how much wackadoo's going on just for people to be able to try to get rich. You have people that are in government that cannot stand it, that people that actually work for a living and build businesses are getting so rich. And they're like, I'm your ruler. I deserve this money. So then they come up with these schemes for power and money. I mean, a lot of these people seem to have very non-Western names, so they shorten it to something like it's easier. And then by extension, their new identity is created some things that are past. Yeah, too much fighting amongst their party, which is a disgrace, especially in Congress. It's like, listen to middle school children. That's agreed. It's just like on the internet when you talk to somebody, when somebody acts like they know more than they do, and then you press them for more details, they just like freak out and say, Google it. What do I have to teach you? No, you don't have to teach me, but you just don't know enough to talk about what you're talking about. And that's what they're doing. They get pressed, and they're like, so they just like freak out and they act like children. And it's just, it really is. You're definitely right. It's like children. I spoke about one time with this in front of a school. It was just said, oh, by the principal, they're insane. They have me doing criminal backgrounds that I don't want to do. No wonder I get these jobs 5 or something weird's going on. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I can imagine that's going to happen to a lot of people. There's going to be citizen tests even for McDonald's these days. It's terrifying how stupid college students and professors are. Yeah, I agree. The Democrats depend on fraud to maintain power, deport the illegals, and fire the Democrats, socialists, and communists. And that's where it's at. It's got to be. So what appears to be happening, and like I said, I don't know if you were here before, John. So I was in the movie industry right before I just left to start streaming. Everybody was Democrat. Everybody was liberal-minded. I don't know anybody. I don't know anyone that is not now 100% on board with voting Republican until the Democrat Party is scraped clean and rebuilt. Everybody understands what's happening now. Everybody understands after the Democrats appointed Kamala and didn't run a primary. Everybody realizes that it's a joke. It's all a joke. They're just doing what they want, and now that like people that work in entertainment know that like I was talking about earlier, there's no more rap in the top 40 now that USAID can't pay to fluff the numbers and to bulk buy CDs and stuff with that money. So like it seemed to be obvious when people couldn't sell out tours, and then now that nothing's getting sold, nobody's in the top 40. It's like, okay, this has all been a freaking big scam. Everybody's been bought in the system. I'm disputing it. After they cost me and lost wages, I could sue them. So Monday morning, I'm getting a lawyer. That's life. Hey, do it, brother. Yeah, but a lot of people don't have enough time to look into this stuff. They don't have enough time, and if you're not in a position to see what's going on in your daily life, it just goes over most people's heads because they're told you're not going to be allowed to be gay, you're not going to be allowed to be trans, and then come to find out that's just because that's what we were told. But no, you can be gay, you can be trans. Why did they politicize it so hard? Well, they wanted to be able to have worldwide organizations for LGBTQ. And then say those people aren't safe. You go into countries that do not allow gay, trans, and then you say, then you expand that there, and then you say, hey, well, you're in danger here, so come to America, and then you have a path through with an NGO to get you to the border, and then it just happened over and over and over and over. This is why if you look at these USAID spendings, you'll see it's for like Pride Month, LGBTQ Sesame Street in Guam. They were setting this up to be able to set a lot of people up. Drag show performance funding for in Colombia. And so they were just setting it up just to get, and they're hurting people. They're hurting people. It's not live and let live. You know, it's we screwed up and we've lost the American people, so we need to replace them. College used to be a big deal, not now. There's people have degrees that can do simple math. Yeah, brother, it's tough. I'm selective about the movies I pay for now because of the wokeness Hollywood started pushing. It's good to see people coming to their senses in the industry. I agree. Couldn't live in the same home as a Democrat. No, but right, no, and so I live in Atlanta. I live just south of Atlanta, and I've got liberals and I've got mostly conservatives, but they're real life liberals. They're like I say this, you'll have an argument like, I can't believe you voted for the orange guy. I can't believe you voted for that babbling drunk freaking Kamala. But hey, my daughter's got to get picked up from gymnastics at 6 p.m. Can you go and do that? That's how real people in real life treat each other. But the internet, where you can't really get across nuance, it seems to have been exponential. People that spend more time on the internet than out with people, which was difficult after COVID, during and after COVID. They thought that, oh, it's so crazy that everybody is. But when you actually have neighbors that you communicate with, you realize it's not that way in real life, and then everything starts to fall apart. The fantasy of the Antifa fantasy falls apart. We're pushing gay race communism, second world nations. Yeah. I wanted to go to college, kind of still do, but I'd never be able to pay off the debt. Yeah, well, listen, you've got the internet, brother. I recommend to everybody, whatever you want to do in college, first thing you do is find out what the projections are for how many jobs will be available with that degree at the year you expect to get out. Then, if it still seems like a good return on investment, learn as much as you can before you go and test out of the classes that you can test out of, so that it will be the least possible and the least amount of debt. I can't take Democrats seriously. AOC said there's no such thing as Yeah, dude. Crockett said because you come here illegally doesn't make you a criminal. Yeah. Omar said something. She said World War 11. She said a lot of stuff. I believe I built my entire reputation off word of mouth. Good work. F a college degree. I'm smarter than 98% of these idiots spend $300K. Yeah. Well, one of the big things is kids today aren't gonna have any idea how to network. They don't have any idea how to do that. So they're undereducated in high school. So when they get out of high school, they think, damn, I don't really know anything, but I'll learn it in college, So then they spend the money. I'd rather my kids be prostitutes, drug addicts, and criminals than Libra. It will get paid for it by Nessa Garza. I don't know. Go to your local community school. You'll be glad you did. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Go to your local school, but absolutely try to learn what you want to learn online, and then get certifications to get into what you want to get into. Unless it's law or doctors, like law or medicine. I wouldn't go to school. If I wanted to do STEM stuff, and I'm very STEM oriented, yeah, you can get certifications. You can test out. You don't need a degree. And a lot of people are not looking for degreed people. And I've worked with lots of companies making commercials and talking about networking and whatnot in my, the life I just lived. ProFac, I'm a big proponent of, community college is definitely the way I would go. I'd have to go to university because I can't drive. Trade school is a very, very good idea. Trade school is definitely a good idea. Yeah, absolutely. And this what we really need to do as a world is we absolutely need to change high school totally. We need to change how things are taught, what's taught. When I went to high school, in the 80s and 90s, you learned how to learn. You learned how to break down a problem, not a math problem, a life problem. You learned how to like the problem solving skills, conflict resolution skills. And because we have the internet, we want to be able to have kids the way to work through problems. Like when I was in, we had, if you want to design a product, okay, great. We went from logoing to what was going to be made out of wood, what was going to be out of metal, go in the wood shop, go in the metal shop, break things down, then how we would promote the product and use marketing ideas, and then the math that was required for what you were doing, and then if you wanted to write a book, like your if you wanted to write your, not guide, what's it called? Manual, then you learned, and so you learned a lot of little English and creative writing and technical drawing and all that. And this was just high school. This was high school, right? And now it's they don't teach any of that. Today's kids think a degree in home decor means they have some crystal ball to human condition. They think it makes them three, right? And so that's a really big problem. They think that knowledge is gained in college. So they go to college and they get a degree in home decor, but they've already taken the other classes. I've taken English and math and some science, some biology, so I now have the knowledge. But it's in such a small sliver of stuff that they're very cursory. Yeah, it's really bad for them. Pretty much all STEM companies are actually looking for degrees with AI and whatnot. It's pretty much an automatic rejection if you don't have a degree, barring some super protection, a good thing. Back in 1986, that wasn't the option for college or fail. Right. I agree. What's up, Richard? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So we had lots of, there was so much more manufacturing and service available that you didn't need that. College was really for health, the health industry and the legal industry. Primarily, you could still have some science-y stuff, if you wanted to be a chemist, but most everything you needed to know was how to solve a problem. I don't want people that know how to think. I don't want people that know how to think. Young people wanting to tear everything down are insane. I say go build something before you start destroying. Yeah, well, there's two types of people in the world. There's builders and destroyers. Absolutely. There's people that want to leave their mark on this world in a positive way, and there's people that want to destroy what other people have left on this world. Just perpetual pains in the ass. Yeah, hell no to hiring. And that's why they're pushing so many things. 7,000 new manufacturing jobs in May. Right. It's looking very bright. Here, let me see if I can show you guys here. New positions of employment in Georgia. Okay, hundreds of new positions are daily across Georgia: logistics, manufacturing, retail, and government. Atlanta, Savannah, and surrounding regions. So it's really going up. Average pay for a machine operator, $25 an hour. Material handler, cherry picker, $20 an hour. So none of this stuff's going to require a degree. Retails, operations. So there's a lot of stuff coming up. Woke means possible lawsuit. Yeah. I'm no longer with Angela. Yeah, you told me that, brother. My 5 sisters went to high school in the 80s and early 90s. They were the president's list and graduated top of their class, high school. So yeah. And now you hear about these lawsuits of people that were valedictorian and they can't read. Let me see if I can find it. This valedictorian cannot read, so she's suing her high school for failing her, for failing her, not teaching her property and pushing her through. Let me do this. Valedictorian who can't read, suing school. 19-year-old Connecticut woman sued the Hartford Board of Education, the city of Hartford, and a special education teacher. She alleges that despite graduating with honors and earning a scholarship, she remains functionally illiterate. Half these kids can't read measuring tape, let alone the motivation work on the phone. They're always always on the phone. 7,000 after you reduce it by 15,000 is a net of 8,000 lost. Still got to look at the other part. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just saying it appears that we're going in the right direction. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I agree. But what is coming up and how many more companies are being built and how many more relationships with other countries willing to take American products is going, if everything stays the way it appears to be going. Looks like it could be good. So far, durable goods orders, plus it's manufacturing construction starts 20% in the last 12 months. Machine orders 22.5%, 25% cutting to 11%. Wow, that's really good. That's really good. Once the truth is known about the Democrats, they will never erase and never again power again. EBS, I'll give the truth for Tim. I mean, so many Democrat leaders are coming over to independent or Republican side. I mean, it's obvious that they went way too far, and there's either going to need to be another party, or they're going to center around a centrist system, centrist ideology, and then make the new second party. To be honest, how do you get valedictorian and not ever know how to read? They could, because she was Hispanic, so they pushed her through. And if you watch the video on it, it's because basically the teachers didn't want to be called a racist, so they pushed her through, and then, you know, even gave her honors and whatnot, and she couldn't read. Nobody today knows how to read, I guess. No, it's rough, dude. Can happen soon. Can't happen soon enough, right? We need a change in California now. Yeah, listen, California has always been a very free place, like very free thoughts, and it's absolutely spun around. Everybody that worked in California in the movie industry is over here in Georgia. Like, I work with Unit IATSE 77. My union is 479, but 77's over here, and they're paying them California wages because it's cheaper to live over here. So they're living over here, but by being part of 77, they're getting wages like they lived in California, so they're making a lot more money over here. I'm wondering how someone's parents could not pick up in their high school or being functionally illiterate. Obviously, major red flag. You just think your single mom, thinks that her daughter's school is doing what they need to do, and you know, she gets off of work, the daughter gets home from school, and they whatever, eat, relax. You know, did you do your homework? Yeah, I did my homework. How are your grades doing? Straight A's. You know, I never got honors. Did school hate me? They just tap kids on the shoulder these days because schools get more money when the classes beat out other schools. It's competition. They're not doing very well. They're not. And then when the kids get tested, they don't understand what's going on. Why do you think so many of these kids are mad? They're mad because when they get asked simple stuff, they know that freaking out will get you to stop asking the questions. It's always been that way with illiterate people. And then you have a lot of these kids that want to know politics, want to act like they know politics. So they just know because their teacher told them that the Democrats are for the people and the Republicans are for the rich people. And then so they say, okay, well, I'm a Democrat. And then if anybody says anything against that, then you're just the evil, because they don't have the ability to find that information. And they don't think that they need to, because they've already been given the cheat code. They've already been told, no matter what, the Democrats are always just going to be better than the Republicans, and you'll be fine through life. And you're like, okay, that's easy. Gavin Newsom is facing a lot of charges with his wife as well. Right. And one thing that I think, Greg, that's very big about when he went on to say that he was being looked into, investigated, he just said, just stay away from my wife. So let's look into the wife. That's what I think's going on. Absolutely. He's telling on himself. But still, you have to think just day-to-day life. Parent would realize their kid can't read. You would think. Yeah, listen, I'll be really, really impressed if that gets pulled off. They think Democrat means Democratic. I agree. Test in sixth grader how advanced you are. They read sixth sophomore college level. I love reading too. Yeah, the real Democrats died in 1963. I was born in 1977. But the Democrats of the 90s, like the Democrats of the 90s are the MAGA of today. The Democrats of the 90s. Yeah, absolutely. I'm smart but stupid at the same time. Hey, deuce. Ba-bum-bum. Thank you, my brother. Bam. Deuce. All right, there we go. Sorry. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's see what we're gonna get into. Boom. Uh-oh. Looks like he's going, this guy here, what's his name? What's this guy's name? I can't remember his name. He's being sued for $1.5 billion. All right, let's see. But, you know, like I say, what's more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him? Dump Trump? I don't know, brother. I don't think it's possible, Daryl. I think the left had gone way too far. Like, what path would you think we should follow? Like, who would you want in his place right now? Thank you, Deuce. Grant Cardone. Yeah. If you can read, you can learn anything. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Have you read? Yes, absolutely. I'm a big fan of Thomas Sowell. Listen, if Thomas Sowell wasn't 92 years old, he would be the guy I would vote for president. Absolutely. Thomas Sowell is one of the most grounded ex-liberals, now super moderate, more conservative, but old school Democrat ways of thinking. Old school Democrat, not this neo-Democrat stuff. Yeah, he's definitely a national treasure. Great guy, really freaking smart, raised like in Harlem, sleeping outside, like they didn't have air conditioning back then. He slept on like balconies and whatnot to stay out of the heat. Yeah, he's remarkable. Great man. I would replace Trump with him, no problem. But I wouldn't replace Trump with any of the Democratic nominees that didn't actually get allowed to run a primary. But I would absolutely Daryl. Shelby's Foot Civil War is really good. He spent 30 years writing it. Damn, I gotta read it now. I don't get what is people hate about Trump. What I don't get is people hate Trump and don't even know what Trump was a Democrat and donated to the DNC. Right, and when people bring stuff up that Trump did in his past, like business dealings and whatnot, I'm like, he was a Democrat, and the people that were helping him do that were Democrats back then. Like, and people can't understand. And a lot of people bring up the party flip. So if they believe that the Republicans and Democrats parties flipped at some point, do they not believe that it could have happened again? Or it could have, if they flipped ideologies, they can't flip? Because obviously they did. People that aren't old enough to realize how life was in the 90s, 80s, late 80s and early 90s, like they don't realize that the Democrats and the Republicans were both pro-America. They just had different ideas about how to do it. And now it's just gone completely overboard. The Democrats were free speech, closed borders, and now they're open borders and no free speech. Like very, very limited speech. Thomas Sowell is awesome, and the Democrats do everything they can to make sure black people don't know anything about him, right? Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm absolutely surprised how he hasn't gotten around way more. The left's problem is they aren't for the people. They're for sub-demographics that aren't even close to the majority. All the major left policies of the past decades while Trump got elected in the first place. Right. And the reason that so many people voted for Trump, obviously a lot of them had to be ex-Democrats, and it's like, because he was, if you're old enough, you remember, and you can only be progressive until you get what you want. Then you want to conserve those ideas. But then the Progressive Party says, well, now we've got to progress past you. Now that you've got what you want, now you are the haves. And then now we got to give what we gave you to other people. So then the Progressive Party will pass where you want to be. And that's what happened. We worked with the Democrats until we got to where we wanted in like the 90s and early 2000s. And then the Democrats of the 2020s have just completely gone so far left, wants to change everything that they helped create. So the people that were lifelong Democrats are now no longer being served by the Democrats. But that's what happens when the party runs on being progressive. They're going to constantly want to change everything. So you can only sit in that boat until you get to the port you want to get to. And then you've got to conserve that. They definitely do. They hate America. Metro call party, flip the bit my lip again, flip the BS. Yeah. Libs went so far off the edge of the page, the neoliberals who talk openly about exterminating racists. Yeah, and they're going way too far. In the 70s and 80s, Democrats fought for gun rights. Right, yeah, and that's what flipped. Now they want to get rid of them. This isn't about Trump. It's about good versus evil. Agreed. It's a worldwide event. People don't understand. Then there's no help for them. Right, and I was showing people earlier. Oh, I'm way far behind. Not everyone can read. A smart person reading is a mechanical skill and way accurate, whereas intelligence is the ability to process and synthesize information. She says not true. I don't know what you mean, Teresa. I was thinking about bleeding heart liberals when we were young. However, as we mature, you have to become conservatives. Yeah, right. I agree. When you get to where you want to go, you want to conserve that. You want to keep it. I don't hate America. Who hates America? Am I missing something? Sorry, Teresa, I'm not sure. You talking about Democrats? They hate the way of America. Absolutely, they've got socialists in. Absolutely, they've gone. They want to change. They want to change America. MSM can't keep Trump's name out of their segments. I'll say things. Well, because a lot of people have lost their funding, and they believe that if they say it enough times, people that don't have enough time to do the investigative work will just believe it is true. You should play that clip where the lady is telling the folks on The View what the winning candidate said about Biden and Obama. It was amazing. The winning socialist, New York City. So true. Rick from Oregon. You should play the clip where the lady is telling the folks on The View. Happy Saturday, TW. Telling the folks on The View. Okay, I'll try to find it. Let's see. All right. Okay. All right. I'll see if I can find it. We'll see what happens. Alyssa Farah, lessons from the election. Is that it? Geometric Eduardo. Trump hates America, bankrupt us. I don't know, Teresa. I listen, I thought that for a while, but now I think he's just spending the money required to fix the house after the tornado. I have to disagree. Yeah, I don't think he hates us at all. Yeah, right. So, like, I believe what has happened, we've damaged ourselves so irreparably that, yes, a lot of money is going to have to be spent to right the ship. I did not know this until I had a lot more time to see what was actually going on, and how much we were being bled, and how many people were actually being hurt. I was thinking totalitarianism like conservativeness and biracial tactics along Democratic lines, using voting season to rile up Republican nationalists who otherwise would not be concerned. Definitely could have been a tactic. Ilhan Omar hates America but loves Trump. What's your opinion on Geometric Eduardo? I don't know who that is. Geometric Eduardo. Is this what you were talking about? Alyssa Farah talking about lessons from the elections? Geometric Eduardo. Jax, I don't know, brother. Let's see. In spanning, I don't know. It's Geometric Eduardo legs for one of the most prominent figures spanning mathematics, robot in the. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm either one. I'm definitely not trans. What's cis mean? Before Trump, the voters were off limits. For 10 years straight, the Democrats have successfully targeted Republican voters for violence. Yeah, it's gone too far. It's absolutely gone too far. Nobody's a Democrat anymore. Nobody that like everybody that I worked with in the movie industry they're all Republicans, but they're Democrats on the internet because a lot of liberals are very rabid, so they want to avoid the confrontation. But yeah, everybody is. It's basically, we got like a freaking secret handshake now. All right, let's see. How do you feel about slamming Colors Light and fishing all day with the fellas? How do you feel about slamming Coors Light and fishing with the fellas? I ain't slammed Coors Light in years. Geometric Eduardo is cool because he likes honey buns. Yeah, I'm a fan of fishing. Zero volt. I'm a fan of fishing. China's president admitted their intention to have Chinese yuan over the global standard for to spread socialism. It seems like they're going to. You have a good stream. I subscribe and hope to see you soon. Thank you, Brother Greg. Welcome to the family, my friend. We need the midterms of the following 2 years to be a waste of time. Listen, the Democrats are broke. The Democrats have a negative war chest right now. So it does not seem that it will be doing good. And now that districts can't be drawn on racial lines, it looks like the Democrats will be losing almost 18 seats. And that will give the Republicans, they'll just be able to pass everything through. There won't be enough Democrats to be able to tilt the vote. Trump will pardon anyone for $1 million. Look at that. I don't believe you. Let's see. Will Trump pardon anyone for $1 million? $1 million. But you know what? After what Biden did, pardoning 8,000 people with an auto pen, yeah, you know what? I'd say go ahead. He probably will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is no legal price to buy a pardon. Going rate for lobbyists' access to Donald Trump's clemency decisions reached approximately $1 million, with frequently securing pardons after large political contributions. High-profile events. Investigators, including the Wall Street Journal, have highlighted that individuals and their representatives often pay upward between $1 million in lobbying fees and donations to request the pardon. Okay, now let's see if that's different from Biden. Presidential Biden has not accepted pardon for millions. It's a federal crime, but he granted clemency. Presidential clemency at thousands during his administration, but these were parts of official legal acts of mercy on nonviolent offenders of his family rather than transactions. All right, let's see if anybody else does it. Pay for pardon. So they donate money in order to put in applications for pardon. It's illegal to pay government for pardon. No application fee. There's no fee to require. DOJ period. States versus. We're actually getting correction. Some of us are getting sick of the progressive DEI transgender money consent. Yeah, absolutely. Do not. If you want to save the Democrat Party, do not vote blue. Anybody that's actually a Democrat and the Democrat Party is leaving and coming over to the Republican Party because the Democrats have sold out to the socialists, and so they've got to right the ship. So if you want to save the Democratic Party, vote Republican. Let the Democrats get a couple years to get themselves back together and then maybe try again in a decade. The video is called Democrats Just Got a Huge New Warning. All right. Brewery and Alamo, that's the connection. The demise of the Democrat Party. Gotta love it. Look at our White House. It's the best. What are you talking about? I don't know how old you are, Teresa, but you know that Obama did a lot of construction at the White House too, right? And it's been done multiple times since the construction of the White House. This happens. They just push this in the news to make you mad. Obama had a bunch of stuff built at the White House, and he had a bunch of old wiring and stuff ripped out and upgraded and added new stuff onto the West Wing. Bobby and Goose. Biden, no money required for a pardon. Right, you just get it. All right, what was I looking for? Boom.
New Yorkers are not watching Fox.
At least we know who the president is. Right. Yeah, right. Listen, I understand your urge to vote blue, Teresa. I understand. But you've got to understand that what just happened with the Biden administration is he was asleep at the wheel. It's super obvious that other people were running the administration, and they wanted to stay in power so they didn't get caught. So they opened the border to try to flood us with people that would end up being able to vote to keep him in power, but it didn't end up working, most likely because Democrats screwed over so many people by appointing Kamala as future president rather than having her run a primary. So after that happened, a lot of people absolutely, and they won't vote. They won't say they're Democrats online because they get yelled at so much. I forgot what it's called. The pendulum effect after Biden. There will most likely be a Republican president back and forth. Right. So that often happens, but so many people. America's never been in this situation before. It's never been in this situation before where our borders just let 25 plus million people across the border and absolutely destroyed our welfare system. Yeah, it's absolutely. White House is not faculty capable of withstanding enemies' most advanced attacks. It's not acceptable, right? And that's going to be helpful for future presidents. And now everybody that works in the White House from now on now has a bomb shelter to go to. That's what's being built. The ballroom was just the decorative part to put on top. But yes, absolutely. What do you think about 1,200 people who were convicted of the January 6th riot were pardoned? Yeah, listen. If you knew, I agree with it. And I didn't agree with it at first, and I absolutely agree with it now. 100 million illegals were allowed in. Right. So the published number is 25 million, but the estimates goes up to 100.
Afraid of the term democratic socialism. If I fall down, I want an ambulance. If my house is on fire, bring your hose. You know what I mean?
You just talked about these goods and services.
Look at Europe, how the wall system is being robbed.
Fire department to come.
Immigrants are racist, pension age. Yep.
Avila Chevalier, who won last night, wants to abolish the police and all prisons. She was asked 4 times, how would you deal with somebody who committed murder then? What is your plan? And she dodged and didn't answer. She tweeted that Obama is evil, Biden is a rapist and a war criminal, and bleep Kamala Harris. These were not people running on an affordability agenda.
Right. These aren't the Democrats. These aren't the Democrats, Teresa, if you're still here. The Democrats you're thinking of voting for are not the Democrats of our past. They're absolutely not.
Extremists.
You should have been blanket pardoned. Someone strolled around and broke some shit.
Yeah, moderate Democrats.
But they didn't even break anything. Most, like 99% of the people, and they were invited in. No one ran in. The cops moved the barriers out of the way and invited them in. Yeah, it boils down to whether you're on the good side of good or evil. Right. Yeah, it's obvious that we've been taken over. It's obvious that the Democratic Party's been taken over. John Kiriakou should have been pardoned. Yep. You talking about the, what'd you call it, guy? The, what do they call him? Shaman?
So a seat that you guys do need to win if you want to take back the House.
I don't like the way she sounds at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Really?
Way to wake up, the point is these candidates that were endorsed by DSA, the Democratic Socialists, were extreme candidates. And I've seen this happen in my party where the extreme right wing takes over and you can't get your party back. I would warn you all, this is very dangerous and it could risk you losing the House.
Obviously, New Yorkers are not.
Very, very well said.
New Yorkers are not.
Yeah, that's rough stuff. Exactly. There were some bad actors, though. They should have been prosecuted. Yeah. Persecute the people that were bad actors. Yeah, but that whole mass arrest crap and then giving them like 30 years or 28 years, that's freaking absolutely crazy because it's a government building that they own part of, right? And anybody that did damage, absolutely. But people that were invited in, the police didn't. The only person that died was somebody that a cop shot, and a cop died of a heart attack a day later, but that wasn't from the attack, right? So, and somebody else got shot by a cop. Nobody, like there was no armaments there. No one had any weapons. It wasn't an armed insurrection. It was a bunch of people arguing about. They were mostly peaceful protesters, and we see what the difference is now. Not all the January 6ers were a part of mine. There's still a few in prison, man. Everyone's an effing idiot. The ones who strolled in around 6 years in prison. Okay, good. I doubt they charge the active military and the military and the alphabet insiders. No, they didn't do it. What's going on now? John is the guy from the CIA that exposed the enhanced interrogation techniques. Was only sent to prison because it told the public about. What are your favorite books in American history? So I really liked the American History by John Grimsley. John Grimsley. Let me look it up. What's that? American History by John Grimsley. I think it was John Grimsley. American. By John Grimsley. Let's see. How I Shed My Skin, Unlearning the Racist Lessons of a Southern Childhood by John Grimsley. It's a powerful book about growing up during school desegregation. Mark Grimsley, maybe. Mark Grimsley. I think that was him. Mark Grimsley. American Civil War and Keep on Moving Civilians' Path of War. There you go. John Grimsley. Other than that, there's a lot of when we had the American Encyclopedia, American World Encyclopedia, I believe what it was called, and they had a 4-part American history addendum, and that was one of the greatest books I've read because it was printed in, I want to say, 1977. So it was just after the Vietnam War era and whatnot. His name is John Kikorow. I directed an ABC interview where he exposed torture and compiled them all together. Sorry, I'm not good spelling his last. It's all right, brother. I'm still missing a bit. For the most part, it's a full interview. No liberals arrested at the summer. People at the Capitol were mostly peaceful protesting insurrection. No way. Some of the most armed people in the country had no guns. It's not insurrection. Right. No, listen. And a lot of people that work in the industry that I worked in work there, let's just say. Oops. John Kikorow. Dang it. Why do I keep doing that? All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, I know, yes. I just forgot his name. Yeah, I actually saw this
so
clip
in this
here.
class, and the professor, Dr.
Aphrodite,
Gerald Post, eminent psychiatrist, tells us to shadow our bosses for a week, just watch our bosses, spend each day with them, and then do a psychological profile on our bosses.
And this is when you're at George Washington University, you're a student.
Right.
Okay.
I was in grad school. I'm working at the United Food and Commercial Workers Union at the time. I worked for this guy who was a mean, like, angry, old...
Yeah, okay, we get who he is. The End of Earth. Wow, never even heard of it. Oh, it's got the Triforce on the bottom of the book. He's the one who explains the supposed torture program. That's pretty cool stuff. I don't know how we got into politics, but we got there. That's the cat. The Catting the Assault That Drove America's Civil War by Stephen Puleo. Good book. Examines how the violent attack convinced both the North and the South a compromise over slavery was no longer possible. What's up, Novak? Yeah, it's about the dude who exposed the Masons and disappeared. The wokes protested inside Wisconsin Capitol a million times. Right. And one of the very interesting things about that is the stuff that's not publicized in the mainstream media. There's been a lot worse stuff that was going on, and a lot of people are being left out. You're welcome, Georgie. All right, let's see. The caning, the assault that drove. Early afternoon. All right, I'm gonna see if I'm buy this real quick. Hey, could you explain what's going on in the world? There's good and evil. Well, right now we're going over favorite books of history, but we went over politics, we went over rocket boats, we went over what else did we go over besides rocket boats and politics? Let's say boom. 31 bucks for hardcover. All right, 28 points. Boom. All right, boom. Look at that. Yeah, woke media government. What's been going on with the freaking and what this is really interesting too. This is pretty interesting too. Because now that there's no USAID, a bunch of countries have lost their left wing. They lost their left wing leadership. They lost their bid for leadership. So the presidents and prime ministers of I think it was 12 countries, but 7 in South America. So now that there's not a lot of money going over to be able to help fund these governments stay in power. The right wing, their what do they call those things? Elections. They won their elections. The right wing won the elections. Countries who went right wing. Okay, so yeah, so in South America, the basically the Democrats are red and the Republicans are blue. So so you can see here they were all the Liberal Party, the left wing party, the red ones had almost the whole country, and now now you see everything except for Venezuela, Brazil, and I don't even know this as always, but almost the entire continent there is now just in over the last year has now gone all right wing, and now like Denmark's going more right wing. See, we think things are going on in England, so we have been helping pay a lot of. Hey, well, that's it, bam, John Goldbody. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, brother John Goldbody. Let's see. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. Let's see. Good. Cass right wins. Chile. Paz White wins. Yeah. Thank you, brother Hans. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John Goldbody, brother. What did I miss here? I teach history. Cool. Hey, no, that's good. I like it. I've been brainwashed by the media. See, I'm here to help, my friend. Didn't I shoot Babbitt? Literally, Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, she was the only person that died, and yeah, she got shot in the back of the head by a cop. She was the only person that died. That's what I was saying. And nobody else had guns except for the police or any weapons. The spiritual world is real. I agree. Absolutely. Evil definitely exists. Yeah, I'll be having it delivered. It's pretty much, we started the jet boat video. Yeah, there you go. Call that into politics. So they say. Greek mythology or poetry is the best for me. I'm a fan. Oh man, my cousin Kat the creator. She was in here earlier. She's a freaking huge fan. She's actually writing a book right now, heavily leaning into Greek mythology. You'll get along with her a lot. You'll get along with her real good. That map looks like my ding. John Goldbody. Where the heck? Wait a second. I don't know what happened. It should be called Ashley Babbitt Day. What up, Yogi? Shame they didn't get more. Oh, that's rude, David. Nah, stomach. Watch the video. It's wildly sketchy. Which one am I watching? Oh, you're talking about the jet boat video. Bought a mint cherry World War II M1 Grand today. Nice. Nice. Bam. Getting ready. Oh, no, I'm not watching that on stream. How do you feel the strait is currently closed? The Iranian Navy blew up another ship yesterday, and Trump's admission the planet has 3 weeks of oil reserves left. Nathan, that's not the truth. Nathan, about 3 weeks, the planet having 3 weeks of oil left. Maybe what's going on? Not us. We don't even buy oil through the Strait of Hormuz. We're self-sufficient. Georgie's back. I don't care. I don't care about the Strait of Hormuz. Gas has gone down. Oil has gone down quite a bit. So it's down to $70 a barrel. So it's dropped another 2% today. Yeah, so oil's dropping. So I mean, whatever they got to do over there, I hope a bunch of people don't die, But yeah, it's going fine. It's going fine. Yeah, like listen, I understand you want to talk like his presidency is over, but you understand it's still going on, right? You understand it's still going on. So things are going to go until it's over. We'll see what happens at the end of the presidency. We're not voting for a different president in the middle of his presidency. So you don't have to act like it's over. He might turn the whole place into glass. They might invade us. We don't know what's going to happen. So we could be friends until that happens. Yeah, dude, that ain't happening. Like 7 mil, walk like an Egyptian, taking care of business. Yeah, that was my first time holding an M1. It's surprisingly heavy. Let's see if we find the weight. How much were they? They were $89 new. 9.5 pounds. When fully loaded, they were 11.25 pounds. Damn, that's a lot. 1.75 pounds of ammunition. The guy in the Middle East, Iran, is a big problem, but they're not doing anything. Just talk without action. Yeah. I see that shot one is like heavy as hell. What's going on, brother? Iran's going to go up in someone's ass as the war in Africa continues. Yeah, so it looks like Libya, not Libya. It looks like can't remember. Liberia, not Liberia. I can't remember the freaking name. Damn it. But it looks like there's other countries getting involved with taking care of surrounding issues. So it looks like it should be wrapping up in a couple of wars. Listen, Trump has ended more wars faster than any other president. There's less people dying around the world because he's president today. So listen, I'm just saying he's better than anybody else that we had to pick from. Absolutely. If there's only 3 weeks of oil left, then the world is over. Yeah. Lebanon. Yes, Lebanon. Yes, Lebanon. Yeah, seriously, there's only 3 weeks of oil left. And this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like when people are, if this person was told that, if they were told that Trump's ruining the world, there's only 3 weeks of oil left, then someone is lying to this person to make them think that Trump is failing regardless. Like what? Like, so somebody's obviously propagandizing this person, right? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense why people would do that, because he could have looked it up easily. Trump himself admitted the planet has 3 weeks oil reserves left during the MOU. Okay, they have reserves. We've got plenty of oil. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe he was lying. You can't do well. Where did he say it? Send the link, Nathaniel. After you talk about 15 seconds before you start sounding like RFK Jr. I do that sometimes. Yeah, so here's another thing about like did you guys see there's 33 earthquakes around the world every day. So a bunch of people has said, "Oh, did you see these 7 earthquakes happen? It's climate change." No. There's 33 earthquakes every day that happen around the planet. But when people want to just make something up to put into the news, they just change what they want. They just change like the area that they're looking at and say 7 in one day. No, that would be less. It's a lie. We have enough oil to last thousands of years. Yeah, right. We've got so much freaking oil. Let's see. Do we have more than 3 weeks of oil in reserve? Yes, the U.S. has well over 3 weeks of oil. The United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve holds 360 million barrels, while full depletion in 4 weeks is physically impossible due to maximum extraction limits. The strategic reserves can cover 125 days of U.S. crude oil net imports, or 19 to 20 days of total consumption. So, whoever said that to you, brother's just lying. If it was Trump, that he's lying. M1 carbine, good stuff. We got their cheese. There's still 937 days, 13 hours, 51 minutes. Let's say the presidential term. Oh yeah, earthquakes will happen again in Japan, Indonesia, Cauliflower. Remember that? Calculate, brother. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen. It's absolutely happening. I think it's a political channel. It's not my first time. No, I mean, we got into it's an open topic channel. We just happened to go into politics tonight. Trump said that there was 6 million barrels in our reserves, but it's really 271,000. How would you actually respond? How would you actually respond to look stuff up? I subscribe. Oh, thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Caden. Welcome. Oil is not made from dinosaurs. That's Rockefeller propaganda. Right. They wanted to create a way to make artificial rarity So they said that there was only so many dinosaurs, and it's from dinosaurs, so there's a very little amount. Oil is we found out in the 1980s that oil is created there's bacteria that create crude oil in mass. Now there's huge pockets of it, but yeah, it's not dead. It's not dead. It's a lot of dead trees, not dead stuff. It's not dead dinosaurs. Yeah, that was something to make artificial. They wanted to say, because they cornered the market on oil, so they wanted to control the price, saying it's so rare. So then they could say we're almost out of dead dinosaurs. What's the connection between Omar and a brewery? So her and her husband had this website that said that they had a winery. And she said that she was worth $30 million in her tax when she did her taxes. And then she got caught, and she's a Muslim, so Muslims can't be parts of any brewery. So they said, well, we sold other people's wine. Then they hid it and did away with it. And the people went to go look for it. It wasn't there. It was just a shell company to move money through. Any dead biomass. Yeah. How would I know have more than 52 gallons in our reserves? How would I know? You work there. It's not dinosaurs. Isn't biodiesel made from corn? Biodiesel, yes. You can make it from corn. You can make it from a lot of biomass. If you ever feel safe, please remember I'm out there. Oil is finite. It's not going to last forever, but we're not going to run out of threes. No. Do you like to see how the calculated earthquakes reality rational scientists like Mizrachi Laboratory work in gas emissions theory contact? All right, yeah, that sounds good, brother. I'd like to talk about that. Did you guys seriously not know Donald J. Trump said the planet had 4 weeks of reserves left? That was his main motivation for signing the MOU. No, I've never heard that at all. Yeah, brother, you can't tell me that's like basic news. I don't watch the news. I read the news, and I've never heard that. And I just looked it up, and apparently we got plenty of oil left. And listen, Iran might have 3 weeks of oil left. Or some other country might have 3 weeks of oil left if they can't get oil through the Strait of Hormuz. But we are selling a lot to the rest of the world. You can actually look up on the map where all the tankers are going, and there's a whole bunch of them heading towards America to get Texas sweet crude and Venezuelan oil. Greetings. Peasants, thank you for paying your slave tax and voting today. Your contributions towards sending your boys to war and girls to Epstein Island. Am I Israel? No, I'm not. I'm not Israeli. Again, for fun, here's the link where Donald J. Trump said about the reserves. Thank you, Nathan. I just robbed the last 3 barrels. He denied that we're running out of oil. The host is uninformed. Okay. All right. He denied. Who denied that we're running out of oil? Are we running out of oil? Hold on, I'll do it like this. Did Trump say we have 3 weeks of oil left? No, President Trump did not say the world has 3 weeks of oil. He said that the global reserves could run out in 4 weeks. He made the remarks during a Group 7 summit discussing a memorandum of understanding with Iran regarding the Strait of Hormuz. Trump warned that without the agreement to reopen the crucial oil channel, global crude inventories were on track to be depleted in about a month, which would trigger an economic bedlam. We have plenty. We've got plenty. We make our own oil. We drill our own oil. We've got the rest of the world would be in trouble. We have plenty of oil. Not how logistics work, fool. Also, the oil from Venezuela actually. Also, all the oil from Venezuela is actually all our oil they stole from us. Yeah. How come Jews are 0.1% of the population that account for 25% of the Nobel Prizes? I guess they're smart. I don't know. I'm not Jewish. I eat kitty lick cat litter. Donald can be wrong about the reserves, but he did in fact say it. It literally came out. Okay, I believe that the global reserves will run out if they're not refilled. I believe that, but not America. We have our own oil supply. We do not get any oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So he's talking about globally other people might run out in about a month. I agree. But America, the United States of America, does not rely on oil from the Strait of Hormuz. Chapter 5, MOU gives Iran control of the straits. They can have it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about the Strait of Hormuz. We're fine, and our prices are going down. Prices just went below $3 in Texas. Is ICE good or bad in your opinion? Good. I think Nathan is lying about it. We'll shut up about it because the Jews are actually mutants. The U.S. has some of the biggest oil fields on the planet. Right. We are the largest producer of oil on the planet. Diddy will be out in 2 years, and the party's going to start again. Now without that oil. Okay, I thought you were talking about me. And Trump is going to fix everything. Yours are going up. Where do you live? What up, Robert? Yeah, they didn't just lower the sentence again. Dude's going back to Indian people. They lowered the sentence? I never said America's running out of oil. I said the planet has run. Okay, all right. My apologies. I read it wrong. I don't know. But I thought when you said planet, I thought you included us. The planet's not going to run out of oil. The global oil reserves that get topped off, but that's not American oil. America will continue to go fine. If the Strait of Hormuz doesn't open, then they can't keep topping off their oil reserves. But the country of America, the United States of America, does not use oil from the Strait of Hormuz. How come Muslims are about 25% of global population in response to that website? Dun, 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 dun. Good question, brother. Maybe they don't do a lot of science. The U.S. is not part of the planet. Yeah, it's part of the planet. Does the U.S. Have refining capabilities? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And we've got a bunch of refining facilities that were offline that are now online. At like when Biden stopped the oil coming out of the ground, they shut down a bunch of refineries. And they're back up now, or some of them are still coming back online. So there's different types of oil that comes out of the ground. There's very thick, like asphalt-like oil, thick crude, heavy crude, and there's light crude. What we get from Venezuela and from Texas and California and from Canada is light crude. So that's what we refine. When we stopped making our own, we had to retool our refineries to be able to do the heavy crude that we would get from the Middle East. Netanyahu going to be a pain, but it seems like he is, brother. Did you spit it out? My gas plummeting price. Yeah, mine too. Baby made out of babies, just laid Maxwell doctors no longer at sexual offender. What? Here in Maine, it's plummeting. Monk Einstein, the gas is plummeting. Okay, U.S. its own planet. Get with the program. He got total of 3 years. A good time. He'd be on 2.5. Jeez. Do we resource refinery in China? We used to during the Biden administration. We did because they wanted to do the whole Green New Deal, where they didn't want us producing anything but solar panels and wind farms, and they wanted us to stop digging and drilling for oil. We would have oil that was pulled out of the ground around the world, sent around the world for refinery. But I don't believe we ever shut them all down in the Gulf of America. Dun, 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 dun. It's a prison. Never running out of oil with oily forehead, but it's oil to earth, blood to humans. Oil is to earth as blood is to humans. I heard you gave your first blumpkin. Do you like it? Cool, brother. The planet continuously produces oil. It does. It absolutely does. Democrats are going at everything they can to shut down the refineries. Right, yes, they absolutely want to. Israel has compromised America. Brother, listen, people tell me that over and over again, but nobody can tell me how or like what. I mean, I can understand that, but so has Iran, so has freaking China. Like we have a lot of compromised people in the Democrat Party. Like obviously opening our border and letting a bunch of they absolutely have been compromised. Nobody can tell me how Israel's any different from the rest of the wackadoos. Is it like Israel's the Republicans and China and freaking Iran's the Pakistan the Democrats? I don't know why you're arguing with me when Donald literally said it. Watch the video. Why are you getting on? I'm not. I'm just what I'm saying is America. Maybe I read it from you the wrong way, and if I did, I apologize. But I thought you were saying that Donald Trump said we're going to be out of oil in 3 weeks. If he said the global reserves will be empty, that's the global reserves, and that sucks for them. That means those countries that don't want their reserves to find out better sharpen up their swords and get at it. They better get at it. They better get to the places where they want the oil to come through and fight for their oil reserves. We shouldn't be doing that. any more than we did. Everybody should have jumped on board and said, okay, these guys are bombing ships. We better go back there and talk to them. And that's what's now starting. Diddy has 3 of the reserves in the U.S. when they find an island. It'll crash the market. Israel's caught spying on our government, such as great allies. I don't think they're great allies. I don't think any of these people are great allies. China has a smog problem. China has a very bad smog problem. Thank you, Shiva. Thank you. We weren't buying oil. We didn't have right. I heard Diddy was the world's largest collection of baby oil. It absolutely seemed like it. Who needs straight up hummus? We have Diddy. Trump said the wildest things to watch liberals have this. I think he does that a lot too. I think he's a troll. And that's why, I don't listen to the speeches and stuff. I just look at whatever. I read what comes out of the courts, and I don't listen to the news. I just read what comes out of the courts and find out the releases. Because everybody's lying. After the Obama-Biden administration, the Smith-Mundt Act was canceled. So the news agencies no longer need to tell the truth. They can tell opinion now. So they do not need to tell the truth. This is why Fox News and CNN will say 2 different things about the same topic. They both can't be right. So that shows you right there that someone is allowed to lie. And it used to be back before Obama-Biden canceled that they would get fined and regulated if they said something untrue. Can anyone tell me where Joe Biden is today? I don't know. Israel has a Zionist faction in the White House. Has been established since the 90s, 99. What do they do? That's literally what he said. But okay, watch the video. Ask the LLM. All right. I'll watch the videos. All right. I'll watch the video. All right. That's it.
And I did just want to ask you about this. A wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation.
As far as the Middle East goes,
that wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
That's not what you said. You said Trump said the world will be out of oil in 3 weeks. Israel has financed politicians for the world.
That this deal is a win.
That's literally what he said. All right, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Why do you think we bombed Israel? Iran for Israel. Iran never a threat to us. What? Iran was absolutely a threat to us. Iran's been attacking us for 47 years. What do you mean? Just because they've been killing us off 2 by 2 doesn't mean they haven't been attacking us. They've absolutely been killing us off. Absolutely. Yeah, but they've only been killing us off. A soldier here, 3 soldiers there, a truck bomb here, road bomb there. They've been the terrorist network inside of there has been killing us off for 47 years. Absolutely. It's just finally got to a point where people said enough. The CIA also finish watching this. The CIA also passed SB State Bill 145, so liberal judges to build it.
He went too long. He should have done it. If they raised the white flag of surrender, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. We totally concede.
Everything is up there. State shows profiles for giving Israel deep state.
The New York Times and CNN.
You're relying on YouTube Live regurgitating some of I'm watching it. How do you feel about the strait currently closed?
Iranian chip boom, another chip they Trump said the planet has 3 weeks. They had 159 chips when we knocked out the last ship. The Times refused to do a story on it.
It's not closed. Iran was saying.
They said, "What would you? They don't have a navy.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And you don't want to do a story on it. They don't have an air force. You don't want to do a story. We need a fair press. And that's why they're all doing so badly, because they lost credibility. When I win in a landslide and I had 93% bad press. They take good stories about me and make them bad. But the only reason that happened is because they have so little, the media has so little credibility that
done. Netanyahu said,
we'll eat hummus. 93% of the stories on
one more
network ABC is horrible. I think ABC is the
blocked
worst.
by the new president of Africa.
NBC is
They're definitely being blocked by the president of Africa. Absolutely. Listen, there's something going on because Africa has some of the most rich land, lithium, freaking diamonds, crude oil, fresh water, a lot. And they're not teaching their people. They're not building industries to extract stuff. and like Putin said, Africa is a graveyard for Africans. Like the people that are African politicians, they send their kids to the United States and to the UK and France to be taught. And they go do business with people outside of the United States, and then when they die, they get flown back and buried in Africa. But there's no industry in Africa. Hello, I'm back, Bart.
CNN, obviously.
Praise God. Joe Bible versus Donald Trump and the apocalypse.
I'll get it from Fair Media. I'll get it from all over the world. They're running good. But no matter what I do,
Space
I'm
Force,
get better
Biden,
press.
Space.
Now,
I wish the world would end.
If I
wars
went
would
out
end.
and continue
I wish
to
so
bomb
too,
them
brother.
for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see Bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani? Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong.
As far as noise.
How about you?
Okay, so I get what you're saying. Right. So he's saying if the strait doesn't get open, then the people that the world's reserves will run out. Right, but that's the worst case scenario, right? If they cut it off, I understand that. I thought you were saying whatever's going on right now, the world's running out of oil in 4 weeks. I didn't know you meant he said that's why we're there keeping it open so the world doesn't run out of oil in 4 weeks. I wonder who will run in the next election. I'm going to run 110th grade. I fail first. I might fail first, but then vote for me the second time. There's 2 miles of electric rail out in the middle of nowhere, California. So that's what we got for $135 billion. Money well spent. China pretty much owns Africa through all the Chinese development trade. Yeah, absolutely. So because they know if they do not give any money back to Africa for education, for the set up education and schools, the people will always do the same thing that the Chinese are doing through the Democrats here in America. You're setting up a bunch of people that will be reliant on the government that do not know how to do anything. They don't know how to do anything. They're not being trained. So in Africa, they've been doing this since the 60s. They're not teaching the Africans how to do anything for themselves. They're teaching them how to read English, read French, write French, speak English, speak French, speak, read, and write. And then some light level math and enough to like work at a store, but they're not teaching them enough to be self-sufficient. So they'll be forever. You can guarantee their vote because people will say, "Hey, we're gonna make stuff happen for you if you vote for me." This guy didn't do it, and then this guy's guaranteed to get the vote because everybody's suffering all the time, and people keep coming up year after year. Cycle after cycle after cycle, promising, and they never deliver. And the Africans say the same thing. Oh, they get corrupted when they get in there. They get corrupted. No, they're coming from you. And then when they get there, the Chinese say, we'll make you rich. And they're like, oh, okay. But all your brothers get to suffer again. Millions and millions and millions. Nobody for president. Need to survive farmers. So thank you, Darius. We'll get there. We'll get there, brother. The world reserves. China pretty much owns Africa to all the cheap Chinese debt. Yes. Monk, we have targeted you for a locator. Go play. Did he finance a study at MIT to see? Oh, Jesus Christ, Lord. I used to watch this TV show where you'd be like, I like you, but you're fired. Valuable information. Africa literally has natural resources available in other countries. They're just too stupid to utilize it. Right. Well, because the people that would be able to help the people learn how to set up industry don't. They don't. Why do you think we have so many young people here in America that do not know anything when they get out of high school? So they feel like they have to go to college, and then the bodies that can loan money make money off of that by getting all these kids loans because they get out of high school and they're like, damn, I don't know anything. What am I going to do? Life's so confusing. So then they have to go to college because they realize they've been undereducated. And it's the same scheme that's been going on for 60 years. In other parts of the world, and they just finally brought it to us. America in the 90s was doing great. Everything was going great until 2001 when things started falling apart. China has owned America since 2008. That was the case. California opened up safe injection sites. They passed out over 60,000 needles and created a facility where people can come and use. Right? Like, listen, and if people do not understand who is profiting off of that. You have a bunch of people there for their votes that are using drugs every day, multiple times a day. Who is getting the money from the drugs? Who are they purchasing the drugs through? They're the cartels. The cartels. So the cartels are working with the government somehow to make sure that they can be able to sell drugs, because the people selling drugs ain't getting arrested and the people buying drugs ain't getting arrested. So they've got a free open air market, and all of the users have a daily influx of money. Africa's not a country, it's a continent, right? Did I say country? I probably said it a bunch of times. Americans stopped naming their children George Washington around the mid to late 1800s, I noticed. But if they don't repay those loans to China, it gets to own whatever they built for them. Right. And the infrastructure is right. The Chinese, the only other roads, the new roads that they have, the only other water infrastructure and electrical grid is from the help of the Chinese, on loan from the Chinese. I wonder why. Safe use injection sites, but I can't go to college for free, right? And listen, California spends $250,000 per homeless per year. So they could be buying every homeless person a house every year, every single one of them, $250,000. Or you can just wait 2 years, buy it up and buy a $500,000 house. It's absolutely insane. We've got to stop whoever. And it's obvious that they're letting the cartels get the money. It's kind of like elementary school here in America. In theory, people can discuss politics and disagree and still be civil. I do disagree with you, random YouTuber, but you are civil and pleasant, rational. I appreciate you too, Nate. Thank you, Nathaniel. The more I study history, I keep running into people named George Washington, but it stopped in the 1800s. Trump's opinion. Brother, listen. If you can find me any evidence and that can go to court and get him arrested, I will pay for the lawyer. If you can find me any evidence, and we'll be famous. It'll be great. Let's do it. Find me the evidence. Here's Smart Cookie. What up, B2B? Africa building around that infrastructure, I'm not mistaken. They want foreign forces off their land. Yeah. See, but so there's 425,000 children that are that were brought into America without adult supervision that got lost in the United States, and they found almost 200,000 of them since Trump took office back. So he's helped a lot of pedos not get their kids for the night. So I think that's a little bit better than any evidence we have so far for what you're saying, brother. All of America used to be that like 20 years ago. Right, yeah, it was great. What up, brother? What up, bro? Charlie wasn't a Nazi, no. What do you got going on? What up, B2B? Charlie would have helped black empowerment causes. Rip 49 or 48. Yeah, I mean, and he might have said things to people that upset them, but when you're trying to hide the truth for so long, it pisses people off when it comes out. Yeah. Spammer. The powers that purposely dubbed out following generations. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Rockefeller. That's right. Loretta, if you're trying to talk sense to people about CK, just say that it's because it's true. Then there are also jobs that require you to have a college education, but don't use any of it. Right. And I think they do that to because they make money off of that. The more kids you trick into thinking that they need a college degree to get a job, the more that are going to get it. But you've only got a couple of jobs to give out. There's going to be hundreds of people that are vying for that job, hundreds of people that are going to be going to college and spending a lot of money, and those jobs won't be available for them. Only one, two, or a couple of kids will get those jobs. Yeah, it's a scam, because you will definitely get hired without a college degree if you've got the knowledge. Unless you have to have for being a lawyer or a doctor, like something that you need that for. Any other job, engineering, absolutely, STEM, absolutely. If you know your stuff, you do not need a college degree in most cases. And they go to college with $1,000 in debt and still know nothing, right? Charlie Kirk was way more nicer person than 99%. Yeah, I agree. Just because he said stuff that people didn't want to hear, he didn't lie. At least I've asked people for clips of him lying, and they just people never come back. Charlie's not a Nazi, but Democrats voted for a guy weeks ago, right, with a Nazi tattoo. And they're saying, well, we like to see a redemption arc. This is what they said. Well, he lived through that. He got past that. He's on his redemption arc. No, he had a tattoo until he got caught. So, yeah, and I don't understand. Right, more people understand that these people are full of crap. The devil comes off a dice, too. Yeah. Charlie Kirk would have won an election. A lot of people think he was going to run for president. Yeah, that's what I think happened too. Democrats are Democrats just to feel accepted and protect themselves and feel better. Yeah. And the thing is, they went too far. They went to bed with the socialists and the communists, and then now look what's happening. Now you've got New York saying we're coming for you, and they're not talking to Trump. They're talking to Hakeem Jeffries. Like, they actually said that you're next, Hakeem. You're next, Hakeem. So now the Democratic socialists are coming for the Democrat seats. So we have a fractured Democrat Party, fractured three ways. It's really not looking good for America. If they, I can't see how they're getting to power, because you have non-socialist Democrats that aren't going to vote for it. Charlie just wanted to argue college kids and mentioned the wrong stuff, apparently. Plus, a wacko leftist obviously hated him because he was a conservative, right? He's just talking to people. Yep, Kamala lost. That's the summary, if you're logical. That's how China's taking advantage of those African countries, and they don't hire locals to do the work they support. No, they bring them in because they're not going to train them. And the government of Africa doesn't train the people in Africa to be available. So if you trained a bunch of people, even if there was no jobs available, if you trained a bunch of people to use heavy equipment, use jackhammers, all this and that, then when big infrastructure jobs came in, they would hire locally. But you can't do that. What are you going to do? You're going to say, hey, we're going to come break ground, but we got to spend the next 6 months teaching people, training people? No, the government has to prepare the people for the future jobs. California said they had $1 million each homeless person, but we know where the money went. It went gone at the cartels. Charlie Kirk could sway the very base supporting the war. At least look at his objections definitely had weight. Anyone see the frazzle drip? Let's see what that is. Hold on. Yeah, I can't wait to see. I can't wait. Listen. I can't wait. Now that they're going to release the Epstein files with all the names unredacted, we're going to see what really happened. I don't support Israel or that side of conservatism. I don't find boomer warmongering very conservative. I don't find it conservative either. But there's also some things that I find to be true. We do not know what the truth is. We do not know. The left side and the right side of the aisle are obfuscating. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. If Trump thinks that we needed to do that, if it was because freaking he's getting his ding-a-ling tickled by Netanyahu, but if the problem actually was that our spies said something very bad's going to happen if you don't do this tonight, and who knows? Who knows? We got no idea. And then if you find that out in 2 more years after he leaves office, then you might be like, oh, wow, we were 3 seconds from midnight. Who knows? We don't know. We don't know. I tried to find out on the deep web, but I couldn't find it. Is that what you're talking about? Let me see here. Oops, that's my hair. Oh, that's a QAnon thing. Okay, what do you think will win 2028? Who do you think has the best chance? I mean, listen, Who are the? So it's going to be a Republican, or it's going to be the guy, the new Republican guy from California that ran for mayor, but got booted out. What was his name? What's his name? But if it's going to be either a J.D. Vance or Rubio running on the Republican side, and who are the Democrats going to run? Who are the Democrats going to run? Mondami? Another, a Nazi? Who are they going to run up against Trump? Because the problem is when you start actually trying to think about this stuff through, the Democrats don't have a plan besides if Trump goes away, everything will be fine. But what are you going to do? And even now, Hillary Clinton said yesterday that Trump's 20-point plan for peace in Gaza is the only thing that'll work. And then now Mark Cuban said that Trump's done the best thing ever for pharmaceutical prices. So you've got these Democrats that hated Trump saying that he's doing good jobs, but they're not putting that stuff out in the news. Dude, if cheese pizza is really fragile, oh, right. Yeah, right. The Chinese carcass do work. Yes, yeah. Where were the 200,000 kids? Let's see. 200,000 kids found from the Trump administration. 147,000.
President Trump's leadership, I've located 147,000 children
more anything.
that were smuggled under the last administration. They lost track of and weren't even looking for. I'm sick and tired of reading how inhumane the Trump administration
What's up,
is.
Snuffles?
147,000 children.
By attacking conservatism, you are attacking America. We are not the target. We're just in a way. Yep.
President Trump made a commitment to American people. I make that same commitment. We're not going to give up.
Just like Maxwell,
every single one of them.
Jeez.
We know that some have already died. Some from natural causes, some from violence.
Conservatives are idiots. 3 feet either.
Some that we found and rescued.
I would take over more than 50% of the workforce.
We know that some were in forced labor. It's President Trump and his leadership that are rescuing these children. People say this administration is inhumane. Let me tell you something. Illegal immigration right now is down 97% on the border. What does that mean? That means less women are being sexually assaulted making that journey. That means less children are dying making that journey. That means less fentanyl is getting in the country to kill Americans. That means less national security threats are being made in this country.
Much faster, right?
This border's locked down at the highest level ever. And that is why
I think so.
President Trump's the greatest president in my
Yeah,
lifetime.
Pratt,
President
right.
Trump's leadership, I've located 147,000 children that were...
Okay, so like that if we... What do we need? We need the children to be found. We need the border to be closed. They were handing out rape kits to the women coming across the border with birth control, morning after pills, condoms, and whistles. So, because they were guaranteed to get raped. They said they will probably be raped multiple times. They were given they weren't just given one morning after pill, one condom, and one tablet of birth control. They were given enough for multiple nights. So they were planning ahead that these women were going to be raped multiple times as they were there. They knew what was going to happen. They called it humanitarian. Well, humanitarian was not putting the women in those positions to be there. I'll probably run Newsom AOC if the establishment Democrats survive the socialist serve. I don't think they will. Trump is the matador, just a Kate. Trump is the matador, just a Kate. The left is too obsessed with Trump. Right, listen, because there are logical people in this world, and a lot of people want to be Democrats. They want to. Their families were for decades. But the Democrats don't have a plan. They don't have a plan. All they say, well, what are you going to do about this? Well, Trump ruined it. So they're just saying if Trump wasn't there, it wouldn't be a problem. But what are you going to do? Just reverse all of Trump's deals, even all the good stuff? And that's what they say they want to do. I don't think Clintons hate Trump. I think they've been friends for years. Just business. Yeah. I think so too. Joe Budden's back pocket in the garage beside of the Corvette. Yeah, Tom Homan's a great guy. She got to be 35, right? AOC's age. These numbers blow me away on the trafficking. Right, it's a lot. Oh, Josie's age. It's all 22. AOC. 36, yeah. Definitely old enough. Just be good. Yeah, right. DeSantis has to make sure he's in the camera frame. Richard, you studs turn up a hornet's nest. I did. What's up, aha? Welcome back, brother. 36. That's sad. AOC is good. Right. And the thing is, because the media didn't want to, they were like, oh, this is good. This is going to be good for America. This is going to be good for the people coming over. So then when it got out of control and all of these people have to start sending rape kits and stuff over, they just stopped talking about it. So then if they reported about knowing about it, then they come to find out that they were on board with it. They don't want to be held accountable for the problems. The red eye. How do you people still carry faith in politics, parties, and the endless corruption governments? Whoever sits it. Yeah. I mean, people want to argue about it. I'll argue with them. Hollywood. Also, yeah, right. Hollywood's got it. Right. It needs to be cleansed. So all of the other previous governments allowed it to build to this. So the only person stirring up the Republican Party is Trump, and nobody's stirring up the Democrat Party to get us away from that. They want business as usual. I support DeSantis until his vulgar constitutionally deficit of law banning anti-Semitism. I'm sorry, it's for now. Yeah, you're fine, brother. You're fine. Hans, I think Trump was NWO Trump card. Media wasn't tricked into giving him coverage. Yeah. Trump said he liked to be grab women by their you-know-what. Yeah. Lies take more lies to cover. Right. And then how long until it builds up? You're digging a hole. When you lie, when you're deceptive, when you're demonic, you're digging a hole with each lie. And then you look up and you can't climb out of it. You need help to get out of it. And then you need someone to see you in your lies. And I believe that's what's happening now. You can't say retard anymore. You have to say Democrat. AOC hates the white man. Yeah, she's engaged with one. Right. So they're lying. All of those anti-white girls are married to white men. So they're obviously lying. It's obvious. They're showing us to their face they don't hate white men. They're married to them. So they just have they just have an agenda. They're just telling other people what they want to hear to get the vote. Dems have zero plans. It's all vibes. I miss the Clinton types. Right. Back in the 90s and stuff when Democrats had a plan and it meant helping America. The thing that's changed after Obama is now everybody on the Democrat side, except for very few people, are now anti-America. They want to change everything about the Constitution. They want to change everything. And it used to be the Republicans and Democrats both had a plan, just different plans. They had different ways of doing it, of making America progress. Politicians stab people everywhere. People's faith system got stronger. Yeah. Do you think Trump wants to put Clintons in jail, like you once remarked? I don't think he used to want to. I think he was telling jokes. And I don't think he would, unless he finds out that she tried to put him in jail. Because the thing is, when he gets out of office, if she wants him in jail and she'll come up with more crap like the freaking Russian collusion stuff, then he doesn't want to have to go to jail when he leaves for people. So maybe we'll see. Riley Roberts, white as they come, freaking red hair. Yeah, the problem is the right's not. They're extremists like Fuentes, or soft like Aspen Gold. Pretending Trump wasn't a reality show, TV show cloud, huckster stakes before fake degrees for 2016 January. No, and he was a Democrat back then. Doing things that Democrats do. So was Mondami. Mondami was a failed rapper, failed actor. At least President Trump was successful at that. The Democrats' platform is just about vibes. Yeah. It's about joy. And a lot of people are definitely faking it till they make it. And do you see how many people are getting locked up for like, dude, we're losing all these Democrat judges that just are power hungry. Like, we've had 4 judges get fired for abuse of power. You had this one LGBT judge that didn't like the way, her name's Speedling Gonzalez. Look at this. Judge Speedling Gonzalez. Former Bexar County judge at law. Okay, here, let me find the video so you guys can see it.
KSAT investigates.
No, I don't do anything, brother.
That led to Judge
I don't do
Rosie
anything.
Speedland Gonzalez.
I don't even drink, Twiddle. What's up with the old people making politics their life? I thought if you got older, you got wiser than us young folks. But no, I don't usually talk politics. It just happened up today. Why don't people shut up about the FC files? I think they will after what's going to be released today. I think they will, because everything's going to come out, and they can't and they can't keep yelling after the black lines. They can't keep saying, well, this name here, I think it's Trump. This name here, I think it's Biden. This name, and now everybody's name's going to be out in the unredacted part. So now people will be able to see who was actually in there. AOC once looked out at a field of buffalo crying. She exclaimed, they can't fly anymore because white men ate their wings. Satanic ritual abuse knowledge will make you realize the world is still evil and you can't put it past anyone. Hysteria because the world proves that Satan has PDFs. There's a lot of them. If Trump molested children, it was the price you have to pay for him to lead the country. No way, dude. No. He goes to jail. They aren't married to white men. They're married to white money. There you go. Can you explain how they're anti... Hold on. Let me see how far down I am. I'm way far behind. Okay, we'll get to anti-white after that. Democrats just lost the last time they fought. Okay, let's finish watching this. Sorry.
Is being banned from the bench
Who's a fail?
for life. Now we follow through on her downfall.
Yeah.
As the attorney who filed the criminal complaint that sparked the judge's indictment speaks publicly for the first time.
Yeah. Well, now that they're looking into her money, she's quiet. Right, because her accountant filed her taxes and said that she was worth $30 million, and then she redacted it and said he made a mistake and she's worth $15,000. So where did the $30 million go? She said she owned a part of her report said that she owned a winery, but she's Muslim and she can't own a winery. It's haram. So then she said she didn't own the winery. Her husband owned the West, and then they said that it wasn't part of it. So it's all just crap. Thank you, Trey, brother. Hey, political people, anyone hit this? If you remember me, I was on your stream and you were driving the Ridgeline. I'm stuck in the airport for like 12 hours watching. Say, all right, brother, I don't remember your name, but I see you now, brother. Stop Nick Shirley Act in California is very telling. The fall of JFK liberals. Right. Yeah, right. Yes, it's obvious that they the Democrats do have a plan. Grassroots campaigning on healthcare, child mandated maternity leaves, but the media subsequently calls them communists. No, here's the problem. The problem is that will go to NGOs to handle the distribution of money. The NGOs will I don't know if you saw the 1 million people that do not have a social security number that have been on Obamacare. So there's 1 million people that were signed up during Obamacare sign up in 2012. That got on, that's just going to some other people. They're people without social security numbers. So who are they? So it's just money flooding out of the system. There's dead people on the rolls. They're setting this up as a scam. They don't want to help people. They don't, or they would have done it. They don't do it. They didn't do it. They could have done it during Biden-Harris. They didn't do it. They don't want to do it. They want to figure out a way to drain the finances. How are you, brother? Free, and this is the thing. We don't need free health care. We need people to not get sick. We need to make the FDA overhauled, and we need to make sure we're not giving people poison all the time. Food is the problem in America. Food is the problem. Absolutely. We do things to our intestinal lining so we can't absorb vitamins and minerals from our food, and then people end up going into vitamin and mineral deficiency. That's the reason for most of the problems. But then when they go to the doctor doesn't test for a vitamin or mineral deficiency. They start putting you on other pills for the symptom control. And that's just a big cycle of that. So you can't do that. The thing is, if they say they want health care and this and that means they want sick people. They want sick people that need health care so that the doctors and the healthcare providers can make a bunch of money straight from the government. Then they'll raise the cost of that free health care for the government, and these companies will drain the tax base. It can't happen. It can't happen. We need to teach people to be healthier. We need to hold the companies that are poisoning us to account. I have to dig up in a week. I'm way far behind.
Ultimately, I just didn't want her to do this to any other attorneys or to any other defendants. And she can't do that. She can't treat people the way that she has treated people.
She put this woman in handcuffs, this lawyer. She put her in handcuffs and made her sit in the jury box because she didn't like the way she was talking to the judge.
Defense attorney Elizabeth Russell says she was already on pins and needles when she walked into County Court 13 just before Christmas 2024. She had been pressing the court to hold a motion to revoke probation.
Right. Slipjaw, we need to stop sending it to everybody. We need to find out where every dollar is going. Democrat or Republican, we need to stop sending money out of the country that we do not know where it's going. It's absolutely nuts. We've sent $1 trillion to Africa, and it doesn't look like Africa got $1 trillion. It's an absolute hellhole. We could have absolutely paved and flooded electrical wiring grids all over Africa for $1 trillion. And just a handful of people got super rich, and a lot of money came back to American politicians. We need to know where the money's going. There's so much money leaving America that if we just did accounting on it properly, we would have enough money to do everything. But we got to stop the hemmorrhaging. We've got to stop the hemorrhaging.
Hearing for one of her clients.
It's perfect. You actually need
the
healthcare,
holiday
right?
break.
Yeah, and then look in the countries where they have free healthcare, and there's a wait, and then they get overburdened, like Canada, and now they're killing people, medical assistants, and dying, and they're killing the people that are on waiting lists for things like depression. Not even life-threatening stuff. So it doesn't work. You've got to make people healthy. People shouldn't need health care. And we've already got free health care. Like, you can't be turned down if you break a bone, if you're in a car accident, if you go to the emergency room. But we shouldn't be getting sick like this.
Says she had multiple unpleasant interactions with Judge Rosie Speedland Gonzalez during past cases.
This was not the first time she had threatened to hold me in contempt.
After the defendant gave an incorrect answer, Russell asked to recall the plea, which, according to the court transcript, prompted the judge to accuse the attorney of coaching her client.
At the end of the day, my client, who had a below-level IQ, said the wrong thing. It's something that we see multiple times a day in that courthouse.
The situation escalated as Speedland Gonzalez ordered deputies to handcuff Russell and put her in the jury box.
I knew that I had...
No, they absolutely are. They absolutely are. 26-year-old MAID patient in Canada for seasonal affective disorder. Medical assisted dying. Where's it at? Canadian man, 26, with seasonal depression, euthanized. They killed him. They put him to death for seasonal affective disorder, for low vitamin D. You don't get enough sunlight to hit your skin to convert cholesterol into vitamin D3, and you start to get depressed. When you start getting out in the sunlight again, the UV rays hit your skin, and the cholesterol in your skin gets converted into vitamin D, and you get a mood lift. And this is why people get depressed in the winter, and they're killing these people.
Free right to make sure that what my clients, was saying was being put properly on the record. To me, it was the fact that she hadn't held me in contempt. It was the fact that I didn't have a hearing.
And it was the absence of those elements that led Russell to believe she had been the victim of a crime. After reviewing the transcript in January 2025, she filed a criminal complaint with the Texas Rangers. A year later, Speedland Gonzalez was indicted.
So if she comes back in here, remind her of this, okay? Canadian man, 26, with seasonal depression, euthanized. I hope she comes back and sees this. They aren't killing people. Sorry, not sorry. I was bored engaging with this chat. It's not Fox News propaganda, Nathaniel. It's absolutely not. It's right here. I'm not lying to you, and I won't lie to you. Fox News propaganda. Man, I mean, I hope... but that's where it goes. That's where it goes.
Only unlawful restraint by a judicial officer and misdemeanor official oppression. The State Commission on Judicial Conduct then suspended her without pay.
So if you think you're immune,
what did it do? It's the funniest BLM. People like straight to your anti-white racists don't hide it anymore, right?
Suspension, Speedland Gonzalez declined interview requests. But in this footage posted by a supporter to social media and later deleted, the judge said her legal woes were discrimination driven.
Not a problem with the anti-immigration or racial profiling.
Actions that caused
Yeah,
me
that
to
was
file
her.
a
Yeah, they
complaint,
also do
not
MAID for
because of
mental
any
illness over
other
there. Yeah.
reason other than her ordering a deputy to place me in handcuffs after all I was doing was making sure my client's rights weren't trampled on.
In late April, a bombshell announcement from the commission. Speedland Gonzalez had agreed to a lifetime ban from being a judge in Texas.
So the parent,
Russell says
an
the
Indian
permanent
doctor just say they're crazy
disqualification
and
from
can
the
kill
bench
you. Yeah.
was enough for her to
And
consent.
seasonal affective disorder goes away in the summer. It goes away in the summer. You're only depressed when when it's super cold outside and you're not getting sunlight. It's just, it's absolutely crazy. Law lived in according to the Latin cast, 48% of far left have been diagnosed with a mental illness, 60% of a right of benignness. Yeah. It's been giving me insight, get the impulse to good blacks don't cut my head off, saying I say it to give people no reason. Replicator no more slopping for trash. And you know it's a hell of a lot easier if your proof were made when you're one of them whiteys. What up, the core, brother?
To Speedland Gonzalez's criminal charges being dismissed.
I'm a defense attorney at the end of the day, right? So I don't ever really want to see
How you doing, Gwen? I contribute to the 60% time for sure. All right, Loretta, good to see you again.
I just want there to be justice, and I do think there was justice.
KSAT again attempted to sit down with the now former judge to get her side of what happened. In a statement, her criminal defense attorney told KSAT,
I have no interest in giving you.
Speedland Gonzalez has no interest in giving you an interview.
Right. Speedland Gonzalez. Right. Sad how we've devalued life, including human life. Right. What got us here? What got us here was that our government decided that other people were more important to us. And how do you get that across to a populace? How do you do that? You dehumanize a group of people, which happened to be us. We should be bending over backwards for these people. We should be giving more of ourselves for these people. They deserve this more than we do because they allow the crimes against us to continue.
Year accusing Speedland Gonzalez of abusing her authority.
Human in 40.
Sending a no contact order via email.
Did you watch it?
Barred her staff from communicating with former employees of the court. The issue was set aside as part of the resignation agreement.
I just find it weird. Goes to my simulation theory. If we didn't save the Netherlands in the 1940s, some crazy doctors tried to kill all their children. It's true the guy's jacket button's about to pop off. Yeah, it was huge. They're going to be on their own accord. Those bankers just got us here to tell us the REIT occupy Wall Street, please. Right, we're going back to law land, no more immorality law. Yep. It's built like a Roblox character. It was hanging on for dear life.
No contact order.
Look at that neck. Look at this neck. Sorry, I'm not usually one to do this. It looks like he's wearing a Jesus loves you, brother. They erased American history in Antarctica. Did they? It seems like they did. But I can't find it. The city of London's built on the international scale like a tater wedge. I'm Korean American, but I stay with all the white people. I can't stand what happened to you guys, brother. It's our education system. It only teaches people back to American slavery. So the kids in America do not know that everyone was slaves. The people in America do not know that there were black slaveholders. The people in America don't know that black people in Africa captured black people in Africa and sold people. People in America do not know that that's happening more today. People don't know that only 4% of American families had slaves. People don't know any of this. They think all white people had slaves. All white people are more white people died freeing the slaves than black people who were slaves. We only had 300,000 black slaves in America. And we had more than 300,000 people that died fighting the Civil War freeing the slaves. But they don't know it. They don't know any of this stuff because they only teach back to the point which is good for what they want to say. Papa Bear, brother. Got a chokehold on him. Why the heck was the Indian doctor saying that if the reason for euthanization was that the opinion of the Indian, if the doctor is bad, if a doctor being Indian doesn't change that stuff? Yeah, I don't. Was it an Indian doctor? Is that what it was? I don't know, brother. Buddy tripping. Go with Leontine. Evolving. Irish, yeah, right. Everybody was. But now that they can use like NGOs, what they want a huge payout. But what they would do if they were able to get reparations passed through is they would set up NGOs to collect the money and then find out who it gets distributed to, and then poof, it'd be gone. No one would get their money. It would all get stolen, just like the rest of this aid gets stolen. $250,000 per person per year, per homeless person per year in California for the past 20 years. That's billions of dollars, and everybody could have a beautiful house, yard, maid, everything. How you been? All right, let's say 26-year-old Canadian man who had seasonal depression and was euthanized by a notorious doctor who was personally responsible for ending the lives of 400 of her patients. Keanu Valfian, who had partial vision loss, lived with type 1 diabetes, faced mental health struggles, which began worse in winter and worse of a car accident when he was 17. After losing vision in one of his eyes, he became obsessed with ending his life. Valfarian had attempted to end his life on an assisted suicide program several times, but was rejected by doctors, with one doctor saying he does not have terminal illness. Despite this, the doctor, one of Canada's most prolific providers of euthanasia, approved his request and ended his life. This is not healthcare. It's failure of ethics. Absolutely. I just want my 40. What up, Subnon? Erased history of camera, got more sophisticated hardware, common public hands, and AI a full reason. Right. If you don't have paperback, hardcover paper books of history books, you better find some, because everything online can be edited, and a lot of it has been to make people look better. Working in a matter of effort in this heat, trying to stay afloat, brother. Yep. That's saying is I'll be okay with reparations, but I want reparations to repair the damage suffered, repaying the reparations, right? And yeah, it's just crazy. How does this doc sleep? Probably plenty of drugs. Hold up, look up Torny Skin, Franklin's account of people and their skin tones. Torny Skin. Okay, look up Dr. Elin Oib, whatever last name was. Just scroll past it. Elian Weib. Probably still in practice. Dr. Elian Weib. Dying with Dignity, Canada. 30 years of practice. She now restricts her patients to mental health, women's health, and assisted death. That's so crazy. Yeah, that's how it sleeps. Reparation leads to separations. Everyone's equal. Needs to chill out. I agree. You're assuming that she was a doctor has scruples. Does it? What's up, Martian? Yeah, she does look like a psychopath. My neighbor's dog is dying of cancer. A lot of dogs and cats. There's if you haven't given them a full course of anti-parasitics, there's parasites that dogs can get that produce a lot of estrogen, and it advances cancer. What about reparations to all the soldiers who helped free the slaves? Right, they don't want to talk about that, and the people that are yelling about it on social media don't even know about it because it wasn't taught to them, and the people in their circles aren't going to reinforce the truth. And then if you try to say anything, you're just racist. I haven't heard people talk about Quaaludes in a while, or those sleep meds. They were. The street dogs are all unhealthy without vaccination, man. The flat earth. Pooping on the crabbing mode. All right, let's see. But yeah, the world's freaking crazy. Who did you say to look up before? Where was it? Look up somebody about skin tone. Torny Skin and Franklin's accounts and their skin tones. In his essay, Observations to the Increasing Man, Ben Franklin used the term tawny to describe indigenous population. He views orange-brown complexion as a global norm, arguing the true purely white population was exceptionally small and largely confined to Anglo-Saxons. Right. White people are the minority on the planet. Nobody gets nothing. They live through us, that side's up. No soup for you. John goes out and Speedy Gonzalez is Speedy Gonzalez. No, the people who are running are You got some zolpidem. Read the ingredients on dog treats. You have prove your ancestors' records usually not given right. If you don't scroll too much social media, life seems too simple and concise. Yep, it's retarded always. You feel you're owed some and give down. Make because mistakes have horrible. Mistakes have happened. Horrible ones. Nothing will get you better until people who want. I agree. You might have 35 people. I still buy a watch. Dun, 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 dun. It's completely idiotic. Looking for 5 minutes. Weeb looks like a demonic tribe member. Yes. B2B. The coddled American needs to pretend they aren't coddled. I agree. All's well. Just got to sort out some background check company tried to dirty me up with. All BS. Gonna sue their pants off. All right. Let's see what we're doing. Right. Well, it's profitable. You understand that not too long ago, not everybody's face could be on someone's screen around the world. You had to be a movie star or a TV star. When so many people was able to get social media and have their faces and their thoughts broadcast to the population, they changed. Hollywood and Bollywood and all other countries, Hollywoods-esque, they understood what was going to happen to the population when young girls and young boys and teenagers and whatever finally got to be able to project their faces to the world. They know the psychology of what happens to people when they get stardom. Even the very little stardom that people get, you get 1,000 views. Wow, I only got 28 people in my class, and then they know how to follow that on. Managers have known how to make actors and actresses do what they want, and they've been using the same type of psychology on people. There are still slaves today in Africa. I do not see BLM or any organization. There's more slaves today than there was during the transatlantic slave trade. Absolutely. This doc seems like one of those crazy would do a magic way. 20% of the current African American population is new third generation American, meaning they have no right to stir up the pot. Right, but the thing is, there was also black slave holders. There was also black millionaires in the 1800s, black women millionaires in the 1800s. They weren't held back like that. It's just something to try to get the government to pay a lot of money to a bunch of NGOs that will not go to the people. Here's the government abolished the passport, ID card, voting card, and all the considered valid proof of citizenship, and the people feel dumb. Me and John Gabali, it was the new guys chat, right? Buddy started bragging about going to prison. 12 years, literally touched a 14-year. What? Jeez. I've been slaving since I was 14. Yeah, like, look at this. It's not art. Black female millionaires in the 1800s. And then it always starts off, black women in the 1800s overcame racial and gender barriers to build massive fortunes. So listen, Mary Ann Pleasant, Madam C.J. Walker, Annie Malone, Hannah Ellis, all millionaires. So it's like, what do you mean? I thought black people and women weren't allowed to have jobs until feminism in the 1960s. No, it's crap. Anthony Johnson won the first court case to win the right. Right, he was black. Right, he was the first guy that went to court that said, I don't want to give up my slave. I want him to be slave for life. And he was black, and his slave was black. Yeah, right. And nobody knows this stuff. I mean, obviously you do, but right. But that should be taught. But then the whole reparations thing starts to go out the window. What I think there's a lot of people in government that are tied back to slaveholders. And if they can convince the government to pay the reparations before the people find out who of them were the slaveholders, then they won't get sued individually. Whoever named Speedlin has to be cool. Slavery was always about classism. Right. It was about haves and have-nots. It wasn't about race. They're banning air conditioners in the UK even during the heat wave. It's all for the Green New Scam. Yeah, that's crazy. People are more efficient, more productive at certain temperatures. And air conditioning is one of the things that advanced us as a civilization. Millionaires back in the 1800s too. That's a ton of money. Right. How can women can't work? Women weren't allowed to work till the 1960s. And that's a lie. It's a lie, but so many people believe it and repeat it over and over and over again. Slavery was 1.4% of owned slaves, rich one back then. 1% back then. Yeah, Madam Walker was the first female millionaire in America, and she was black. There you go. Don't try to teach kids that today. Like a gazillion in today's money. I got screenshots. I'll say to Discord. All right. A millionaire would be equivalent to at least half a billion today. Yeah, let's see. 1965. Okay, $1 million in 1965 worth today. Man. 10 million bucks. It's even more than that. Oh, 1865. Sorry. It still says about 20 million today. Oh, would the purchasing power would be about 3.18 billion. 3.18 billion. That's freaking crazy. Crazy numbers. B, did you report them? I heard back in the UK you can't even open your windows all the way. Like there's a stopper on all the windows. I heard about that too. I heard that was to not let children fall out, but I don't know. It said 1.7 billion in spending power because things were so much cheaper back then. So you have to rewind inflation and no, that should still be spending power. I don't get it. I'm good. Reading the charts. Hope you grind through. Be fruitful. We did literally registered. Jesus, dude. I think, you're an idiot thinking reparations for black people, and they were started on the Barbary Coast. I'm an idiot. I'm not saying to do it. What are you talking about, Son? I said it's not a good idea because people that don't even know the history about it, the grind and the whopping. And if it does, if they convince the government to do it, it'll all get stolen before it even gets to the people. With a hoodoo. You did it in 1865. I figure it's for 1800. Okay. When they're comparing money like that year to year, you're telling what your inflation rate is. Right. How far the dollar went. Yep. Okay, let's see. The original Africans that gave the slaves to the Europeans should be the ones paying reparations. Right. And that's what's crazy. Because it was, and it's still happening today. They're still being sold today. Modern Slavery Index. They claim spending power is half of 1995, when no spending power is half of 2019. The same guy in Philadelphia with the exact same name is affiliated with the Greek Mafia. It was born 2 years and 2 days earlier than me. I wonder if they got us mixed up. Oh, John. China construction company named me a critic of the most Village Clap in Venezuela. Yeah, dude. Yeah, of course not. Because like they do in China. You ever heard of tofu drag construction? They're using like styrofoam inside of the walls and putting like a thin layer of concrete over top to make them think that it's a big poured slab of concrete, and then it falls. And that's the kind of stuff they do in socialist areas because the people running the government are the ones that are getting rich, and so they're going to spend at least the amount of possible. There you go. That's a lawsuit. All right, that's it. Global slavery. Human trafficking reaping $32 billion of human beings. Oh, wow. Is that yearly? Human trafficking. Okay, but I wanted to find full slavery. Where is it at? Global Slave Index. Here it is. If we get blacks wages, how many other groups want? Yeah, everybody would get it, right? And then it would drain the economy, destroy the country. I've heard of ghost cities in China. Right, yes, because they built up these huge cities that'll fall apart if people live in them. Well, my women's reparations. Oddly enough, we have slave markets from Kansas to Tennessee that's rich Underground Railroad cities, too. That's cool. Shouldn't be based on your Social Security number, though. You would think so. Yeah, you would think so. For the background check. Yeah, it's called embezzlement and laundering. Of course, they get rich. They literally control the budget. Yeah. Okay. So modern day slavery is 49.6 million people, 2.3 million in Pakistan, 5.8 million in China, 2.6 million in North Korea, 11 million people in India. And then they just talk about like what's going on. As a representative of the French Canadian, we want the territory of Old Virginia back. What's up, Tom? So it's a big laundry scheme of data centers. That's a big one too, right? Earth is a planet day. I agree. They don't. Okay, yeah. So right, there's more slaves in the world today than there was back then. They don't teach you that black people own the slaves as well in the South. Right. No, absolutely not. They don't teach it. And when they teach about slavery, they only go as far back as the American slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. They do not. So most people think white people in America invented slavery. We went to Africa, rounded up people, and brought them back. And everybody in America had slaves. Only 4% of the families in America and in the South had slaves. 4%. That means 96% of the families did not own slaves. Double tap the screen, people. Hit that like button. Help a brother out. Thank you, Brother Paul. Let's see. All right, let me see where we were at. All right. Nor do they talk about how the people who sold to fellow Americans and fellow Africans, but okay, race. Right. Because they weren't taught that. So when you say that, they're like, you're lying. You must just be saying that because you're racist. And it's a problem. So all that's got to be changed. You should look up law firms specializing in making background check companies pay for their mistakes. Look up how many horror stories there are. Background check lawsuits mistakes. More than 3/4 of the population of North Korea, pretty much anybody not upper military. Yep. They always makes it seem like plantation owners killed their slaves. Why would you? No, right. And every slave had a place to stay and got food every day. And so when they say they want to bring people across the border, when the Democrats say, who's going to mow our lawns? Who's going to pick our strawberries? They want slaves. They're giving those slaves food stamps and they're giving them housing. That means it's the same thing. They're getting food from the government and housing from the government to do work. That is slavery. They just say it's migration. No, it's crazy. Breathing. Okay, we'll sue the company for you. Mistakes in employment background checks frequently lead to lawsuits against screening companies under the Fair Credit Reporting Act. One person had manslaughter on their background check, cost them their job. Grandma, is that you? It is, grandson. It is, grandson. It is me. Sorry. Professor Gitz from Yale followed his answers back to West Africa to the store sad to find out it's true. Especially if you're a heterosexual white male, just don't give two. I'm not entertaining the silly BS. Yeah, I think a lot of people are done. Why would tens of thousands of men die for rich men to own slaves, often fighting against them, their own families and areas? The Civil War was a lot more complex than they make it out to be, obviously. Right. So, and why don't we have that information? Both my parents were immigrants, so they ain't paying shit. Right. So were my grandparents. Right. But they don't care about any of that. The check's going to be written from the government to a nonprofit that the money's going to disappear from. And then they'll be like, well, that's like the Feeding Our Futures thing. We didn't have guardrails against this. We'll do better next time. Thing is, you couldn't get all of those slaves in America at that time period, especially the deaths of the transit. Most of them were here already. A lot of the history's a lie. I agree. To do work, right? Well, not all of them, obviously, but this is their reasoning. Their reasoning why it's a good thing is because they'll pick your tomatoes, they'll pick your strawberries. That's the crazy. But yeah, they ain't gonna do nothing. A very small percentage will, right? America holding the bag for slavery. Yes, Google as slavery started. The first thing pops up is 1619. What's the deciding factor for either side of the Civil War? Is pretty ridiculous, right? The Democrats did create the KKK. Yes, they absolutely did. And then you come to find out that the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, has been paying the KKK and the other white supremacist companies to, like, this is what's going on right now. So they were paying white supremacist groups to stir up hatred so that they could then advertise and say, look at all this white supremacy we need to stop. Donate your money. Donate today. And then they had to put up more. Be like, oh. And they were funding it. Now they're going to court now. You mean to vote? Absolutely is what they. Yeah, that's not what they marketed though. Absolutely to vote. Will you be absent for a while? Me? I was telling Raid Fair to look. Oh, gotcha. Pay me back all the money and passing the welfare. She says, agreed. Let me join a war to end slavery in the South. Yeah, sure, but right. It doesn't seem to make sense when you think about it. You don't know anything about you don't know nothing and be happy. Sound familiar? Yep. 42 million. Thought they were immigrants were doing to replace the workforce. Right? Yeah, they were replacing the vote force. Democrat taking accountability. I'll never think that happened. It'll take 5,000, Alex. Not going to lie. Koreans have the longest history of world owning slaves. Definitely not proud of that. Now they definitely do. Mississippi remains 50th census, 40% black per capita. Democrats and the KKK are the same. Yeah, right. Well, we're finding out that, look. SPLC lawsuit. SPLC lawsuit. The federal grand jury in Montgomery, Alabama, indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center on 11 counts of wire fraud, bank fraud, money laundering. The Department of Justice alleges the SPLC misused donor funds, secretly paying $3 million to informants and violent extremist groups like the KKK and the neo-Nazis. This is departmentofjustice.gov. This ain't frickin' Fox News or CNN or whatever. So they were paying these groups to incite stuff and to post bad, naughty N-word stuff on the internet so they could screenshot it, put it on their map of hate and say, look, everybody, we need to stop these white supremacists. Donate now. And then they paid to have more stuff done. Yeah, they would have had them won the re-election. Biden let more people know they're president. Yeah, facts. Defund, deport. Great. Politicians in diapers needed for the time change. Yeah, and that you didn't know about that, Gwen? I've never seen any white supremacy. Right. Where is the office of white supremacy? Where do I get my card? Where do we send mail to? Where do we have group meetings? There is no. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist except for in the minds of the media and these companies that benefit off of it financially. Middle East still has slaves and trades. Yes. Yeah, we were just looking that up a minute ago. Right. There's still slaves all over. There's still slaves in Dubai. They say they hire people to come to Dubai, then when they show up, they take their passports and work them for free. Still give them food and housing because you don't want them to die. But yeah, absolutely. The Knights of the Golden Circle, a secret society loyal to the crown, started civil war in the KKK to gain control of the U.S. after the Revolutionary War. So from 1860 to 1865, Mississippi went from first income per capita to dead last and remained last time about sense. Do drugs. I really hope the court comes down to the Trumpiest, the conservative side for possible for birthright citizenship. I think that's what's going to happen too. You hailed Chuck Schumer? What happened to Chuck Schumer? He's going crazy too now, man. He's had so much problems. He's heading out. America's had black presidents for 2 terms. The country's racist. Yeah. They can't. This is why people are upset. It's obviously a money grab. And now people are going to court for it. Hopefully jail. The North wasn't free until the 13th Amendment and also wasn't integrated military like the South was. Presidential veto was also adopted by the South. Yeah, that makes sense because they had a different constitution. They had the Articles of Confederation and Libyan open markets. All right, let's see what we're doing here. All right. Okay. Why do I keep pulling this chick up? All right, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on in the world. I met the world's tallest humans. Both sides should accept ownership of their individual faults. Yes, absolutely. But the problem is if the faults we find out are like life-ending, career-ending, go into jail for the rest of your life faults, they're going to hide it till the end of time and end of days. And that's what I think we're dealing with. But I agree. I knew a rap. I knew it was a rap when I saw politicians in African garb blowing down black people during the George Floyd crap. Yeah, that was crazy. We had 2 males, black homosexuals in the White House for a year. Yeah. Go Obama. But either way, the victor wrote the history. Nobody will ever know it really went down. That's right. We shouldn't forget, right? And remember, pencil and paper is still a good thing to use. Pen and paper, even better. Digital will go away eventually. It's clearly a money grab for the amount of superlibs that take it. The hook, line, and sinker is astonishing. Being a blue city, I see it every single day. Yeah, I'm in a purple town. I'm in Atlanta. I'm in Georgia. So there's a lot of conservative and a lot of liberal. We have got We've got Democrats and Republicans in power. Kneeling while wearing headscarves like South Park episode. Larry Sinclair. No, it's the truth. Absolutely. I'd hold up ridiculous signs saying no kings, send Maduro back. Right. That's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. Sorry for any typos. I'm blind. I use text to speech for... Not a problem, brother. Not a problem. I can't read, so... I just try to read too fast. Do Americans like the two-party system? Yeah, they used to. Everybody, listen, and people would switch. People would switch until like the early 2000s, until the Obama presidency. That's when people were hardcore left and right. People would say, I'm going to vote for a Democrat this year, a Republican next year, a Democrat. The Democrat mayor that's running for my town is a good guy, but I normally vote Republican and X, Y, and Z. And they would vote for whatever made sense. But then it got split like racism, like white people are Republicans and black people are Democrats. So only vote for, it's like they turned it into a race. Yeah, it's been crazy. The part is no kings, but they say they want a socialist Scandinavian countries. They definitely want kings. Thank you, Paul, brother. Speaking in the 12 gauge. Dang. It's my shotgun mic. I mean, committing a war crime to kidnap other countries' presidents is still a war crime, regardless of if you like the other country's presidents. Yeah, I don't know if it was a war crime though. I tried to look into that too. I think so. Biden put a price on Maduro's head. So I don't think it was considered a war crime. We weren't at war, but he was a criminal. There was a $50 million bounty put on his head from Biden. Literal kings in Scandinavia still, others are socialists. Uniparty at the end of the day. Right. If you know, you know. Gwen, people definitely have an issue with it. There's also a Veritasium video that goes deep into voting systems that you could watch. Gas reached on, right. Gas reached $5. Gas went over $5 during Biden. Bill Clinton was the last. Yes, agreed. Everything went to hell after that. Everything went to hell after Obama. Like with Democrat Republicans, where Democrats were voting blue no matter who and red no matter what. All the tickles me. What tickles me more of these morons talking about no kings, the same ones who supported and loved the Queen Elizabeth. Right. My city's 70% black, and it's the most violent. I'm in Atlanta, brother. I never vote for two black homosexual presidents again. The Democrat Party has moved so far left that Bill Clinton was considered conservative by now. Yeah. Look up the Knights of Several Moors. There's no choice in America. We're stuck in this two-party at this point. Never going to get enough of a third party without splitting the party. Well, now that the Democrats have split themselves between liberal, neo-liberal, and communists / socialists, like the folks in New York are coming for the seats of the Democrats in Washington. What was I looking up? Knights of Civil Wars. Demonetization happens here in India. The most of the people are happy we're poor. They thought now the rich and suffer the most, and they're not. All right, Robert, brother, have a good night. There's absolutely nothing Democratic about the Democrat Party. Right. Black people get out of the polls and vote Republican. Absolutely. Save the Democrat Party by voting Republican. Get the people that have taken over the Democrat Party out so we can get back to a logical for America two-party system that just wants to do the best for America but has two different ways of doing it. That's what we need. After Obama, they declared war, left behind. How many assassins attempt to kill Biden? How many assassins attempt? None. Zero. I can't get behind the whole two-party thing. Same talking points. One makes you roll your eyes, whereas the other is literal Saturday morning cartoon villains. I agree, brother. I agree. It's all right. We're all right. Democrats have two parties, homos and commies. Democrats have their best hope is 99% white countries, kings in Europe, but they think those nations will adopt social welfare system with 40% tax rates. Yeah, they don't know what's going on. They got no idea. I agree, but I worked before. It's legit third-party slots getting traction. People are going to end up warm food. Yep. The UK wokies just took away people's air conditioning. Thank you, Paul, brother. Any secret society that comes to Knights' names loyal to the crown. Yeah, if they attempt to, right? Feathered serpent deity Knights of Seville. Okay, I'm looking that up. They know they found today with the back of their head. It's just being unrolled live themselves. Both parties have been competing on the sack issue for 50 years. Yeah, now they're going farther. They've absolutely changed this past 2 years. Super inflated prices are because Biden's administration, because of higher fuel prices during his time, so everyone forgets. Right, and then now they know that Americans will pay it, so we're getting drained. All right, let's do this. Knights of Seville Moors. Consider checking out the Veritasium video. I said it's really good. Okay. All right. Knights of Seville Moors generally refers to the intersection of two distinct historical entities in the medieval Spain. The Moorish Islamic knights who ruled Seville and the Moorish Guard utilized by Christian Castilian monarchs to patrol the frontiers. Before it fell during the Christian Reconquista in 1248, Seville was one of the most powerful cultured Tafia, independent Muslim kingdoms in Al-Andalus. Andalus and Abad dynasty, the Abadid dynasty during the 11th century. Seville was governed by a dynasty of poet kings, and most notably Al-Mu'tamid, who relied on highly sophisticated Moorish cavalry and infantry, tactics, and culture. Civilian warriors and their Almoravid allies, Richard, utilized rapid hit and run cavalry tactics and light armor. You know, when they say hit and run, they're talking about horses, and it's amazing. Anyway. The historical period of the Moorish Seville is documented in details such as the Helian Companions, the fall of the Moorish. I saved the video, Raid. Maybe we'll watch. Hell no, I'm about to go to bed, brother. My butt cheeks are tired. I'm tired. It's freaking 12:30. All right, we can watch. All right, we'll watch something. What are we watching? You sent a link. Is that what you sent before? If Democrats ever put up a giant statue of Karl Marx, would demand wear a dress and afro. My family apparently has ties to the Knights of Malta. I forget how, but it's a thing. All right, what are we watching? Raid? Sleepy butt cheeks. That's what I said. Jeez, I got to think before I talk. They don't really teach about that. The Arabs took over Spain for 500 years. They erased it out of their history books as well. Yeah. You know, after Bush, when Bush went after 9/11, when Bush went down to the where'd he go? He went down to a mosque with a Quran and prayed and said that don't think that all Muslims did this. Islam's the religion of peace, and then everybody in the world took over, and so they started changing the way that they were represented in media. The Knights of the Golden Circle, Freemasons, clues means circle in Greek. Hey, thank you, brother. Bam. Thank you, brother. Even a lot of modern day Spanish words are derived from Arabic. Yeah, I knew that. Even though I long type to go to bed, maybe save it for tomorrow and watch some clips. Fox News just reported Trump died of a heart attack. Rip Donald Trump. Oh, wait, it's 20 minutes. Black people get out of the polls. Vote Republican. You know what they say about sleepy cheeks. Vote Republican. The Black Moors. Video about the Freemasons. All right, let's see what we doing. They get slapped. All right, let's see. Hold on one second. What was I looking for here? Bam. Bam. Ouch. All right, let us see. My cat's probably still out. EDNY, I guess New York, dude, you better be freaking pushing the Republican vote up there, man. You guys got freaking railroaded. Man. Railroaded. Politicians are POS, as Clinton said. Sit back and watch the money roll in. And that's what they're doing. And we've been letting it flow and watching that debt counter roll up since 94. All sane people get out and vote Republican. This is my first time here. Definitely enjoy the channel. Like so. Thank you, Papa Bear. Yeah, it's down with Mandami. Agreed. No, I forgot what I was doing. Okay, here we go. Where's my water at? Ow. Let's see. All right, let's see. Okay. All right. Dun, 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 dun. I'm Iranian. Our country has been occupied by the oppressive government of the Islamic Republic for 90 days without internet. The Iranian army killed 40,000 people. The point is they were Iranian. Our man, brother, you're like the 45th, 46th person I've talked to that can barely get through from there. Brother, I pray that you find some freaking relief. If I had something good to tell you, if I knew anything, I'd tell you, brother. But it looks like you guys will have a possibility to. But you guys got to step up on. I know when you guys went to protest, they took out 40,000 of you. So I know it's going to be difficult to do. Flat, how do you feel about Israel? They're taking way too much of our money. I know that. I don't know a whole lot about Israel. I know a lot of people say that they need to go away, and some people say that they're the most important thing. I don't know a whole bunch about it. I know that we send them way too much money. But a lot of people think I'm Jewish because I broke my nose a lot of times skateboarding. But yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about the politics of Israel and the surrounding countries. All I know is that I'm told that there are allies in the nation. But I fully believe the Democrat Party solely to take away America's balls. If there were only Republicans in this country, they would be unstoppable. I believe so too, and I believe that the whole point of pushing feminism as hard as they did in and around was to weaken like the spirit of the fighter mentality. You have to understand that human nature, there will be wars. You better be ready. And we dropped our freaking guard. These modern socialist politicians are preying off young people that can't afford anything. Right. And they're not teaching them properly, so that they think that everything's against them because they don't know the history properly. The Greek culture runs America. They get all their secret societies through the Greek fraternities. Love everyone. Just earn your own way. Right. Love everyone. Right. Exactly. Earn your own way. Absolutely. YouTube has a short list of promoted videos. Everyone gets promoted to the same channels. Yeah. I don't seem to be one of them. Iranians are Iranians. The IRGC is a committee of outsiders who have held Iranian hostages for 48 years. Right. 45. I heard 50, but I thought you said 40,000. I heard 50,000. 45,000. That sounds closer to what I heard. Just found your channel. So thank you, Goddess. Welcome. If one can hold you down, two can hold you down more. Look up BB Yahoo's real name is actually Polish. At BB's real name, wow, it's not picking it up. You talking about Netanyahu's real name? The Mystic Crew Kumis Nola. Your military up. The speed of the 21st century is part of this war about. I love Jewish people. They're smart. They're thinkers. Can't blame them for success. He's right. Just look at the Drew Binsky video on your background. This one right here. Inside the wettest city of the planet. Is that the one you're talking about? IIPAC should be considered a foreign asset, period, point blank, period. You know, I kind of feel like I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. I'm blessed with knowledge. I do not know. I mean, I understand what people say, good and bad, about that stuff. I wish I would have seen what other people see. Yeah, it's his name. His dad's last name is actually Polish, and BB changed it. It sounds more Israeli. No, I believe you, brother. I believe you. Absolutely. I know. I believe you 100%. We could look it up, though, but I believe it 100%. I just can't read it. I think Netanyahu administration is about to be replaced. I think they're having votes for soon. Okay, listen. You want to hear something crazy? I think Putin's about to be overthrown. Jews are real smart. Good for both good and bad. Thank you, Regina. I think Epstein is still alive somewhere. I think there's definitely a possibility. So pretty sure they're about to vote. It needs to be replaced or not. Yeah. So I saw. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so 13 hours ago. Now, this is just X, but it says, Nafo Viking, the coup was started. Putin rushed underground. So that was 13 hours ago. Members of the Russian military are preparing to overthrow Putin. I actually saw the number of sources. Rich, they fund people who are running for office to get them in their pockets and surveyed reason why I consider Israel main ally. Israel, one of my talks with 10 million Israelis surrounded with 150 million Muslims. Right. Like, I can understand that also, too. A lot of people want them dead. And I can understand if they're allies, that they need protection. Palm Beach, yeah, that's a lot, too. I'm not a hippie, brother. Uh-oh. Is this you guys, brother? Man. An AIPAC isn't considered a foreign group, even though they're foreign. It's blatantly obvious secret. That's Justin Bieber? Was that Justin Bieber? That's Justin Bieber. Right here. They don't want the Christians to unite. Yeah, that's what I think. Absolutely. Right. Yeah, that's what I think. Black Scholar, 15,000 people last year alone. Do you know 14,000 people were killed in Detroit since 2000? Just one city. Or Chicago. More than 14,000 people have been murdered in Chicago since 2001. On a national scale, that is often cited when discussing crime statistics. The chosen ones don't want to curse to unite. Yeah, that's what I think. They don't want that third temple built. I say F them and let them down with their own wars. Here's the secret to the kick out of over 100 countries. Yeah, I mean, listen, they've got a lot of help knocking out a lot of the IRGC's military, and you know, there's more than just hippies. There's no more hippies, just activists. Right. Yeah, that's what I think happened. I'm not old enough to be a hippie, but there's definitely a lot of activists. Mind your business. Civilian war is business for real soldiers. I'm not a soldier, brother. I'm not a soldier. I think all countries should be left to fend for themselves for a while. The absence of a champion will make them fond of the USA again. And so what I would do if I was president, and I said this yesterday, if I was president, I would say, okay, so it's 2026 now, June 2026. I would say, everybody that's getting money from America, you will get what we've been giving you till June 2027. From June 2027 to June 2028, you're not getting a dime. Whatever we give you over this next year, you better make that work. You better make that work for 2 years. During those 2 years, we find and go through and audit everything. Every dollar that we spent out for that year, we see where it goes. We see what's wasted, what's goes into people's pockets, what's actually spent. And we actually have boots on the ground, government boots, not NGOs boots that want to know how much they want to make. And we find out where the money needs to go, whatnot. And stop using this NGO crap. They don't mean unalive savior crying out loud. He's a king of kings and do everything he can, either downplay or completely block it. That's what they're trying to do. What up, Stevie, brother? Yeah, do it good. Do it pretty good. It's not Steven, dude. A lot of people, brother. Did you know that 100 million people died during the plague in 1918? I talk about the Spanish flu. I thought it was 1905. Plague of 1918. Yeah, Spanish flu. Yeah, Spanish flu. Yes. For some reason, I thought it was 1908. Yeah, NATO does. Yeah, they're about done. Do you know almost everybody already left NATO? Countries that left NATO. Okay, France withdrew. Okay, that was 66, 99. North Atlantic Treaty. Bulgaria, Canada, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Iceland, Montenegro, about Macedonia, Netherlands, Romania, Spain. So now we just need to get out of there. Activists are liberal communists that hate the law and love homosexuality and criminals. I agree. Why am I a hippie? I don't know who made me. I don't know who I made mad, but I joke, I troll. But Jesus Christ is absolutely Lord and paid the ultimate price so that we may have chance to make kingdom of heaven. That's right, B2B, brother. Why are we giving away money to anyone, though? They can't pass an audit. I agree. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree here, One Shot, absolutely. The new Pope and the Heritage Foundation both talked about bringing back Sunday laws and said it would even combat human climate change. They are a bunch of liars. What they want to do is they want to make us think that they're going back to the cross when they're actually freaking demonic, and they want to continue the robbing. But they need an off-ramp to say why climate change isn't happening or why climate change isn't an issue anymore. And now we got to focus on poverty. We don't need to worry about carbon dioxide. Now we can burn all the fuel we want on AI data centers. We're not worried about anything anymore. Musk tried and they threatened to unalive him. Yep, I need to stop giving only aid to Africa. Yeah, it's useless. Yes, absolutely. Look up Netanyahu replacement election. I have no idea. Canada withdrew. The aid we sent to Africa stolen by a dictatorship, most certainly. America is not a theocracy. No. The funny thing about activists, they fight for socialism across the globe. Socialists, right? They'll be the lowest of the low. Because what jobs are activists going to get in a socialist society? What are they going to do? What are you going to do? You can't be an activist in a socialist society. They're going to crush you. They're going to put you in the freaking in the match factory. The climate change hoax with Greta out of business. Yeah, she's freaking wackadoo. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is campaigning for re-election. Must take place by the end of October. Is being challenged by an opposition Naftali Bennett. I'm a liberal and I'm a capitalist. Brother, I was a liberal. What are you talking about? Just tell me where the lies are. I'm a liberal that would like to save the Democrat Party, but this ain't the Democrat Party. I don't know how old you are. I'm 49, so I remember when the Democrats were Democrats. But money is bleeding. Money is absolutely bleeding America, and there's 1,000 millionaires made every year. I mean, every day in America, and it's because if you look at what happened since USAID ended, you notice that there's no rap music in the top 40 anymore. Do you know that's because it was being funded? Do you know that Lizzo, she sold under 3,000 records, where 4 years ago she sold 1.3 million records. She sold under 3,000 now. Like the stuff that was being stolen by people, and we're just funding it back into culture wars. That's all ended. That's all because this was draining all the excess money that's been bled around. We need to bring an actual libertarian society back, not this freaking wackadoo stuff. I had a friend that went to Africa and dug water wells for Africans, filled it with garbage. Jeez, I'm 40 and not happy with the Democrats. I'm simply anti-MAGA. Well, brother, what's your plan? What's your plan? Do you agree that we've got that this is already set up for the next 2 years? So why don't we find common ground and find a plan to do during the next administration? This one's already going, and people are just fighting like we're going to vote tomorrow to kick Trump out. And I don't think it's beneficial. You get arrested for speaking out against socialist governments. Ever notice how Russia's Chinese? Yeah, right. Yeah. They're insane. They don't even realize that if we become socialists, that picking and demonstrating will be legal. Yeah, they don't have no clue. They don't have any idea. They're dumb kids, and we need to figure out a way to fix the education system. She bragged about being fat, that she took Ozempic. You think that's what it was? I mean, maybe that's what she blamed it on. I had no idea. Feeling Lizzo had any real fans. Yeah, look, Lizzo's sales, new album. Lizzo's 2,649 copies. A lot of things were failed, and USA had disappeared. Right. Why do you think gangster rap got so big? It wasn't kick ass, especially this last like 10 years. Why do you think it was so hard for gangster rappers to sell seats? They were selling billions of streams because they were botted. And that's why they couldn't sell tickets. That's why every big gangster rapper was canceling their concert, their tour to be with family, to spend more time with family. No, it was all botted. Oprah ruined Lizzo. Artists are made by producers. They have no talent. I agree there too. Science researchers. But the thing is, if you're in the industry and you know you can bot the Spotify streams, then you can make fake virality, and then fake virality will make advertisers buy your stuff. And let's put that in a movie and this and that, and then you can still recoup your money. And you're screwing the record label's making plenty of money, but the artist thinks they're going to recoup their money on their tour, so they're just used. I'm not MAGA. I'm middle right. Period. People forget that you can be middle. Yeah. I mean, I want to get through this hell that is whatever has infected the Democrat Party has got to be gone, so we can have a good Democrat Party again. Rich, did you see the first day Trump's administration, the FBI deleted their internal group that ran the fake white supremacist group with all the employees? I did not know that. Fix education by supporting public education. I think lack thereof created the dumbest demographic. I agree. Absolutely. We've got to fix it. And I've got a plan. And I'm actually trying to contact people in the government to try to put to pitch my idea. Lizzo is completely talentless from the get-go. They tried to erase rock and roll out of America. Yeah, and they're talking about that now too. They're talking about like the CIA wanted to swap over to hip hop, and that's why like after like a Bullet with Butterfly was, dude. Do you know the last band that was a rock hit was Nickelback? That was like the last band that had a rock hit in like 20 years, like more than 20 years ago. But oh my God, how dare we judge her music catalog? Be twisted and say we are racist. It's a sigh. That's what I got. From ChatGPT, Popper, what happened to Iran on July 17th, 1404, and how many thousand people hit? 1404? Is that the Islamic calendar? I'm guessing you mean 2026. There's no middle of politics here either. Well, now there's not. I'll try 1404. Okay, yeah, January 2026. Yeah, gotcha. Iran marked off the historic nationwide anti-government uprising and massacres. Protests began over record inflation and a currency collapse quickly evolved into a revolutionary movement calling for the end of the Islamic Republic. So that was January. And then that kicked off what needed to be done. See, this is what I'm saying. They didn't tell us about this. They didn't tell us that you guys were having the uprising. I had to find out from Iranian buddies that 45,000 people between the ages of 13 and 25 were gunned down. Millions of unarmed Iranians took to the streets in coordinated defiance because dozens of cities, they were met with live ammunition and a crackdown. Digital darkness. The response to the unrest is Iranian authorities imposed a massive telecommunications internet blackout under the communications siege. Widespread massacres, human rights violations took place. Jesus, man. Everybody I talked to about the Democrats either run from them or already right. You have 10 libs, close proximity, they go nuts. It's evident they need to be open asylums, not borders. Voting is consent. Voting is consent. We can't vote our way out of what's going right now. Yeah, zero news coverage, right? I swear I just don't care. I'm too old to work hard to give a damn piss off anymore. The second someone attempts to put the hands on me, it'll be the seconds we all go viral. Yes, right. And if I believe we would have liberals in the street telling Trump, if it wasn't Trump, I believe there would be riots in the street, mostly peaceful protests in the street, trying to get America to do something to help Iranians. Yeah, cooked. Right, and it's the thing is, it's all this wackadoo emotion. It's if Trump wasn't in office. So what was Biden and Kamala talking about when they were asked, what would you do if Iran goes crazy? And they only answered, don't. don't. That's what they both said. Let me see if I can find it. Kamala telling Iran, don't.
These two people have different ways of speaking. See if you notice.
What's the message to Iran?
Oh, I agree.
Don't. As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be stopped.
It's kind of like tomato. Tomorrow I'm going to blow up your house.
Right. So if you knew that this was going on, that damn near 50,000 children were put to the sword because they didn't have any money, their electricity was out, they didn't have any water, and their government was going crazy. Rich, you seem like the guy to run Zulu time on your PC. What do you mean, dude? What do you mean? It's 00:59 hours right now. What you talking about? Oh, you can't see me. There you go. All right. Yeah, I do. What's wrong with that? What are you, racist? All right, let's see.
This town gets more rainfall than any place on earth.
Welcome to Sohrab, a small town in northeast India, which receives more showers in 1 month than London or Seattle gets in an entire year. The people here must adapt to always being wet, from washing.
Yeah, it's amazing that they don't have. But Kamala was the most see-through person ever. If they didn't twist it, if you don't like her, you hate women in different races. Right. To try to emotionally manipulate you into, well, I guess I just don't know enough, and they know that she's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Obviously, I'm not a racist, so I guess I just don't see the greatness. Maybe I just didn't see it yet. Okay, maybe I see it now. And that's what they tried to do. That's obviously what they tried to do over and over and over again. And it's just like, she's not kick ass. She's not. It worked on you for a while. Yeah, it does. It does. Because we don't look into it. This is how our cruel leader was killed by an American missile, and Trump's sentence was Khomeini is dead. Yeah. That's what he said. How's your garden? I've been picking jalapenos, cucumbers lately. I got a bunch of green beans growing. Tomatoes. I got some bok choy coming up. Not kale. I've got onions and sweet potatoes already pulled, and they're drying. They're curing. Didn't even have a primary. They just schemed it right. That's what got most people in the movie industry out of the Democrat Party, when they didn't primary her, because a lot of people wanted Bernie, a lot of people wanted RFK Jr., and they didn't even have the chance. So that really pissed off a lot of people. And then you have the younger people that just think, well, that's just what's the best for us. They're doing what's the best for us. I guess my view, my favorite show, I'd probably like Kamala. I guess if The View was my favorite show, I'd probably like Kamala. Right. I love sweet potato. It's so freaking good. It's so good. Sweet potato with full fatty butter, salted butter. Like, how the hell do you make her the front runner, no primary, it's sheep mentality? Right. And the people that understand, like, that had a civics class, that had a citizen, we used to have to take a citizenship test. We could not graduate high school without a citizenship test. And so we had to know you had to be 35 years old to be president. You had to run primaries. You had to do this X, Y, and Z and whatnot. We learned about politics. And then I don't think they teach that anymore. And so a lot of the younger people did not see a problem with it. And a lot of people said, that's a big problem. We don't have control of the Democrat Party anymore. They handed Trump the White House when robbed Bernie. Yeah, right. There you go. That's when you started the Uniparty theory. Yeah, a lot of people were Bernie bros. A lot of people. But now Bernie's pushing with the communists. Yeah, Bernie twice. Right. I wonder why they did away with the civics test, right? Because they don't want to educate people. I never had to do citizen test in high school. How old are you, Liberano? How many Americans would fail a citizenship test? Well, you couldn't pass. What in the 90s? You could not pass. You could not graduate high school without it. Like if you failed it once, twice, or however, you had to pass it. Like when you got your report card, there was 4 standardized tests. Do you have any standardized tests? 26. Okay. Do you have any standardized tests? Okay. Let me see what they used to be. I don't even remember what they were called. Standardized tests in the 1990s. 1990s. Standardized tests. Okay. Yeah. What were they? Okay. SATs. And they don't have what they were called. They're just talking about them, not what they were. Like there was the bubble, like Scantrons and whatnot. It's okay if you say yes because my English is weak and I was talking to you through translation. Yes, brother. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Armin. Absolutely. And I graduated in 2019. And yes, yeah, dude, he was so... Brother, I used to, but then you realize that Antifa, the Antifa chapters that developed from the old punk rock anarchists absolutely went wackadoo. When Antifa started to go along with the cartels and the old Italian mafias, everything went away because they were using the punks and the anarchists as a means to get in. Then the children that grew up to be old enough to start to vote, they would start to be directed. And that was a problem. I mean, you can't. And the problem is Antifa is a freaking terrorist organization now. It's absolutely. It's like so. Something. We obviously have too many sick people in America for anarchy to work. They cannot take care of themselves, and we will not have a fully funded pharmaceutical company and range without having capitalist tendencies for them to do research and development. There's too many sick people to throw away. Kamala ran as a phony. CATs, SATs, CATs, right? But it was like it was the citizenship test, the English literacy test, and 2 other ones. Yeah, man, that was wild. A man saying tampons should be in men's bathroom. Do you know why they did that? They did that because what I was told is Tampon Tim has a buddy that manufactures the tampon dispensers. And if they could get trans bathrooms, men's bathrooms, and women's bathrooms, all like if they could start getting trans bathrooms built and then have trans men and women's bathrooms all have tampon dispensers instead of just women's bathrooms, they would sell 3 times as many tampon dispensers. They don't care about the kids. I imagine states still have their annual standardized. I don't like Bernie, but he had a way better chance to beat Trump than Hillary did. It's almost like a hot potato situation. Yeah, there was an SAT. There was the citizenship test. There was the English comprehension test. And there was a 4th one. When you got your report card, like it let you know how many like credits you needed to graduate, where you were at. And then it had the 4 boxes it would check off for the 4 standardized tests. We took the California. Yes, it was an achievement test. Right. This was in Maryland, though, but it was something achievement test. I remember that. You took that high. Maybe we took it also. I think we took it also. I think it was the California achievement test. Yep, I believe it was. I never sat down. I never had to take the SAT. Yeah. I also would bend the knee to them as they crossed the mountain. You know, Tom Walsh High School was he was a high school football head coach. No way. From Diva. Wasn't one of his many lies. He also was present for the Tank Man photo. The old egoist anarchist. They tried anarchy in Washington in 2020. It worked for about 10 minutes. Yeah, you can't listen. You have to start anarchism from the beginning. When you settle a place, it can't convert. There's too much There's too much infrastructure. There's too many lives riding on it. Tell you what, though, I made videos, try Hillary. Kamala was full of support. That's just coward. Bam, B to B. Bam, thank you, brother. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, my brother. What's the other test called? ACT or CAT? I think it was the California Achievement Test. Yeah, let's see. California Achievement Test. Where's the history of it? Oh, they don't have like the history of it. It was widely national norm standardized test that measures basic academic skills like reading, language, arts, mathematics, and spelling. California specific was widely used across. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was too. I think I had that too. Hey, B2B's finding all these jewels. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, brother. Dun, 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 dun. The LSAT, I'd never taken the LSAT. Scallywag. Thank you, brother. All states, at least when I was in grade school, had their own standardized test to gauge the different parts of the states doing academically. SATs were optional. It was just if you were going to go to university. I only took the test and needed to graduate high school and never was going to afford college. Jeez, how far behind am I? It's done. I write about transitioning to anarchism with capitalism. It's a real challenge, but possible. Join, brother. If you got Discord, join the Discord. I'd like to see what you're writing. Gotcha. Technically, through any of the student can take the SAT or ACT at any time. Pretty sure you just go sign up for it and take it. We are a deprived country. We don't have McDonald's. We don't have KFC. We don't have Starbucks. Instagram and YouTube can be opened with a VPN. Jeez, do you get free VPNs? Like, who's helping you out with that? Or is it something you have to purchase on your own? I heard Scotland was going to be Taco Bell, so we're couldn't handle it. Jeez. Europe heat wave alert. Something is free, most likely the products,
The record-breaking heat wave is now moving across Europe, with Germany and Denmark today seeing their highest ever temperatures.
Never sure the sewers.
Many countries across the continent have issued red alert warnings, with almost 200 million people experiencing heat of 35 degrees and over.
I miss tater wedges too. If something is free,
a cleaning truck was Prague's most welcome addition. Its alternative use proving as big.
If something is free, you likely read that somewhere and thought it was deep. You literally heard that while scrolling, bro. No, it's absolutely the truth. If something is free, like YouTube, Gmail, those free email services and whatnot. For instance, you're the product. They're taking what you text to your friends using a Google phone, using Google Messaging or Gmail, what you're emailing to your friends, your business partners, whatnot. They're taking that and they're scanning through that stuff to find out what your likes are, and then they advertise that back to you. That's why they offer you those free products, because you're the product. You're what they're trying to sell to. They're trying to get your money by giving you free stuff. Your data is being used. They're collecting your data and selling it to advertisers. You're the product. That's true. Now, see that they're talking about from a company or from a government. Berlin hit 103. They literally give you anything. Right. That makes you the product. They're selling your data to other people. I think how old are you? Now, you're probably, I don't even know if you're old enough to be here, kid.
Attraction as any clock or castle. While in Budapest, some chased mist, although not everyone was as enthusiastic. Sees people among almost 200 million.
Keep thinking. You're almost there.
Europeans today feeling heats of 35.
They sell your info,
plus.
Then you have Indians, Nigerians
Germany,
going.
one of the countries feeling the brunt.
Right, but that makes you the product. To Google, you're the product. Your data is the product. What you're doing on their free app is the product that they're selling. So you're the product. It doesn't matter if you care about it or not, you're the product. It's true. So the saying is true. Some people don't care about their privacy. That's what I'm saying. They got to be very young. I'm paying for the service with my data, goober. No, you're not, dude. No, you're paying your phone company, your internet company for access to that product. That part's not free. The product is free. Just because you have to use your data to access it, goober, doesn't mean that, right? Exactly. Yeah, I'll help you learn anything you want. FM, FW, MSI, FAFI.
41.5 degrees recorded today. Its highest ever temperature.
I'm paying with my data.
In the center.
Right. But but that could ask anything. You're paying with data just to access it. That's like saying if McDonald's was giving away free cheeseburgers and you drove your car there, you're paying with your gas to get the free cheeseburger. But that's not that. You could use your gas for anything. You could also walk, but the product that you're getting with your data, the product itself, that is what's free so that they can use you for something. Stuff pop up with my phones telepathically sometimes. I think it's crazy. It doesn't bother me. I set my iPhone so it's unknown summer and doesn't ring anymore. I'm not talking about you in general. If something is offered to you for free, companies aren't usually just nice. They're gaining something from that they're offering you to you for free. You're paying for internet access, right? So what the cheeseburger is free because you don't pay them. I'm not using my time for it. Okay, then good. What's the problem, my friend? What's the problem?
Berlin.
The thing that they said was true. In general, if something is offered to you for free, then you're probably the product. Where can we get free cheeseburgers? You used to be able to get McDonald's used to do free cheeseburger day. McDonald's free cheeseburger day. Let's see if they still have it. Does not offer it year round, but they do on September 18th. Now it's 50 cents. So for a double cheeseburger. So they have regular burgers. Oh yeah, so that's a good old name. The problem is repeating deep things doesn't make it. It was part of the conversation. Go and search every street in Iran. Google Maps. Find Starbucks. All right, let's say free cholesterol for real. Can I get pickles on my burger? Just makes you and anybody read and repeat. It's a good thing to have in your mind. If you think someone's offering you something for free, it's good to have that in your mind so you know that there may be an underlying issue or something. Epic Face, which is bad. Is it? McDonald's never had any free cheeseburgers. They were 23 cents. I wonder if there's a limit to the 50-cent burgers. When I used to work at McDonald's when I was 14, there wasn't. People would get bags and bags and bags of them. Okay, Google. Google Earth. All right. Chick-fil-A will hook you up with a free sandwich every now and then when you have their app. Love that shit. Uh-oh. What? What happened? All right, let's see what's going on. A nice bag of burgers sounds nice on my fat ass. And why won't it go to Iran? What's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on here? You got a lot of dirt. I was a one-day annual for thing used to do. The ice cream machine worked. No, dude. Of course not. Of course not. It worked like one day a month, maybe. It's too good to stop being true. Iran has been wiped off the map. Yeah, there's not a whole lot here. I don't even know where to start looking. There's a national park. Jeez, that's the national park? Wow. I ordered double meat, but I'll take a cheeseburger with jalapenos chili for a good time. So they're not letting you see Iran. Jeez. That's a whole lot of nothing, dude. Look at all the switchbacks going up the mountains. Jeez. Yeah, you guys definitely don't got no McDonald's. Google Map Iran during the Achaemenid period. I know you can get free COVID shots with the bastards if you want. What period is that? Let's see. I don't know how to use this damn thing. Oops. Let's see. What year was that? Let's see. Let's see if I can find this. 550 to 330. I don't think they'll have that data. Yeah, it only goes back to 1985, brother. The nice Mitchell Park, what's a common animal there? Desert cactus or something? I have a family member who's got vaccine 4 boosters. Jeez, dude, that's so crazy. All right, I'm going to call it a night here. Let's see. Let's see where we're at. All right, everybody. I'm going to call it a night here. I love you all. I appreciate y'all coming here. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button on the way out. Hit the subscribe button. And I'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. I love you all. Have a good night. Bye-bye.